everybody! Alrighty, I'm going to turn down our music now. If you enjoy that music, it is by my wonderful friend Rachel Gleddy. You can find her on Spotify, and that song actually has words to it. It's called Silhouette. Yeah, amazing thing. So today I am going to be talking to a YouTuber. His name is Mono. I won't do his introduction for him because I'm not the expert of himself, basically. I like leaving introductions to the individuals themselves. But we're going to be talking today about Jordan Peterson, specifically his thoughts and arguments around the gender equality paradox. If you're not familiar with what the gender equality paradox is, because it's a mouthful of words anyways, it is basically the analysis that is based in two Ubers, yeah. It's basically an analysis based in Big Five personality, where we see that there generally seems to be a certain separation of some Jesse Lee Peterson, nice. Equality of outcome versus equality of opportunity. Maybe we'll get to that. Probably first it'll start with like wage versus income gaps, stuff like that, the fun stuff. But you know, if you're not familiar with the gender equality paradox, it's pretty simple. It's basically, in research we see this kind of interesting finding, which is that in more kind of gender egalitarian countries, we see that genders actually seem to select more for specific types of jobs that are more traditionally genderly associated. So girls tend to select to be nurses and teachers, and men tend to select to be things like engineers and laborers. So that's kind of the gender equality paradox, is like, should you be forcing people into these fields that they're not necessarily actually like interested in? Or should you make it open so that people can go to any field that they would like, right? We shouldn't be shaming women who want to go into STEM or men who want to be nurses, but should we be trying to like force certain outcomes? Yes, equality of outcome versus equality of opportunity. Okay, I'm going to see if Mono is available to chat to right now. I'll give him a call for you guys. See if he'll come up here. Hello.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi.
How's it going?
Are we already
Yeah.
are we already live? Sorry, I didn't catch.
We are
Yeah?
live
Oh,
right
nice.
now, yes. I'm just getting everything set up on my end so we can see each other. Okay.
Yeah, so yeah, I'll record the screen too.
Okay, so why don't you maybe start by telling viewers who you are, what you do, why you want to talk about this stuff today?
Yeah, thank you. So I'm just a guy that is does some videos on internet politics. You can find my channel at youtube.com/she/mon000. I have a PhD in statistics, and that I'm abusing in this way, doing this online politics stuff. I actually saw your first interaction with Destiny, and I was very interested. I found it quite interesting, and I really enjoyed your conversation, and I enjoyed where you're coming from, and I was fascinated that you said you liked Jordan Peterson. And since I have two videos on Jordan Peterson, I thought it was a good idea to discuss a topic in these videos. But first, I wanted to ask you, how's internet politics life going for you? I've seen you just like got into this space, if I'm
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah, it's been good so far. I think I've been treated like particularly warmly. I feel like I've been eased in a little bit. I think like my most difficult conversation was with Mr. Girl, which it wasn't difficult from like a debate standpoint. It was more difficult from like an interpersonal standpoint, I think, just because there's like a fair bit of tension. But yeah, I feel like people have been actually particularly generous towards me. So I feel like as I'm starting to like break more waves, I'm going to probably start seeing more pushback than I probably have so far. So we'll kind of have to see how people start to feel about me as time goes on.
Yeah, I think you deserve it. Certainly, Mr. Girl is he's, he has an ability, I think, to build tension. Like when I watch him, I've watched some of his content, and he really has this ability to like build this tension by having these silences, really figuring out things.
Yeah.
And it's an interesting approach.
It definitely
Well,
delivers
anyway,
strong content. That's for sure. Which,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
it has its benefits for sure. My heart was going the
Well,
whole
so
time. I was very stressed out. Behind the scenes, I was like,
oh,
it was pretty stressful because it's like I've dealt with clients that kind of interpersonally express similarly, but he's not my client. I was like in that conversation, I was like, I think we might be able to be friends, and I'd like to protect the interpersonal relationship here. I don't actually care that much about Dr. K. Like I'm willing to talk about it, but like that's not like where my stakes were set. And so it was just this weird conversation where his stakes were on like he wants to find the truth of Dr. K, and I was like, well, these are some critiques I would have for your position, and he was like, how fucking dare you? And I was like, I just like want to know if we can like actually be like online friends or not. So yeah, it was a very like weird where like the stakes and the goals of the conversation were very
yeah, he
inconsistent
seems
between us. Yes,
really passionate about that Dr. K stuff.
still is.
Um, so- okay, so maybe we can start by giving a general idea on Jordan Peterson. So why do you like him? Then
Um,
I'll give my take.
yeah, sure. So overall, um, oh, apparently my title hasn't changed. So
Okay,
overall,
and
I like Jordan Peterson for a couple of reasons. First of all, I think he's actually a really good researcher in psychology. And I think so there seems to be kind of like a bit of different realms to psychology. There's kind of like old school researchers who are really big on like stats. They're really, really well trained on it. A lot of them probably were doing stats by hand, like back in the day and stuff like that. And there seems to be kind of like this scientific rigor. And this is being really strongly maintained like within the forensic psych field, where there's this really strong focus on qualitative methodology and like complex understanding of statistics and how to apply them for humanities research. And I think he's a really good example of that. He was a tenured
hi.
professor at one of the most prestigious universities in Canada. Are you okay? I notice you've frozen on
No,
my screen.
wait a minute, it seems like there's some problem.
Do you want to turn your camera on and off? See if we can figure it out. I can entertain the chat while we're waiting for you if you'd like. Let's see. Twitch title showing French culture. Does it need to be updated? Yes, it does. Thanks, guys. Well, chat, what do you guys think of Jordan Peterson? I know mostly my chat thinks he may have good psych takes, but he's got bad political takes. That's kind of the perspective I hear. I don't know if I lost mono. I don't hear him at all anymore. That's okay. So I can just fill the time as I chat at you because you guys know that I'm good at monologuing. You think he's horrible, Eli? That is fair. I would be curious about why. I find psychologically, there's just not a lot to contend with on him. He's psychologically sound. Gleds. I feel like I know who that is. I might not. I might just be completely making up. But if I do know who you are, hi. Yeah, I think psychologically he's pretty sound. I haven't watched every one of his videos in full, so it's possible that you could present me some position he has in psychology that I'm like, yeah, I don't know if that's super borne out. But overall, he's pretty solid. I think he had one take. He was going through a couple of axioms that he was really opposed to, which he thought basically were constructs that didn't actually exist.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. Oh, we got disconnected for a sec there.
No worries.
So you were talking about Jordan Peterson
Yeah.
and why.
So chat has kind of mixed feelings. Some people like him. Some of them think he's really misogynistic. My takes are basically psychologically he's pretty sound. His political takes, I think, are weakened because of his like kind of dogmatic anti-postmodern pursuit. I think he kind of like blanket treats all postmodern critiques and like evaluations on society as like one thing. But when you like go through postmodern like literature and like speakers on it, there are little things that I can like take away that I think are really valid, strong critique. So that's mostly I find his political takes sometimes lack the nuance that his psychological takes can bring.
Yeah, he's certainly a polarizing figure. That's for sure. Like a lot of persons, usually either you love him or you hate him. I actually am quite in the middle with him. I find that I generally disagree with his political takes. So, for example, Bill C-16 and his and other political takes he has had, but I would agree with you that he when his research was good, the research he did was good, and there's another thing that I like about him. I mean, that I think is a good effect, positive effect, is that in general, conservatives don't have many talking heads that we can say are intellectuals, let's say. And so it's good to get that exposure even on the right, to get somebody that can cite studies, that can be willing to steelman the opponent's argument, that can be willing to engage in maybe a bit of a more sophisticated level than what is usually in politics. So I think weirdly it's quite good. He might have a good effect with people who are on the fringes, who are on the extreme spectrums of the political axis. And yeah, so Chat's probably saying he's misogynistic because he relies a lot on psychological studies to determine the differences between the genders, and yeah, maybe we can get into that a bit. I was just checking if I wanted to say something else. Yeah, I'm not so sure of his latest political takes, like on COVID. I think it's only anti-mandates though, and yeah, his belief in God. Are you religious by any chance?
I am somewhat religious. I like hesitate to call myself Christian because I don't think a lot of Christians would own me. But I would say like that's probably towards the degree of religiosity that I have would be more Christian. But like I said, I hesitate with that label because it applies a lot of assumptions about what I think about the world that are going to be vastly incorrect about me. So I use the label because I want to like redeem it, I guess, a little bit. But yeah, I don't think Christians would own me, and any assumption you would make about Christians is probably not true about my perspective on things.
Okay, that's interesting. So, in particular, connecting to how your viewers are split, I made a couple of videos on the gender equality paradox, which is basically an empirical evidence that Dr. Peterson cites in multiple debates. And basically, it's the empirical phenomena that in countries that are more gender equal, according to the using as a measure of gender equality the GGGEI, there actually tends to be more differences in preferences in career choices between men and women. And it's paradoxical because maybe that's the opposite of what that one would expect. That's the paradoxical nature of this phenomena, and it's interesting. Jordan Peterson uses it as a way to argue for the biological hypothesis and the differences between genders. So basically, he says since we have this empirical observation, since we we notice this paradoxical fact. One possible explanation, and for him the strongest and probably maybe the only realistic one, is that in countries where there's more gender equality, the intrinsic differences between females and men can be exhibited, can be free to flourish. So this is actually not a paradox, but it's actually to be expected, because if there are these intrinsic biological differences, countries get more gender equal, and then these differences should showcase more in the general population.
Right.
And I made 2 videos.
One pushback I'll give you maybe right away that a lot of people give, because I think it's important to flesh out the countering positions to this. So there's one that somebody brought up. It's just a theory. I have no evidence for it, but I thought it was an interesting take, which is that perhaps the reason why we see the gender equality paradox is that in less equal societies, women utilize certain workplaces, particularly often more male-dominant ones, to climb the equality chain and gain more equality, whereas in a more equal society, they don't have the pressure to kind of climb the economic hierarchy to
There's
achieve
only
equality
one
status.
type of eel.
So I'd be curious what your thought would be on that. Also, thank you, Laby Ryan, for the subscription. I appreciate it.
I think that's in line what Jordan Peterson would say. Jordan Peterson would like say what you've just said is in line with what he's saying, because you're saying in countries where there's maybe you're not exactly saying that. You're saying that the countries which are economically disadvantaged, women would be kind of foregoing their own biological tendencies to go into jobs that where you earn more. And yeah, Jordan Peterson would probably he could agree with you completely in that regard, and it's certainly a possibility. So I made 2 videos on this topic because, first because it seems like nobody's been talking about this, and it seems quite interesting to me. But then because I wanted to push back a bit against the Jordan Peterson claim.
Right.
Yeah, I just. The other hypothesis, I mean, I think on one hand it's good that he brings up these studies and this fact. It's certainly a positive to have every point of view represented, and it's certainly a very natural point of view to have, in my opinion. It seems like a natural hypothesis.
Jordan Peterson's hypothesis, or the one that I just suggested?
Yeah. They're different, but they both kind of agree in a sense, because your one is saying if countries are economically disadvantaged, then in those countries women are pressured to go into higher paying jobs, and then Jordan Peterson might add because they're foregoing their natural inclinations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess it's not a total pushback on his theory. It's just kind of a different explanation than perhaps I've ever heard him give. I haven't heard him refer to that theory precisely, which is why I thought it was interesting.
Yeah. And there's a number of other hypotheses that are around in the literature. And so the fact is that the gender equality paradox was discovered, like I think in 2000. There was some studies before this, but it's a very recent discovery. And the point of videos I made is we shouldn't rush to conclusions in this extremely difficult subject to distinguish what variables, what inclinations are the same between men and women, if they're due to nature or nurture. It's because nature and nurture are irredeemably intertwined. So it's very hard to distinguish these two. Even through, like, we don't really have reliable methodological ways to distinguish nature and nurture. I mean, some do studies on newborn babies, for example, because newborn babies haven't engaged in culture yet, to try to gain if there's some differences there. Others rely to the cross-cultural approach, but the cross-cultural approach is not the be all end all to these kinds of questions, because even if we have a preference that is represented in 100% of the cultures across the globe, it doesn't necessarily mean that that preference is a result of biology. Yeah. I mean, for example,
it could be the case that in these egalitarian countries, we still have a stereotype that kind of connects masculinity to STEM, which is still causing a bias. Even in these egalitarian, it's possible that the stereotypes contributing to the separation is actually still alive and well, even in a more egalitarian country.
yeah, yeah, and yeah. So I was wondering. So first of all, where do you stand on this? You're like agnostic on the gender equality paradox, on the biological differences between men and women. And we can agree there's biological differences in physical
Phenotypic expressions.
Yeah,
I
we
mean,
can agree on that.
yeah, I would never want to just like do away with biology, right? Like it is self-evident that there are going to be phenotypic expressions that differ because of differing chromosomes. Like that is just somewhat self-evident. The problem is that like when we try to reduce really, really complex systems like socioculture representation of gender down to purely endogenous things, it feels very reductionist. But I feel like I guess I get in this weird position because most of my life, in my personal life, I'm really fighting against more of that kind of very fundamental biological essentialist perspective. But then when I get into the academic sphere, I have to like, it feels like I'm like almost pulling people back and being like, okay, but like heritability and like polygenetic expression and stuff are still like inherently somewhat biological, right? It is somewhat like it would make sense that an XY chromosome would have certain effects on how like just hormones that are available in the brain. It seems to be that there are a little bit of developmental differences between like young boys and young girls. But I think like being super heavily biologically essentialist on this is unwise because I absolutely like validate the experience of trans individuals, right? And these are individuals whose experiences somewhat like create issues within a purely biological essentialist position. And I'm very, very pro-trans. And I don't think that they're just like making something up at all. So, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's the same perspective to have. And oh yeah, by the way, I didn't say this at the start of the conversation, but I told you privately, but maybe just for the audience too. I wanted to talk with you because you seemed like a very level-headed, sane individual, and I think online politics, needs people that can navigate these discussions even without adding vitriol, without adding excessive edginess. I mean, I think there's a space for discussing things discussing politics in a more calm and maybe not safe space is not the correct word, but in a calmer way. And it seems like from what I see, what you've been doing up until now kind of embodies what I'm saying. But turning back to GP, our favorite intellectual that everybody talks about on the internet because he's like one of the biggest figures in online politics. Yeah, so I think the two biggest. So I've been looking at this thing quite in depth at these differences in biology and nurture between males and females, and
broadly or in a very psychological way.
No, I've been looking at the research. That's what I mean. I've been looking at the research because I just happened that my first political video was on Jordan Peterson and this fact. So then I felt compelled. To actually understand it very, very well. And so we're looking at a lot of the research. And I think the two most important pieces of evidence that support a biological difference in preferences, because this is really the matter regarding what Jordan Peterson is saying. Jordan Peterson says that there's a difference in preferences between male and females. So for example, he often cites the fact that females like people, while males like objects. And this is one of the differences that is found the most in cross-cultural studies. And I mean, the two biggest pieces of evidence that make me think there might be a biological explanation, but I still think it's way too early to say anything about it. Well, anyway, these two pieces of evidence are the fact that these differences in preferences have remained stable over time across I think from the 60s to the data sets go from the 1960s, 1965s to 2000s. So they've remained stable across a span of time in which the role of women in society has changed somewhat.
Yeah, it's an important
And
period
this
actually that you capture there. Kind of, it's like at the cusp of like the major like social revolution and civil rights revolution in the '60s. So I think it's a really important time to capture. And you're saying the evidence that stays consistent over time, would that be specifically the like preference evidence, or yeah?
But specifically, it's the object person difference. So I think there's more preferences that remain stable, but this is one I remember. I think it's the objects person differences is the one
like as babies
remains stable.
Are you talking about like the baby,
Yeah,
baby selection? Young female children seem to select toy dolls with faces, whereas male children seem to more often choose cars, trucks, and stuff like that, and that's been stable over time.
That's a great question. Actually, I don't think it's in the baby studies, because the baby studies, I believe, there's only been a couple of those baby studies, and of course, those baby studies are pretty interesting because maybe I'll just explain for the audience. What they do is they put these babies in front of the faces. They put female and male babies, infant babies, in front of the faces, in front of a face and an object, and then they measure how much time does the baby look at the face of a person and at the object and what they have discovered in these couple of studies they've done that need replications is that the females tend to look more time at the faces, while males I think look equally at both, and I think so. There's a discrepancy there. There's some kind of discrepancy. And but I don't think these are the studies that the data points I think that I'm referring to from the 1960s to the 2000s are mostly studies I think on self-reported preferences in adolescents or adults, I believe.
And preferences for
and
what?
For objects in the objects person difference. So if I believe they give them a questionnaire that says that kind of measures how much they like objects or versus how much they like people. And I think this is so these studies have been done in adolescents, and so not infants, only a couple of studies. But the reason why this I think is important to understand is because the time variable is more important, in my opinion, than the country variable. So all countries are highly dependent on one another. You can't really treat them as independent random variables. They share culture. Their culture gets intertwined, and they all have a general patriarchal past. I mean, not using that term in the moralistic term that sometimes gets used in the left. I'm just saying they have a common past. So while if you look at differences through time, I think those differences through time are actually more relevant. They're more relevant to capture if something is biological or is due to environment. And so some would say like this is a really important piece of evidence for biological hypothesis. But we have to even keep in mind that women have been living in an environment that was dominated by males for, I don't know, 4,000, 5,000 years.
Right.
And maybe half a century, half century maybe is not enough to gauge if there's going to be a convergence in these preferences.
Right. So I'm going
So
to posit two separate things too that I've thought a fair bit about. First of all, epigenetics, as I'm sure you're aware, is really beginning to make waves, not just in biology, but it's trickling now into the other fields that are kind of biologically rooted. And so, of course, it's trickling into psychological studies. And we're kind of re-looking at heritability studies and everything to kind of go, okay, well, if we look at heritability, we try to include now three major factors, which is just environmental effects. We try to look at just genetic pure effects, but then also the epigenetic nature interaction of how like nature can trigger certain genetic effects. And also we try to look at like shared and unshared environmental things. So epigenetics has thrown like a whole kicker in on all this issue. One of the questions though, when I think about gender preferences for certain things, because I think like I'm willing to basically give the benefit of the doubt and say, let's just say for the sake of argument that is descriptively true, that there is just, it seems to be kind of a biological preference for certain gendered things. My question is, I wonder to what extent, first of all, kind of epigenetic natural pressure selection on women have somewhat informed this, because we've had a very dominantly patriarchal society. I would argue until that really began to erode around like the 50s and 60s, we saw a major erosion in that. And patriarchal societies absolutely selected for women to be certain types of things, caregivers and whatnot, which is somewhat biologically informed. They're the only ones that can care babies and stuff like that. But also that also became gendered expressions where we wanted women to be certain beauty aesthetics, which was oftentimes slimmer and smaller than men, right? And so I often wonder if a lot of these preferences are, maybe they're biologically informed, but it's because, again, of like kind of somewhat patriarchal pressures to women's genetics to some extent.
Yeah, I completely agree with what you just said. It's these effects first are very hard to study, and there certainly is a chance that there's big effects in these regards. And oh, by the way, I just want to say I'm a PhD in statistics. It doesn't mean it doesn't mean I should be taken as an expert on these things, since they don't really they're not part of what I did in my PhD. So I just wanted to say I'm not an authority. We're just two people chatting here. Just this is for the sake of the audience, mostly.
It's not therapy, guys.
Yeah, exactly. It's not therapy. Nobody's going to jail. Nobody's going to get their license revoked here. Yeah. So no, I think you make a great point. You make a great point, and yeah, I would have nothing to say about that. The point, I think we're basically in agreement with what we're saying is that these kinds of differences, it's going to be hard to really understand. I mean, we both acknowledge that there's a possibility that there can be biological differences in preferences, and there certainly are biological differences between male and female at the level of physical expressions, physical ability. But gauging exactly if these preferences are due to biology is going to be hard, and there's epigenetic effects, and yeah. So just to mention another piece of evidence that is usually just to steelman the opposing view, let's say, to play devil's advocate a bit. I don't know if you've seen these studies on people who have congenital adrenal hyperplasia. Know anything about?
I've heard it mentioned, but it's probably worth just like catching me up. I've definitely heard specifically this syndrome mentioned, but I'm by no means a specialist on it.
Yeah, so it's basically a condition in which a baby is exposed to an abnormal amount of androgens before being born. So there's an abnormal exposure of prenatal androgens before birth. And these people who have this congenital adrenal hyperplasia, if they're a female, for example, at birth they might exhibit some male traits. So maybe their genitals are configured in such a way that they look like the opposite sex genitals at birth. And if the condition is left untreated, they really look they have the archetypal image of a male. Like they get all these male traits by
Right.
if you
They
look at them.
express
If the
as
condition is,
male, but they're chromosomally female. Yeah.
thank you. And so what's the interest in these the interest in people who have congenital adrenal hyperplasia regarding what we're talking about is that apparently females who have this condition exhibit a series of traits or preferences that are more in line with what we see in males. So they seem to prefer objects instead of faces, and maybe they seem to be more competitive, less agreeable. But I've seen a bunch of these studies, but it's unclear to me. It's unclear to me with these studies. So first, have I explained myself? So why this is relevant?
Yeah,
to our
I think
discussion?
so, right? Because the question is basically like, to some extent, this is separating like, to what extent are biological preferences informed by chromosomes, and to what extent would they be informed actually by like sex hormones, which are at play constantly all the time. So CAH individuals give this really interesting case study because we have chromosomally females that are expressing from an adrenal output of lots of basically not testosterone but basically male hormones, and then they begin to show male traditional preferences as well, and they visually they look more masculine, right? I'm seeing that they get masculine facial hair, deepening of voice, no periods, certain things like that. So usually these individuals identify as being, if they're chromosomally female, as male until they find out kind of later. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, yeah, that's basically the gist of it. I don't know if that's exactly the same condition as I was talking about, but it's certainly the idea is certainly the same. So these studies are usually brought to support the biological explanation. So basically, the idea is okay. So these children have these abnormal androgens that usually males have, even if they're female, and look, they exhibit all these preferences that male have. So maybe there is a biological explanation. But first of all, in these studies, there's still some things that one must consider. I think so. The first thing is that if you're born and you exhibit all these male traits, how is your environment going to treat you? Is it going to treat you as if you were a female, or as if as a male as you exhibit these traits? So some of these studies have tried to control for this environmental effect by looking at how the parents behave, and actually the parents seem to behave as one would expect. So actually, they behave they behave in an exaggerated way with the way which one would expect. So they try to push their child into the direction of the gender the sex they were assigned at birth.
So the chromosome sex, correct?
Yeah, the chromosome sex. Yeah, so they try to push them. They try to at least, for example, if they're a female, they try to give them female toys. So they try to go outside the barrier that's given by their appearances. But one must also consider that there's not only the parents in the life. I mean, the parents know. The parents are people who know that there's this condition, but
Right.
all the other rest of the environment really doesn't know. Um, so these studies are, I think, I would say they're one of the biggest points of that support the biological explanation, but I wouldn't call them definitive. I mean, looking at them, they don't give me the idea of like of anything definitive.
They
I don't know
mostly
if I.
actually add nuance to me that like when we talk about like sex and gender and all these things, like oftentimes I think our culture is broadly willing to accept that gender is a much more like culturally informed, more amorphous thing that has like more of a spectrum. Whereas it seems like mostly when we talk about sex, people are pretty binary in that they're like male, female, but even more than that, they're pretty binary in that they're like it's kind of genitalia, right? But the reality is that when we get like individuals with congenital adrenal hyperplasia, is that we actually can tease sex as part as like being like, is sex chromosomal expression? Is it genitalia expression? Is it phenotypic expression, right? Because if you appear male in all ways, right, you've got body hair, you've got facial hair, you've got a deepened voice, you're putting on muscle at a like more dense rate, you're getting bigger, right? You're going to be treated as though your sex is not your genitalia or necessarily your chromosomes, but the way that you're expressing potentially. And so it brings all these interesting questions into like not just like what is gender, but what is sex, which I feel like is a less teased apart conversation.
Oh, yeah. I think I'm not an expert on that conversation, but the difference between sex and gender. I'm not sure when was the difference between sex and gender introduced. You know? It's not that
Academically
important.
or culturally? Because academically, probably 10 to 15 years before culturally it was introduced.
Yeah, well, that's usually how it goes. No, but yeah. So I would agree with you that I'm not an expert on this difference between sex and gender. Is the main reason why it was introduced to deal with trans individuals to kind
Um,
of differentiate their sex from their gender.
So,
So if a person,
Money is the original kind of, it's a sexologist who basically made a terminological distinction between biological sex and gender role. Um, it was made in the 1970s. I would say I didn't really even start hearing it until like mid 2000s myself. Um, it's not, I guess I can go into the etymology, but I think the historical concept was, yeah, to kind of deal with sexuality specifically, because he was a sexologist. So that would be
yeah,
my guess. Yeah.
yeah. Well, um, I think this kind of brings that would bring one to a discussion on trans individuals that we can have. I'm a big supporter of trans rights too, and I think this differences between sex and gender actually puts much of a debate at rest, at least in my opinion,
Mm-hmm.
because okay, you can have a sex at birth, but then we can have the gender category of female, and it can be broadly applied to people who fit into that gender category, since we don't, since categories in science get created all the time, and the creation of these categories is. Um, I think there's something that yeah, this is actually something that maybe we should touch upon, because I don't know, the general population sometimes doesn't seem to catch on to this. They think like male and female, they're like objective truths, but actually every word we introduce in science gets modified all the time, and the modifications. The way we choose these words and the way we modify these words is at least in my opinion, always done in the name of efficiency and utility, so human happiness. But first, I wanted to maybe we can get into this because I think it's an interesting conversation to have, and we're both on the same side of this conversation. We seem to be agreeing, but I wanted to cite some evidence that actually supported the environmental hypothesis in the differences in preferences between the male and females. And one I think that's quite interesting is that in matrilinear societies, these are societies. So apparently it's interesting because I didn't know that matrilineal societies actually existed before reading some research. So there's some societies across the world that, of course, these are small groups of people as much
Yeah,
as far
it's
as
a
I
much
can
less
tell.
it's much more uncommon, and it seems to be kind of select tribal groups that we see a much more traditionally matrilineal kind of system that's organized.
Yeah, and if you study, apparently, if you study females in these societies, for example, females tend to be more competitive. They don't tend to be agreeable. They don't tend to be as agreeable as studying women in Western societies or in patriarchal societies. And they tend and they exhibit features that one wouldn't expect. So this is a piece of evidence that, for example, maybe females are not biologically more agreeable than men. And another piece of evidence that I think was really interesting is that through time, some studies have found a convergence in gender preferences. For example, there's a convergence through time in alcohol consumption between male and females. So consumption of alcohol was basically all skewed in the male direction up until the 1960s, 1970s, maybe 1980s, and then there's gradually starting to be a convergence in this regard. And if one would have studied the populations, human populations before the 1960s, let's say the 1950s, then one might have said, "Oh yeah, this alcohol consumption is due to biology because for all these years we've had alcohol, females have never particularly engaged with the booze, with drinking." But actually, this could be another reason to support an environmental explanation between the difference in preferences between the genders. So I just wanted to bring these two studies out because I thought they were cute and interesting.
So in the matriarchal studies, did they find that these women in these tribes were testing more towards what we would maybe expect a traditional male average to be for agreeableness? Is that what was found?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
that's
the women were
my
more
recollection.
disagreeable and the men were more highly agreeable in these matriarchal societies?
Yeah, I can tell you exactly let's see. I can tell you exactly what measure was used because I've written it down here. So,
because what that could potentially imply then is that it's not so much agreeability is determined at all by sex or gender or anything. It's determined by like rising the hierarchical social structure, essentially. And like to rise the hierarchical social structure, regardless of whether it's a patriarchy or matriarchy, requires high levels of disagreeableness. Is possible.
Yeah.
That's a possible. That's like literally me just theorizing it. That's not science. Just in case anyone's like, that's a fact. That's me theorizing right now. I'm like, that could be a possible interpretation when you combine all
we're both just theorizing. Yeah, we're both just theorizing right now, and I think it's very important. Like what we're doing right now, we're having a conversation. We're not saying this is biological. This is due to environmental effects, and unfortunately, in the realm of online politics, I mean, this is probably the nature of politics, is that what happens a lot is that people say, "Oh no, this is 100% biological. This is 100% environmental." And the more you go onto the extremes of the two axes of a political spectrum, you tend to get on the left the side that, "Oh no, everything is environmental. Human beings are a tabula rasa, they're a blank slate." And the more you go to the right, it's like no, biologically determines nearly everything that a human being can do. I wanted to find the scale that it's not called M scale, but it's called the BEM sex role inventory. So basically, it's another self questionnaire, if I recall correctly, and they ask some questions that, that should be a good proxy for agreeableness and competitiveness. So these are questions that act as a proxy for, yeah. And so these are two studies that I thought were interesting. But if you want, we can even talk about what I was saying before on the on the transsexual issue. So what's your thoughts on? Do you think a trans female is a female?
Sorry. So when we're saying transsexual, I just want to be clear. Are we talking about like people who are maybe chromosomally female, but their genitalia seems to be somewhere in between? Like, are you talking about like intersex people who then like kind of firmly decide and maybe augment, or are you talking about transgenderism? So like more traditionally, like what we would view transgender individuals to be. Just to clarify what we're talking about.
Yeah, the definition I was thinking about was people who was assigned a certain sex at birth, but then did not recognize themselves in the sex they were assigned at birth, so they have a different gender from the sex they were assigned. I was going with this definition.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify just so that we were not talking past each other first. Yeah, I mean, I would say like woman is a gendered term, and woman is therefore deeply just informed by what culture views it as. I would say there is no obvious reason to me why trans women are not women, and so I am completely content to include them in kind of that status, basically.
Okay, and let's say I'm devil advocating my position, and I tell you there's I don't know, I can actually think about the conservative argument. What's the argument against this that conservatives give?
Often there's biological essentialism, or they'll say like, well, if they're just women, why are we putting trans in front of it?
Yeah. So, but that's to differentiate the fact that they were born with a sex they don't identify with. It doesn't mean they can't belong to the category of woman. I guess I think the interesting thing here is that when people think about the category of a woman, as I was saying before, they think about this objective fact that scientists use this category as if it was an objective measure of reality. But as scientists, we come up with these terms, and these terms change over time. So maybe I can give an example for the audience that can be interesting. So say I'm a scientist and we discover a subclass of berries, and we say, okay, there's we just discover these berries, but as soon as we discover them, they're not immediately berries. They're just something we've discovered that looks like a berry. And so then we say, okay, does this belong to the category of a berry? And we look at, we start to measure them, we start to see, are they poisonous? We start to see, do they have a certain, or all the other variables that the berry would have? And then we say, okay, so maybe it's a case, we don't invent a new category for these berries. At a certain point, maybe a scientist says, okay, we don't seem to have the need to invent a new word. Let's say sberries for these berries. No, they seem to belong to a pre-existing category. And the reason we do this is a reason of efficiency and utility. We don't create different names for every single object there is in nature. We group them, we group these into categories, and we do this for the sake of efficiency and utility. So ultimately, human happiness. We want to be efficient when we talk to other people. And I think much of a trans debate can be solved if one recognizes this fact that if you expand the category of a woman to include trans people, you're just reducing all the baggage and suffering that comes from not recognizing these individuals, not having empathy for them and for their condition. Like we don't seem to have a way uh, to make them accept them, to to make them to make them identify with the gender they've been assigned at birth.
Right.
They just there's not
I was gonna say, if
there's
I
not an
can jump
easy.
in, I think one issue that I
Yeah.
take when I talk with conservatives about gender labels is because what you're describing is essentially labels have multiple functions. One of them is descriptive, right? And what you're talking about is descriptive labels. The issue is that once we look at society, labels also have prescriptions. They tell you, they inform you of the way that you're supposed to interact with something, right? So if I point at a room and it's an ambiguous room that's got some tables and some chairs set up, and I say that's a classroom, what that label is going to do is it's going to not just descriptively tell you what's maybe going on in there, but it's prescriptively also going to tell you how you should act, the way you should engage in it, what are the social norms and rules that are expected with it, right? So same thing with the word woman, right? When we say woman, yes, there's a descriptive purpose to it, but there's also a prescriptive purpose to it. And when we don't include trans women into women, we're excluding them from the prescriptions of how we treat it, right? Which is essentially, there is certain things in the way that you treat women, the way that they express, the way that we broadly seem to like associate with people, because being gendered is a deeply, even like linguistically important thing. It even prescribes just the pronouns that you use for an individual, right? And so I think what a lot of conservatives miss in the trans conversation is they get caught up on the descriptor and they're not really willing to like budge on it. And I'm like, okay, potentially, but the issue is that if the prescription isn't working for these individuals, or maybe the prescription is identical, then it's worth using the label because it informs people about how to interact with them. And we do that from a somewhat humanitarian element.
Yeah, and I agree with what you're saying, but I would go even a step further that in saying that the descriptive label is not as fixed as conservatives might think.
No, it's constantly
Like,
being updated.
yeah, even the descriptive, like the prescriptive is societal, the prescriptive one, the societal one, of course, is changes all the time. But even the descriptive scientific one
Yep.
is not immutable, and yeah,
You
no,
could,
but
you
yeah,
could even argue that, like, when we're saying woman, that is our broad category. And then we add certain adjectives and whatnot to basically fine tune and make the descriptor more precise, right? So, for example, if I say woman, you might think of some vague things. But if I say a cis white woman, okay, well, now you are informed about a couple of more descriptive facts that are true about this individual. Biologically, what our sex is, right? It's the same like what I was doing with sex, where I said, well, we have sex, but then I
There's
might say
only one type of
chromosomal
veal.
sex. And chromosomal sex actually means something a little bit different than just the category. It's within it, but it's not the same thing. Whereas if I say genitalia sex, again, that again informs something. So the same when I say a trans woman, I'm saying it is within the women category, and it's informing you on certain things that are important to that person's identity. Just like if I said a black woman, right, that would inform you about certain things about that person's identity. But by no means would we say black women aren't women, right? I really hate when people try to be like, trans women aren't women, because why would you put trans there? And I'm like, well, like sometimes we say white women. Are we saying now white women aren't women? Like, that's not how descriptors work at all. Just because we're precising up the language doesn't mean that we're just like reducing them from the general category.
yeah. So
And
you
thanks for the
you would
subscription,
consider
Evan.
yourself
Sorry.
nothing. So you would consider yourself on the left
Um,
politically?
I don't know if the left would take me either. I would say yes. I would say I'm demonstrably on the left. Yeah, center left.
Yeah, and okay, because I realize we're going to agree. We're going to agree a lot about this. So I was actually thinking about some curiosities I had about the world of online politics. So what do you think up until now? What's your experience been in these weeks getting into this world? Because I'm thinking about jumping into, but there's kind of some anxiety elements to it because it's not easy. It's not easy to be, in front of a screen, debating Mr. Girl who's like saying, who's really passionate about what he's saying, and
Yeah.
I don't know. I personally, I think I would get a bit flustered at times. I don't know if I could keep. I think there's a learning curve to it. Are you
Yeah.
experiencing this kind of learning curve?
It's been very weird. So I'm like a true born academic. And I've never a lot of people in academic spaces feel like this imposter syndrome, right? And I never really felt that, but school has always been very much home for me. Like school was, even growing up, it was like the safest place for me just because my family home dynamic was really, really like tense. And so school was a place, and like I also grew up going to church, and I was a very not ideal church female because I would argue with the pastors and like be like, fuck you, I'll wear what I want, and like didn't give a fuck about any of the rules because I'm a decently disagreeable female as well. And so school has always been like home for me. And so I never experienced imposter syndrome in academia. I always did really well. I've excelled at school, got along with profs really well, connected with my peers well. And it's been weird being in the Twitch sphere and feeling imposter syndrome in like a way I've never have experienced before. And I wouldn't have expected, where I'm like, I feel like I'm informed, but people come up with like just very, because I've done a lot of debate in academic spheres. I've done lots and lots of graduate level seminars where we just fucking go at each other, tearing apart methodology, tearing apart positions. But fundamentally, the argument comes down to like data at the end of the day. And so I always felt pretty strong because I just like, I'm willing to kind of sleuth through data. And also like there, it feels like in academic spheres there's space to be wrong, because it's just like if you just like run into like this person has more data, you can just be like, oh, okay, they have more data, so like anyways they're correct, and then like you can kind of like move on. Whereas it feels like for a lot of in the Twitch sphere, it's like if you're wrong, not only you're wrong, but you're a fucking moron idiot, and you maybe are also a
Oh
bad
yeah,
person. So
yeah,
there's like
yeah.
that intimidation of like, okay, well, like that's just something I have to get over, being like, I'm just gonna be wrong. Of course I am. I'm going to be incorrect about things.
Yeah.
My education is like, I some of it is going to be older that I've just kind of assumed to be true, that prof said, and then I'm going to be like, oh, there's actually new data that my prof like I guess wasn't aware of, that I wasn't informed on, so I was wrong when I said that, right? Um,
Yeah.
it's been
So,
largely, yeah, intimidating from that end, which has been an unexpected experience to like feel like I'm almost in high school again, getting like judged.
no, 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 I feel the same when I make my videos, and then I have every time I publish a video, I go back and I say, oh, I could have said this better. And you know, there's some really smart viewers. Like, there's a lot of viewers that are really intelligent, they're smart, and they can really, first, they can help you in a personal growth sense. Like, they can give you comments, and they can make you aware of facts you didn't know. And the internet has so many eyes on it. So when I make a video, or even in this talk, you know, maybe there's something I said that's not 100% correct, and then there's going to be that guy in the comment who's going to email me and say, "You're a fucking moron. You don't know anything." So it's there's really a lot of scrutiny. It's even higher than the academic setting, because in an academic setting, there's a much more politeness. Let's say people, yeah, they'll disagree, and sometimes we either fight on something, but there's a limit. There's this politeness boundary, let's say,
Yeah. I was
and
explaining it
that
to my prof recently because he's very anti-social media. He's very shy, and he was my supervisor for my undergrad, and just a brilliant researcher. And him and I just like stay in touch. And I was like letting him know. He's like, "Well, how are you feeling about it?" And I was like, "Well, it's basically like a peer review process, but sped up. And every single day, you're getting more feedback about how your fucking paper sucks. But also, think when you're getting peer review, you get a lot more nice comments as well. So you kind of have to like balance them. I try not to like get like preoccupied with the overly negative, because I think a lot of people who get on stream, they talk about like all their haters, but then when you actually like look through the comments, it's like not even 10% of the people commenting. I think
yeah,
if I started
absolutely.
getting like more than 50% of people who like really fucking hated me, I'd mostly be like, okay, my ideas clearly aren't very live to my audience, and I should probably honestly reevaluate that. Like that would honestly be a critique. But like when it's 10%, I think you just like have to accept that, and they can be as savage as a peer reviewer, but it's every day, so you just have to like get used to that.
Yeah, but it's exciting in its own right, because the peer review process can be quite slow, and sometimes you're like waiting for these peer reviews. You're waiting. You send this paper. You don't get anything back, and in the internet, it's like so much faster.
Yeah, it's
And
like
a lot of the comments, you have to yeah, you have to learn to disregard a lot of the comments, because they're not actually good peer review. But then there's some nuggets of comments of truth that actually good peer review and will help you.
Yeah, I've been
And
astounded by my
so
commenters. I have learned so much from like people commenting and stuff. Like, I don't know if I just like have the most educated sphere or if I'm just giving all of my commenters like way more benefit of the doubt, but I feel like I've learned so much. I like really do try to bring their perspectives in because I definitely am of the view like I'm not any smarter than the rest of them. I just like happen to have the platform. And I'm educated, so I
yeah, I
like, can
think
bring
that's
in
what.
some of that personal experience piece.
Yeah, I think that humility is what brings in viewers that are intelligent. Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah, actually, I believe this. Yeah.
Maybe being way too
No,
nice to my
yeah,
viewers. You're all dumb. Just kidding.
no, but humility is really important even in academia. But it doesn't seem to be valued that much in internet politics. That's why when I saw you, but it's not only you. There's even other content creators, but that content creators that are humble are not really that valued at the moment. I think in online politics, and I really hope they can be, no, they can make way to they can get some space and yeah.
I
So
feel like there's a lot
so one of
more
the things,
professional posturing in academia. I'm going to push back. I don't think academics are more humble. I think academics are actually like insidiously some of the most prideful people. As an academic who's like been exposed a lot to like more like working class people recently, I've like really had to like check myself at being like, holy shit, I kind of have ivory tower syndrome a little bit, and like that's actually like not a good look at all. I would say academics veil their pride very professionally, but I haven't come across many who. There are definitely some that are super humble. I've had incredible graduate profs and whatnot, and supervisors who are like brilliant and also like humble. But I've certainly had professors who are not at all humble in any
yeah,
way.
okay, yeah, let me be a bit more precise because probably I misspoke. I 100%, 1000 fucking percent agree with what you just said. Academia is full of people who are really full of themselves. But what I meant to say is that humility is really important in academia to do good research. It's really important in a sense to do good research. I don't know if I misspoke previously, but it's really important to be a good academic. And it's something that in academia is sometimes sorely lacking too. I 1000% agree. So if I misspoke previously, yeah, I was actually getting triggered that I said something stupid, so stupid that in academia people don't have big egos because they certainly have huge egos.
You just got to get
And
used to being wrong on Twitch. It's fine. You just have to be confident about it. That's what I've noticed. Some people are very confidently like incorrect, and I was like buying into it because they're so firm about what they say, and then I like
yeah,
analyze it, and I'm like, I don't think there's any evidence. And I'm like, do you have any evidence for this? And they're like, well, no. And I'm like, oh, okay. So you're just like really confident about something that you literally have no
yeah.
evidence for.
So actually, one thing I do in my channel is that I review debates, and the way I do it, I try to strip all the rhetoric down, and I try to only bring forward the arguments. I think that's a very important exercise to engage critically with what's going on in the Twitch sphere. And as you said, like when I do this and I'm editing like these videos late at night, and some of these people are so confident, saying the most absurd stuff. I'm like, what? And I can't even. Sometimes I can't even formulate the argument. I can't even put the argument in premise, conclusion form because they're just like stating the conclusion so confidently and vigorously that's just what they're doing. But they seem convincing, and sometimes the first time I watch the debate, I'm like, oh yeah, this seems like they both have some points. And then when I analyze it, I scrutinize it. It's absurd. We have such a bias as humans to value appearances and rhetoric and confidence. And doing this exercise of looking at these debates online, it really made me appreciate this bias I have, and all humans have.
Yeah.
And more to it, I must say another thing that I think is important that because I started to do analyzing these debates, I got to engage with content that wasn't the usual type of content I would engage with. So usually I would only engage with left-wing content creators, let's say, because I wanted to understand the positions of conservative people, on people on both ends of the spectrum. I got into I got acquainted and I got acquainted with people, with content creators that are more conservative, and if you start looking at videos, let's say of even Jordan Peterson as before, you start to see like, oh, he's a human being, he's good intentioned, and by the way, nearly everybody has good intentions. Like this is something I noticed that nearly everybody that engages in politics, I mean, this is something at least I feel is good-willed, has good intentions. And watching content creators that are different than your usual content creator, you realize how much you can be swayed only by the fact that there's a human being that's talking to you and he seems nice. It's more powerful than people suspect. This is my take on it.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I don't know if I
So
believe that everyone has good intentions, but we don't have to get into like this like kind of more meta moral debate. I'm very dubious of that. I think people like broadly have neutral to somewhat self-interested intentions, but I don't think self-interested is necessarily bad. Because when we say self-interested, we think selfish, which is kind of like traditionally viewed as a negative trait. And I don't view it
yeah,
that way, but I don't, I think like good intentions to me, like, I guess like I'm maybe willing to say they all have good intentions, but just because they're good intentions doesn't mean they're like well informed, right? Like it makes me think of like, I remember working at a church for a little while, not working at a church, sorry, being part of like this church community is like part of like what like led to me being like, okay, fuck, I need to like take some space from church for a while, but like they really wanted to like help homeless individuals who had been working with for a long time, and they wanted to make them dry soup packs. And I was like, they're homeless, like where are they going to make the soup, what are they going to do with it? Like a lot of them I know because I like talked with homeless people and like laughed with them because I told the homeless like some of my homeless clients about it, and they're like, oh, I would for sure try to like sell that to somebody as like some sort of like powder drug or something, because like they don't have anything to like they don't have the cooking implements needed to like turn dry soup base into like something like meaningful. Like that's not really addressing their needs, even though it's really well intended, right? So like maybe
yeah,
people are well
yeah.
intended. I don't know. I'm very neutral on that. But yeah.
Okay, I think we've finally found the topic of disagreement, and on this good intention thing. At least, I actually think I've read some research on this. I think even Noam Chomsky maybe talked about this a bit. But I think like humans have this, like humans need to feel like they they are good.
Yes.
They have
Yes.
at least most. So we have this need to feel like what I'm doing is good. It serves the general group, and so it, I believe. I mean, at least I believe. I mean, this research is not definitive, I would say, but at least I believe that most people, when they're doing things, they really believe that this, especially when they go on the internet and expose themselves to thousands and thousands of people that are going to watch, they're going to scrutinize every single little thing they do. I think a little minority is doing it for money and for fame. I think most people are doing it thinking, "Oh, I want to do good," but maybe we're actually in agreement because you said that there are good intentions, but actually people are just ill-informed. So
Um,
we should.
I think we lie to ourselves about our good intentions, right? Like there's kind of that famous case study of like lots of like serial murderers will always try to like paint and justify explanations for why they've done something as some sort of moral and just action, right? Like humans are extremely motivated broadly to view ourselves in somewhat of a positive light, bearing basically very, very few select people who are like so deep in self-loathing that they actively and actually view themselves negatively. Even most people who like don't like themselves also want to be viewed in a good light, and they'll get defensive if you make certain claims that they don't think are true about their character, right? My issue, I guess, is that like I just because you're like just because you are saying that you're intending well, I think a lot of times like there isn't a lot of motivation in our culture to own up when you're not intending well, right? Like I absolutely have sometimes said shit because I was like, I fucking hate this person and I want to make them feel dumb, right? And that's not a good intention. That's a terrible intention. It's kind of shitty, right? And we do this all the time. I think a lot of times people go on autopilot, and so they mostly are somewhat self-preserving. And so those people, I think, like I just give them neutral intentions. Even if I say somebody has a bad intention, it doesn't mean that I like moralize that individual. I really try to reduce the morality from it, unless somebody is consistently choosing to do bad things with bad intentions over and over and over again because they're just malicious and want to cause harm. But it's like, even like people who were like Nazi guards viewed themselves as well intended. They believed that they were doing a good cause. The issue is that it's like, I don't really care. I care to some extent when your intentions are, because they certainly matter. If you're genuinely just intending to do harm because you're sick and malicious, like that's a very unique state. But most people intend to do well, and they don't anyways. And so that would be my main contention with this.
Yeah, no, I don't care either. I mean, I don't care either. Like, I'm willing. I think most people that do politics are good intentions, but have good intentions, but that's not an excuse. I mean, if you're saying some fucked up shit, I mean, there's no excuse, even if you have good intentions. I mean, you should be criticized, yeah, and you should be challenged. Um, I think the little bit I would push back on what you just said is that the first examples you cited were people who were doing selfish things, but like serial killers, or like you saying something bad about somebody. That's something, of course, everybody engages in. I engage in that too. But when you're recording a YouTube video, like when you're recording a YouTube video or doing something that's so, you're not in a mental state where like you're angry or you're sexually aroused, or you're like deliberately planning to do something. And I think it becomes harder to be. I mean, at least unless you're not doing it for money, which I don't think most people do when they get into the. I mean, there's simpler ways to do money than to get into the politics arena. So, in this sense, I would push back a bit with your first examples, but maybe I would agree with a Nazi guard. Let's say that
Yeah,
he
that's
probably
fair.
thinks he's good.
And, I've worked with a lot of people who have lost their children because of abuse and neglect, right? I've worked with lots of women in these circumstances, and I've worked with them on getting their children back. Usually, really important work that we have to do is a lot of these individuals really push back and try to say, I wasn't to blame at all. I did nothing wrong. I was like purely a victim of circumstance. But I've also worked within the actual foster care system, and I know how many reports it can sometimes take to cause a child. Now, there is a little bit of racial bias within the foster care system, for sure. I'm actually pretty strongly not a big fan of the foster care system, but there's this really unique thing of when they like start outlining like what their actual experience was with their child. It's pretty self-evident that like abuse and neglect was going on, and it's really interesting to like work with these clients and hold like compassionate space for them, while also acknowledging that they've done something that I find is like to some extent like terrible, like really, really bad. And like working with a client on something like this has something that I think is just like really nuanced my position on people's like intentions and good and evil and stuff like that, because I've like worked with people who have actively abused their children, and also had a lot of compassion and space for that person as well, which is a really weird experience to have, that I think like until you've been in this field, it's really, really hard to identify with. But because of that, because I've like seen these people, I can kind of get this more complex view of being like, I think people mostly are just trying to survive, and get by for the most part. The problem is that because of that, people often go on autopilot and they don't really think about the moral outcomes of their decisions. They don't try to think about whether something's good and bad. They just kind of do it, right? Because it feels good. It feels like the most salient decision to make. They think it's the best decision, but what best means isn't always morally good. A lot of times it's like simple or will feel good. And so I think that's where I go with like good intentions to me doesn't mean much. Unless you can prove absolute altruistic positions.
Yeah, no, yeah. As I said, I agree with the fact that good intentions at the end of the day don't really matter when you have to stop a person or challenge them or um, I don't know. I still feel that like see the example you bring to the table, I would say uh, people who usually engage in online politics are not people who are trying to survive or trying to get by. They're usually people who are fairly wealthy and fairly. Uh, maybe that's wrong though.
Definitely
Is
not on
this right? What I'm
Twitch. I wouldn't
saying?
say on Twitch. Like I wouldn't say that a lot of people who engage in online politics, at least on Twitch, seem to be like not very mentally well. Have spent a lot of time like reading and doing like a lot of like kind of self
Oh, that's a
study.
hot take.
You've got a hot take?
Clip it.
Oh
No, no,
yeah, yeah. Yeah,
the take you're giving.
I mean, to be honest, I think most Twitch streamers would agree with this to some extent. That's not something I've ever experienced much pushback on. They very much are like in a very insulated world. Particularly, I think because a lot of these individuals are rejected by like normie society, and so they get very like unique perspectives on things, which is why I really enjoy engaging with like Twitch streamers and stuff because they have perspectives I've never come across, and I've been exposed to like people with like severe addictions all the way to like pretty rich, really nice people. Like, I've like really worked with a pretty diverse set of clientele. And yet I'm exposed to like so many new perspectives online, which is interesting, but I think there's kind of this extremism that seems like inherent to the internet culture. Do I think that everyone on
Yeah.
Twitch politics has good intentions? No, I think a lot of people on Twitch politics get paid to be figureheads and faces of a movement. And they're not motivated to be honest about data or anything because they want to like peddle certain opinions that people are paying them to peddle because their viewers want to hear certain things.
Really? But who do you think is the paying? So the payers are the viewers, or there's something more conspiratorial in nature, in
No,
your
the
opinion?
viewers, just the viewers.
Like just the viewers. So big whales, let's say. Okay, that's interesting. I don't know. You bring up some interesting points that I should consider more carefully. Uh, yeah, I don't know. Who is one Twitch personality you would like to engage with, you would like to talk with, that fascinates you,
That I
let's say?
haven't talked to yet.
Okay, that you haven't talked to yet.
On Twitch specifically, I actually am really new to the Twitch sphere. Um, I think Hassan is interesting, but I'll never get to talk to Hassan. He's huge. I just think he's interesting because I feel like he's kind of dishonest. And I don't know why. I can't figure out the motivation precisely behind it, other
So
than
you're coming
money. And
into
it
this
might just be
spot.
money. But I like part of me is like, I wonder if I could like get him to own it, but I couldn't, right? Beyond that, yeah, I'm not
So
so.
you're bringing the spicy takes now,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
apparently. So you're spicing it up. Okay. I I actually disagree. I think I disagree. Like I so sometimes I've had to watch. I've had to, let's say, no. I watch the Sand just to understand why like Destiny hates him, like, or why they get into big discussions or debates. And I don't think he's dishonest. I just that I think that sometimes he may not think too. He may be a bit superficial. Is that mean to say?
Yeah, I
I'm in
guess
agreement.
if you're like a major propagandist for a major political movement with very specific viewpoints and then you don't live any of your values at all, I leaves me with a lot of questions.
I actually have a video. I've seen you talk with Wicked Supreme.
Yeah, I love Wicked
Re-
Supreme.
yeah, I really like him too,
Yeah.
and he made this argument that of Hassan actually being a capitalist because he has a business that is his YouTube, and he pays a YouTube editor. And apparently, according to the tenets of Marxism, if you profit off of a business that has an employee, you're extracting the surplus labor of that employee. So by Marx's definition, you might be a capitalist. But I don't know. Sometimes I think like people are too harsh with Hassan. I I haven't made up my mind yet on what to think about him. Do you know what? I really liked. I don't know if you saw. He had a debate. Oh, sorry. Let me turn off my fridge because. Oh no, it's not my fridge. Uh, so he had a debate with this Christian TikToker guy. Maybe
I am not involved in
have
Christian
you?
life at all, so I will for sure. In fact, I actively try to
No.
keep those far away from me so that I don't hate everyone in my faith even more than I already do. So,
Okay, so Hassan had this debate with this
Christian Walker,
Christian.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
he did
yeah.
terribly. It
And
was super embarrassing.
yeah, actually, I'm making a video about that in these days. And but what I want to say in favor of Hassan is that at the end of this big discussion, he was he demonstrated a level of I know. So he got a bit of pushback after the debate because he used a pretty bad argument to defend trans people. At least in my
Terrible.
opinion, this is
It's
my
terrible,
opinion.
like the
I think
worst argument you can make. Yeah, it was very weak.
yeah,
And it's frustrating
he
because
was
it's
saying
like
like
this has been your like this is your position. You've been in this for a long time. You should at least know the talking points. Like you should know them.
yeah. You're right. But in his defense, it was 4 hours of debate, and I agree. I agree with you, but I'm just trying to be. Yeah, let's so being charitable, okay. But so at the end, so he got a big pushback in his community. I mean, understandably, in my opinion, for because of I think his argument was literally just if it looks like a woman, it's a woman,
Which
and
is
of
terrible
course,
because then there's like
yeah,
trans
because
individuals
not
who
all
struggle
trans
with being
women.
non-passing and stuff like that, and it's like this whole issue of being like, so are you saying like trans women who are currently struggling because they didn't get to like start on like hormones until they were in their adulthood because of their like childhood and stuff like that, and then have much more like stereotypical like the low brow and stuff like that, and so they don't pass as well? Are you saying that those aren't real women? Because I certainly fucking wouldn't say that, and nobody in your position should be saying. It was like, yeah, it was a really really bad take.
Yeah, unfortunately, he made this bad argument, and but I think it is very interesting in its own right because Hassan has kind of a dislike for debates, and he thinks debates are all rhetoric. But in this case, it was it wasn't a case of rhetoric; it was a case of the argument, so of the substance. So. If I were to talk to Hassan, that's what I would tell him. That like in this case, the mistake wasn't a rhetoric mistake. So it is important to engage in the arguments. It's not only a rhetoric battle. It's not only, but of
It's an
course,
angle battle as well. Like you need to know the angle to like disentangle people's positions, and you have to do that from some extent of like knowing what they believe to be axiomatically true, and then kind of showing, especially if they have inconsistencies, like showing how they're inconsistent in that and stuff like that, which is just like more of an understanding angles, which is actually really difficult. It's not something that you just like
yeah,
pick up. It's a skill I'm like still really trying to like learn how to do and get doing better and worse at every day.
yeah. It's really hard, but okay. Let me get into my defense of at least my defense of Hassan here. So basically, the next day he got a bit of pushback, and then he went on into this rant, and in this rant he demonstrated a level of self-awareness that I wasn't expecting. So basically what he said is like, okay, maybe I kind of suck at debates, but I'm this young, attractive, tall, white male, and I'm using my privilege. Like I know I'm not perfect, and of course while he was doing this he was ranting and he was it was quite funny, but I was surprised by how self-aware he was of like what he was doing. So he was saying like, I'm not perfect, I fuck up, but at the end of the day I'm the reason why there's a safe space in my community for trans people, so at the end of the day this is all worth it. In a sense he's not completely wrong when he says that, is he? Or
I'm not super familiar with his community. I would like to give it the benefit of the doubt there. There's some people saying
no, but
that he,
it wasn't a thing about his community. It was a thing about him saying, "I'm creating I'm helping trans people by pushing leftism and by creating these safe spaces online where trans people can be, and I'm debating against them, debating against transphobic people. So even if I'm not the best at debating, I'm still helping the cause, and I'm doing it through my privilege. So I don't know. I didn't expect him to like get into this level of self awareness like on stream, and yeah, would you disagree with what he's saying? I think what he's saying is that like in terms of a cost benefit analysis, I'm still doing good like overall. So I should continue doing what I'm doing.
I guess my pushback would be in general, I don't think it's a valid thing because he was responding to this in part from critiques from specifically his trans
Yeah.
viewers. And I think it's a really bad look to talk about like how basically you use their privilege to like somewhat stand on like the grave of their suffering to morally proselytize and like make space for their positions while they're actively critiquing you. Like it feels like a very slimy thing to do to be like, I know that your community, trans people, that you're critiquing me right now, but think about all the good stuff I've done to you. And like, I think that's the issue, like that, like even with Dr. K that we run into is being like, okay, well, like maybe there is some net good to be done, but that doesn't mean that he's absolved from any form of critique. You can have somebody who does maybe a net good, but also has some really legitimate issues. And the question is Hassan the most effective advocate for trans rights? Like, I'm not really sure. I have no idea. I don't even know how you'd quantify that. But I feel like it feels bad, man, to like have trans people be challenging you, and then you be like, "What do you mean? I'm using my privilege to benefit you and your suffering." And it's just like, yeah, but they're literally critiquing you right now. Like, just listen.
Yeah.
Like
No,
if
no,
you're
yeah, yeah.
acknowledging you're in a state of privilege, like just listen. You don't even have to agree, but like I don't know, using their own suffering to like throw back at them feels not good.
No, no, yeah, the way you put it, especially because the criticism wasn't really that harsh at the end of the day. I mean, at least the post I saw wasn't. I mean, the level of criticism wasn't that extreme, in my opinion. So, no, I agree. But on the other hand, when Hassan argues that he is the most effective at bringing people over to the left, I'm kind of left wondering in some sense because maybe people are swayed mostly by rhetoric, looks, and he is the biggest content creator on the left, I would say. And it kind of gets me wondering because I mean, all my channel is like against looks. I try not to use my persona, my optics in my channel. I try to like just think about arguments, and sometimes it gets me wondering if like if maybe Hassan has a point. But, but then I mean, to answer my own question, I do think that that arguments and being consistent and having a moral system and maybe I'm a bit extreme, but even having a metaphysical position to me is important to be sure you're contributing appropriately to the discourse, to be sure you're always doing positive stuff. I think one of the dangers Hassan gives to me, the vibes Hassan gives to me, one of the dangers, uh, yeah, one of the things I find maybe a bit dangerous of Hassan is that he seems to me like he could be swayed into adopting some bad positions because because I don't know because it's a trend or because the left says so. Extreme maybe there's some extreme leftist doctrine that says something and then just I get this impression. Like maybe I'm wrong, but maybe that was a lot.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I would wonder, somebody was asking, since you've got a PhD in statistics, do you find that you use like
Yeah,
Bayesian thinking techniques to help you like make decisions when it comes to like these much more like
yeah.
complex socio-political things?
For sure, for sure. I was thinking about doing a video on Bayesian reasoning. So basically, epistemologically, I'm a pragmatist, at least for the moment. So I I have a pragmatic definition of truth that is based on inquiry, and the best form of inquiry, at least in my eye, at the moment that we have, is the scientific method. And actually, Bayesian thinking is fits in really nicely with this epistemological framework I have to analyze something is true or something is bad. I was thinking about doing a video, for example, on the fact if the election was stolen or not. So if Trump actually stole the election or not, and how I reason, how do I reach the fact that in my mind, the fact that the election was stolen for Trump has like an extremely low probability. How do I actually reach this position? What are the steps I'm going through to reach this position? And you can kind of build up from the ground. First, you have to have a value for induction, but basically all of statistics is based around induction. When we're doing a probability, when we're doing a statistical test, we're just saying inductively, it seems like some phenomena is happening most of the time. And so if you start valuing induction, then you can build like from the ground up certain claims that you think are true. For example, inductively, I see colors always the same way. So I say, okay, so inductively, I think I have this truth. Then inductively, I seem to be in a it seems like other people actually view the world the same way I view it. So that's another inductive truth. And if you start building truths up this way, even through Bayesian thinking, you can connect this very well with Bayesian thinking. You can understand why you reach the positions you reach. And the interesting thing is that if somebody holds a position that's like absurd, like the moon is made of cheddar, or Trump or the elections were stolen, let's say these were both equally unrealistic. You can, if you have this epistemological framing, you should, in theory, be able to understand where the contradiction is reached. And I think, for example, in the case of the stolen elections, is that you would never assume that there was such an inordinate amount of actors that we were all organizing perfectly together to steal these elections, and there was no evidence. I mean, you have to believe such a thing, you have to presuppose that there's like a global world order, a cabal of people who actually control perfectly the election process.
Yep.
And then at this point, you can start asking other questions of what is the interest of this cabal, what are they doing, and it kind of you should at the end reach a belief that is so inductively unrealistic. You're saying so. The belief you've reached is like the inductive equivalent of thinking that if I flip a coin 1,000,000 times and it comes up head both times, it comes up head every single time, I'm believing that the coin has a head and a tails. So it's the inductive equivalent of that. So I was thinking about doing a video of how you can break down beliefs in this way. It was getting a bit complex, but I think there's something there. So sorry for this. This answer took a while, but eventually I got there.
I think the thing that people struggle with inductive thinking is that like it's never 100% sure, right? And like the issue with that is that like there gets questions posed of like stat hacking and stuff like that, and a lot of inductive claims, particularly when it's something as complex. So like I wouldn't say that the cheddar comparison is nearly equatable to the stolen election, right? Because in large part you can somewhat deductively prove that the moon isn't cheddar, because you could just take a chunk from it, bring it home, analyze it, lick it, be like, oh yeah, it's not cheddar, it's rock, right? So you could deductively also, I feel like, figure out if it's cheddar.
No, I don't think that's. I don't think you can. It's still an inductive process because you're making there's a lot of implicit inductions in what you just said. Say I get a chunk of a moon and I analyze it. You're making a lot of inductive inferences that the chunk of the moon is remaining the same through the travel through the travel to until the lab to the lab, and you're making the inductive inference that that forms of matter remain the same over time, and you're making the inductive. I don't like. I think deductive inferences are only limited to obvious claims in self-evident claims in the brain. Like you can make deductive inferences if you have a clear definition and you make premises and you reach a conclusion. But I think all of science, and you can push back on this, of course, but it's my understanding that all of science is basically based on induction. So the deductive part is only when yeah when we can put something in a syllogistic form, starting from some definitions, and then we arrive to a conclusion that is self-evident in the premises.
Right.
But maybe I'm wrong. So.
Well, I mean, the issue with deductive thinking purely in science is that, like, it's like law of identity and stuff like that. It just becomes a really big issue. I guess maybe more important to making the claim here is it doesn't seem to me like the claim "the moon is cheese" is equally like inductively provable to be wrong than their election was rigged. And I don't even believe that their election was rigged. I just think like there are a lot more complicating factors and a lot of lesser known factors, right? I would say the main reason why we can know firmly that the moon isn't cheese is because like we've kind of done the inductive like data process to more or less give ourselves really strong proofs as to why that is. Whereas with the stolen election, there's a fair bit of evidence as to why it's not stolen, but somebody could always come up with, like this is the problem with induction, is somebody could always come up with something else that throws the rest of it in the water, right? That was kind of, to some extent, what epigenetics did to biology, is it like came up with this new thing that kind of threw a lot of dogmatic biological axioms out to lunch.
Yeah, but even with the moon, if you think about it, we could discover, for example, that as soon as we get in contact with the moon, it turns into rubble, whatever it is. But when we look at it, it turns into rubble. But actually, if we develop this strange instrument to look at it properly, it's actually cheese. So all our inductive inference that we have to determine if the moon is rubble could be wrong. This is where I'm going with this. They could be wrong, and the reason why I brought up this example is that. For example, maybe a better example that is equally absurd is like the fact that the Earth is flat. All these flat earthers, for whatever inductive evidence you bring to them, you say we have photos of it, of the Earth. You can go into the space station. Mm-hmm. They always say, "Oh no, but there's another overreaching explanation that could still be in line with the fact that the Earth is flat." And the reason why I put this in the same category of the stolen Trump election is that I think that in both cases, if you break it down really precisely, and I was thinking about doing a video on this, if you break it down really precisely, you can reach a point where basically you're inductively saying that if I flip a coin a huge amount of times, let's say for the Trump election is 1 million, and for the fact that the moon is made of cheddar, it's like 100 million times. But if you flip this coin 1 million times and 100 million times, and it always comes up heads. You're basically making the same claim when you say the Trump election is stolen as this coin is not rigged. It's just by chance that for 100 million times I flipped it, it came out heads. So, but
statistically, I understand what you're saying, but I'm going to be honest, for people who don't understand statistics, this is precisely why people actually become disenfranchised with the intellectual field, is because we make claims like, well, it is just the case that that the moon is cheese and that the thing is stolen. And they're like, there's no way that that's the case. These are no way comparable things. And I understand from the mathematics how you're making these comparisons, because there's no guarantee in either there's definitely a probability that in the next coin flip that I could flip the coin and it lands on tails for the fucking cheese issue, and it doesn't land on tails for that. I totally get that when it comes to like future predictive statistics, but the issue is that I don't want to turn my viewers off from science. I want them to love science. And I love science. But this is an actual issue that I think, like, as academics gets exciting to maybe go into and explore, and it is funny. But it also leads to a lot of people being like, fuck this shit. All inductive science is garbage, because this is actually the line I have. So my father-in-law is a flat earther, just to be clear. So I am deeply versed with this experience.
Really?
Yeah. And so a really big issue is that when we like talk about the institution of science, he brings up examples of being like, well, isn't this such a ridiculously stupid thing to say? And I'm like, it isn't, but it also is. It is both of them at the same time. It's paradoxical.
Yeah, no, okay, no, but yeah, okay. So I'm laughing because I understand you're right. Like my rhetoric is garbage, but
That's the
I don't
thing.
know.
Scientists are garbage at rhetoric. They're garbage at communicating things. And then people become anti-science. But my issue is that, and then a lot of scientists look at anti-science people and they say, you're fucking stupid. And I'm like, honestly, if I wasn't raised in like a scientific literature and I heard somebody saying that like the moon is cheese is just as likely as the electron would be stolen, I'd be kind of like, what?
No. Okay, okay,
It would increase my distrust.
Yeah, no. Let me be more precise, because you're 100% correct on what you just said. I'm just saying that I was making a comparison. Of course, I would say I would say like the probability that the election was rigged is like, I don't know, 1 in a million. And then I would say the probability that the moon is made out of the cheese is 1 in a Googleplex, something like that. So I would say that there's a very different probability between the two
of
things.
Plausibility, yeah.
They're both equally in the realm of absurdity. And the reason why I was using induction is because your father, I'm 100% sure of this, your father values induction. In fact, he uses induction in his daily life a lot. He uses it continuously.
A very, very smart person overall. My father-in-law. Broadly very intelligent, very good at debate, very good at discourse, just has like really, really been turned off by academic institutions because of like rhetoric stuff like this, which is so frustrating, because to do the walk back, the amount of like legwork to like explain to them why these things can be true, even though the plausibility seems to be so disparate, is like a dying hill. I don't even want to fucking fight them on it. I'm just willing to be like, you're right, it sounds ridiculous, and like shift them to a different point. But this is the thing, is I have a passion for like talking to academics and being like, how do we talk about things and not sound like there's the saying of like, it's so stupid only an academic could come up with it. And I'm like, yeah, there's some real like practical truth to that. That we like have to contend with as a field, because like there's actually a really big issue of misinformation, and people don't want to fucking listen to scientists because they're bad rhetoricians, basically.
Oh yeah. I'm a good example. I'm good at anecdotal, whatever that word is in English. I'm a good example of it right now. But so I'm curious though, what is a claim that your father-in-law would say is absurd? Like what are these absurd claims? Like
around flat Earth?
Yeah.
Walk you through his arguments, as long as I don't have to like steel man them too hard, because I basically try to just not talk to him about it anymore.
Do you want the absurd claims?
Sure. Do you want to? This is my husband. That's his actual father. What's his absurd claims?
So do we want ones that are like kind of falsifiable, or just like the wacko stuff? Well, he thinks there's a firmament around the Earth that restricts that basically space doesn't exist, and there's a firmament around the Earth, which is like an ocular disc type thing that covers it all, and all of space that we can observe is just kind of like teleprompted on this thing. That's one crazy claim.
Okay, wait a second. How is this less absurd?
Oh, sorry.
Wait.
How is this less absurd than the current scientific explanations?
So
like how is like he says that the current scientific explanations.
He's asking, how is this less absurd than like some of the current scientific claims?
The firmament?
Yeah.
How is it less absurd?
I believe so.
Do you want me to like justify why it's more absurd or less absurd, or what's the?
No, because I'm pretty sure that when he tries to justify his claims, he must make appeal to induction, to inductive inferences. So. Uh,
So are we essentially saying that this claim and other claims are equally ridiculous because they're equally unfalsifiable? Because I would agree that like any unfalsifiable claim can be, if inducted, can be equally as like ridiculous or something like that. But I don't know. Depends how deep we want to get into like the semantics. Or
no, I think in his worldview, these things must be scientifically testable. Like there must be like you must. So if I was to go out into space, like in upper space, I would actually see whatever you were talking about before. I don't know
So
what
yeah,
was
if
that.
you shot him up to space, he'd probably believe you, right? But he basically the umbrage he kind of takes is that it's like, okay, well, the government's lying to us constantly. Like so my dad's like flat Earth and all of his conspiracy stuff isn't born out of like any kind of like factual understanding of reality. I don't think it's more born out of like a counteractive distrust of the government. It's right, like I hate the government, and NASA is kind of part of the government in a sideways sort of way. And they give us fake pictures of the Earth. Okay, this is weird. If we're in space, why do they give us fake pictures of the Earth? We've probably never been to the moon. Space doesn't exist. These other people are saying there's a firmament that covers the globe. That sort of thing. He's like, and he's not a super hardcore flat earther, but he's like, he believes in the flat Earth about as much as he believes in the round Earth. So like I argue with him about it all the time. But sorry, what are we trying to? I'll give you back to my wife anyway. I'm not sure where we're going with it.
That's fair. Did he answer your questions? I can't hear at the same time, so.
Yeah, he answered my questions. I guess where I was going with this is that where I was trying to go with this is that actually even all layman people also value induction, because even when you're using your eyes to look at things, you're kind of using an inductive inference that things are not going to change from one second to another. Like your eyes are always giving you. You're always assigning them a level of credibility that is based on an inductive inference. Mm-hmm. And so, and the reason why this is important, why this was important in my view to make my argument, is that if you can trace back, if you can start from a shared foundation that induction is important, then you can build up to facts, and both the scientist and a layman can maybe agree that this process of building up to facts using induction is important, and etc. etc.
It's super important, and it's super important to like be able to communicate this well to people to kind of help them inoculate against really like extreme and bad ideas, which feels to me like an issue that we're running into within our culture, is that people don't actually know like how to engage in the inductive process, how to tell when a claim is like ridiculous. A lot of people don't even know how to like read scientific literature well, and a really big issue that I find is when people like have some sort of position, even if it's a really extreme conspiratorial position, the way that we engage with these people is actually like pretty dehumanizing, and it's not actually going to move them on their position at all, because you just get them defensive and you make them feel like they're stupid. And the issue is that like I try to like take the premise that if any idea like takes off enough, there's something in there that's live enough to pull people in such like mass amounts, and I try to find what that is to like create an olive branch, right? So like with the flat earther, I might talk about like, well, yeah, there are like failings within academic rigor, and absolutely the government lies all the time, right? Like those are two little bridges I can extend to them, to be like, I understand that, because I hate dismissing people outright because I like think that their ideas are dumb, and I get it. Like I get frustrated too. Like I just get like especially with my father-in-law. I don't want to talk about flat Earth anymore. Right? Like I get so frustrated. I'm like, what do you mean? Like this camera from Japan is like live, like right, like it's photos every 7 minutes. What do you mean? And he's like, nope, it could just be fake. Look, there's no stars in the background. And I'm like, there can't be because of like the contrast settings, and I like explain why you can't see the stars, and he's like, nope, and I'm just like, ugh. So I like. From a human perspective, I'm not like trying to like moralize and be like, we should just be patient with conspiracy theorists. But I do wish our education system did a lot better at like teaching people how to like think through processes well, which it seems like we've like focused more on a critical analysis within school education, and it feels like people are getting worse at it, not better, which could be just
I think that this Yeah, this ties us to the thing you were talking about before about the fact that in academia there's a certain amount of arrogance and ego, and I agree with you. I agreed with you when you made those points, and I think this ties into it because I see this too that academic types don't uh, a lot. I think a bit. Some of the rhetoric troubles they have talking with the general public is that as soon as they hear something that in their eyes is dumb, they'll just disengage. They'll just even say it's dumb. They'll just call it dumb, and uh, they won't engage. They won't try to engage further. Try to be patient, and sometimes it's really hard for a person who's worked in a field a long, long time to understand what somebody is not understanding. Like this happens to me sometimes with students. Like if they say I don't understand something that something in stochastic calculus, sometimes it's hard to me to understand what you are not understanding, and it becomes difficult for these figures. But I agree with you that, especially in today's society, we see even with we've seen it quite clearly with the COVID stuff that there must be a better line of communication between scientists and the general public. And unfortunately, scientists need to, like me included, of course, that have just done an abysmal job right now. But scientists need to um do better in being patient with people and trying to start from these common building blocks that everybody can agree with, to then kind of build the belief and be patient and uh, yeah, not be condescending to people. It's hard. It's hard. Like professors are condescending with students, so and students are in general, on average, more intelligent than the general population. So uh, it's something
Yeah.
academics
I
need
think
to work on.
I really appreciate when institutions will just be honest about their own failings, right? So like a really big frustration that I have as a person with lots of chronic health problems, to the point where I've seen like as high as you can go, where we're pretty sure I have like some rare genetic or autoimmune disorder that's just not identified. Like I've seen specialists for about 10 years now, to do with my water absorption. I have a lot of really weird symptoms that all seem to be based around like water isn't in my body well for some reason, and it's not getting taken up by my cells
Right.
super well, but it's not so extreme that I'm dying. I just might die from it when I'm like 50. And so there's this frustration I have with like I can really resonate with people who are like frustrated with the medical system, right? Especially around like things like COVID, where they're like, yeah, but like the medical system doesn't own the fact that like there's so many things that they just don't know that they don't know, right? Which for me is really important. I remember when I first went into evolutionary science, I was a dogmatic young Earth Christian at 19. And I had to take evolutionary biology for my psych degree. And I was like, oh Lord, please let me not doing all the things. And then what I discovered is my
Satan is
my
talking to you.
prof was fucking brilliant, because he did this thing where he gave a little bit of space for different creation perspectives at the very beginning of his talk. And he did a really brilliant thing of where he outlined the difference between a metaphysical claim and a scientific claim, right? And so he's like, when we're talking about creationism, he's like, I really want to be clear that you can maintain faith and believe in science and believe in evolution, because a metaphysical claim has nothing to do with a science factual claim. And this guy also talked about like panspermia and aliens and a whole bunch of theories right at the beginning. But what he did for like little 19-year-old me was he like gave me the space to say I can believe in like some of my fundamental doctrines, because I went into it thinking if I believe in evolution, I have to throw away my entire worldview, which was founded in my faith at that time. And I wasn't
I'm
willing to
going to
do
hell.
that. And he made space for me to hold both. And all he did that by was just acknowledging that it was a theory people had. He didn't even do much beyond like, he's like, there's a little bit of evidence. He talked about like the really popular like creationist argument with like the eukaryotic flagellum, like the little guys that have a little tail, and like how there's like no kind of reversible, like there's a whole like theory about it, and it's not super super strong, but it's something, and science can't tell. And he just like made space for it and didn't condescend to it. And there's a couple like alien things that he went into and some evidence for that as well. And I find that like it feels like the institution at large, especially like medical institutions and stuff, and like government led institutions aren't willing to do that, right? Of saying like, well, of course there's going to be limitations, right? It was so refreshing to hear a doctor be like, you probably do have an
Yeah.
autoimmune disorder. You've got a lot of weird shit going on. But the reality is that, like, we don't know everything in science. And Western medicine is way behind where it potentially could be, because we had such a fixation on focusing on, like, one organ at a time rather than looking at, like, holistically how organs work together and stuff like that, right? And so it was like, I want to, like, extend this piece of being like, it would be really valuable if like institutions would just admit where they've failed or where they just don't know. And I think they don't, because they're worried it'll undermine their credibility to these already like really like intense anti the institution. And it will in those groups, but it doesn't matter. You don't have credibility with them anyways. For everyone else, it's that humbleness that you talked about. Like, it makes it actually more appealing. Like having a doctor just say, yeah, there's a lot of shit we just don't know, but you've got a lot of weird symptoms. Come back in 10 years and maybe science will have caught up. Like, that's refreshing to hear. And I think it's such a better rhetoric than just being like, you're stupid and dumb and you're not actually experiencing these things.
Yeah, and we can even go a step further in saying that all our current scientific theories are falsifiable. Like, I think none of our current scientific theories we can say, in a philosophical sense at least, that they're objectively true. Like all the physical laws of the universe could change tomorrow. We can't know for certain that they're not going to change. So we can even go a step further, but maybe this is more of a philosophical point. But but I really understand where you're coming from with this. I'm happy you had such a good professor that.
Me too.
That kind of opened the door. He put a bit of. He opened a creek in your beliefs, and that probably gave you the opportunity to even question them. Like he's saying, "Oh, this can be valid, but this can be valid too," and then you should be naturally drawn to the things that we have more evidence for. So yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah. No, this has been a lovely talk. I don't know if you. I was thinking about asking you about moral theories, because one of the other big things I'm into are moral theories, and debaters, especially Vorsch and Destiny. The way they construct their arguments, they always refer back to a moral theory, and I think this makes them very effective in debates. Because and very consistent, because they know they have this foundation of what we think is moral and not, and all the arguments they build upon it, they revert back to this. So another thing so first of all, this is a very novel thing. I'm impressed by this, because it's a novel thing to bring to a table of politics. I never heard any mainstream politician or any news media talk about the moral system, but on the internet, especially in the debater sphere, this is brought up, and I think it's actually an innovation of the way we're doing politics, and it's a positive one. And so I was just wondering if you know anything about this, about moral systems, moral theories. Is something you want to look into in the future? Something you're curious about? Being a public figure, like.
Yeah, I'm really big on being consistent. I think consistency is a very, very good test of like. I've found for myself, I feel like I've come to better positions on things when I'm more consistent within them. Right? Like the fact that I was able to respond to the convoy in the way that I did was in part informed because of how I responded to BLM, and they were actually consistent across. Like the critiques I had were valid consistently across, which I actually think is a really good thing, because it gives you a workable metric in how to just evaluate the world, right? There's definitely a couple of like moral philosophical systems that intrigue me. The issue is that with every moral philosophical system that I look at, I get frustrated by like a couple of things, which might just because of my like own proclivity for inconsistency, right? So there's like there's a a viewer in my Discord who's really big into something called, like, I think it's called moral contractualism, or just contractualism. It's a form of moral theory
Yeah,
about,
contractarianism, maybe. Yeah,
yeah,
contractarianism, probably.
yeah, it's all
Yeah,
about like social contracts that we have and the hierarchy and
yeah.
stuff like that. And I'm like, yeah, but I have an issue because I'm disagreeable and I want to buck the system and I don't like always care what my government says is true, you know? So I haven't found a perfect system. Like, I think virtue ethics appeal to me, but there's a huge weakness in virtue ethics of being like, who gets to say what is like morally good? Is like still kind of up for question in virtue ethics. So I wouldn't say there's like a single system that I apply. I definitely like probably bounce between a couple of them and apply, like, I pull like little nuggets that I value, which is like probably its own weakness in that I like don't have a consistent moral framework. But I haven't found one that I like solidly am like, yes, this is such a good system. Contractualism has actually been one of the best ones I've found. I think it's practically a really good moral system for the most part. I just have a few
Okay,
areas where I buck it.
so I don't know if you know, but I believe both Fortune and Destiny are utilitarians, and so basically the moral system defines actions as good if overall they they lead to the most happiness. So basically, the slogan of utilitarianism is the greatest good for the greatest number. And I defend utilitarianism in my channel a lot. So
That's what you would
I
be.
defend the moral. Yeah, I agree with them. I actually agree. And the first time I stumbled into utilitarianism, I thought, this is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. This is so stupid. There's so many counterexamples I can think of. I was really against utilitarianism. At the time, I was basically a moral relativist. I was very very left wing. So I was a relativist about truth too. I was captured by the whole postmodern ethos and the narrative of. I mean, they're against narrative, so this is a bit. But I was captured by the postmodernists, let's say, and and so morality, of course, one of the big things of postmodernism is that morality is argued to be relative. At least most postmodernists think that morality is not an objective. It's not objective.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
when I stumbled into utilitarianism, I thought, oh, this is dumb. But it seems to me like you thought about this too. What do you think about utilitarianism?
Yeah, overall, I like utilitarianism a fair bit. It's just like I feel like I haven't engaged with it deeply enough that I find it to be limited in that it doesn't always guide my like thought process for like practical day-to-day stuff. So like within like research and stuff, I would say I'm pretty deeply like a functional pragmatist. Very like William James is kind of like where a lot of my philosophical bent about like knowledge
Okay.
acquisition comes from, which is very much like we need to like look at things in like their practicality of use and success and benefits and stuff like that. But that's not a moral framework, of course. Utilitarianism is very much it appeals to a pragmatic for sure, because again, it's got the most successes. It aims to have the most successes. The issue is that like sometimes it feels like in select situations. So for me specifically as like a psychologist, utilitarianism can become like difficult as far as like a prescriptive model, because there's a lot of times like in actual practical situations where I don't know all the factors, so I can't actually quantify the potential harms because I just don't, like, there's just no way I can know, and because of confidentiality I can never know, right? Like if I make a decision for this client, I have no idea how it's going to impact like their kids and stuff because I don't know anything about their kids or their relationships or something like that, right? If I have a client that comes in and we're doing like an assessment and it's pretty clear that there's child abuse going on, ethically I'm just required to call, but then morally I'm like ethically I'm gonna do what my licensure requires of me, but like morally is that like good or bad, right? And it's like I don't know how to use utilitarianism for that when I don't know the factors that are at play.
Yeah. So okay. So let me say something about this. So first of all, this is a very good critique of utilitarianism. In fact, it's one that's been made in the literature a number of times. So congratulations on making a critique that's actually been part of a research.
Wow, I'm so
Um,
smart. I'm just kidding.
yeah, exactly. That sometimes happens in science. You think about something, and then you discover somebody else has thought about the exact same thing, and then you're okay.
And they got credit for it,
And
and
you
you're
know,
like, shit.
yeah,
Yeah.
you get it pretty pissed off sometimes when that happens. Yeah. But so anyway, I think the answer to what you're saying as a utilitarian myself is that you basically you perform actions that have the best expected value of bringing across positive positive outcomes. And how one does that is through, and sometimes a heuristic, like following a rule, is a good way to do the action that brings about the expected best outcomes. So maybe sometimes you perform an action that leads to bad outcomes, but on average, the action you're performing. So say you report a mother to the ethics board because she's abusing her child. That action, on average, I believe, I'm quite confident about this, is a positive action. And then in some cases it's not, but one is only human. We don't know all the possible variable space,
Yeah.
so we just make yeah, we just make an action that has the best expected value or bringing about happiness. And actually, virtue ethics can be seen as a way of getting the heuristics for utilitarianism. So this is a personal thing I do. This is not, I'm not citing the literature here, but um, like often when you follow some archetypical good virtue, you're actually performing actions that lead to the most overall good. So actually, virtue ethics can be seen as a good applied implementation of utilitarianism for certain things. And so yeah, so that I hope I was clear.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
not
that makes
a
sense.
scientist.
I think that made sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we'll
Yeah.
have to see what the viewers say, but it seems like they're mostly following. Somebody got distracted because I guess there was a news change about the Ukraine Russia situation, so some of them are distracted. But yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, okay. Well, thank you for having me on. Yeah, it was nice. If you need if you have some doubts about stat stuff or anything, you can shoot me a message and we can discuss. And yeah, I think this was very interesting for me at least. I felt it was productive, and keep up the good work. Uh, be humble. I appreciate what you're doing. So
yeah.
thank you.
I mean, if the door's open, just be warned. I used to shoot my stats prof millions of questions because stats is something like I want to be. I want to be really sure about. So I'll compress them. I'm probably going to have mostly questions for you with like linear regressions because that's where I get like the most like confused, and I'm like, wait, okay, what are the directions of all these things, and what are they, and like spatially, because I'm very much like a mathematics spatial person. I find I haven't quite mapped linear regression spatially into my mind yet, which for those of you who have no fucking clue what that means, don't worry about it. But yeah, linear regressions, because when I think about like a Cohen's d or an R, I can picture it, and I can like move the factors around in my
Yeah.
head pretty well. I can't do it with regressions yet, and so I get stuck with regressions sometimes where I'm like, shit, what the fuck is this saying? I think I know, but do I know? So those are usually when I email my prof and I'm
There's
like, do I
only
know
one
or
type
do
of
I not
deal.
know?
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense to me. Um, yeah. Oh, I guess uh, I don't know. Once you know the maths, once you know the math that underlines that, it all becomes much clearer, much simpler. But it's not always easy to understand completely and rigorously how uh, how models like linear regression are built. I actually do statistical methodology, so I'm actually supposed to be building new models uh, or understanding the properties of existing ones. So I should be capable of answering any the questions.
Yeah. I'd be
I mean,
curious. I
hopefully.
actually did a poll. I wanted to get your thought on this before you go.
Okay.
I know it's late for you, so I
Yeah.
apologize. Um, so There was a poll. I don't know how memey it was, but the poll basically said it asked if science was based or cringe, and more said cringe than based.
How many said cringe?
I think it was 58% said cringe.
Yeah, interesting. Uh, what would you think about that poll? I don't know what to think about it.
Yeah, I
Maybe we
chalk
should
it up
model
to
it.
like it could just be memers, just like who voted cringe because it's funny, and they thought it'd be funny if they said science is cringe. It's almost exclusively memers, but it does intrigue me about like me going back to the piece of like academics failing to actually like own their failings, owning the actual like stat hacking and stuff like that, like actual issues within like inductive reasoning, and not like appealing to the broad man. But I think it's almost exclusively memes in my chat. But yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe we can conduct this experiment by doing other polls on other chats, and then we can get a data set and do a regression analysis to see if actually there's a consensus about this. But okay, maybe this is even more cringe what I'm saying
I
right
mean,
now,
I think it's almost exclusively a meme. Everyone's like laughing about it. I joke about being an anti-scienter all the time as a joke. Like I'll joke about it. But yeah, like I'll joke about being like, I love homeopathy. It's my favorite method of treatment for all forms of things, like everything, including sadness and world poverty. Homeopathy, like I joke. So I know it's a joke for them.
Yeah, no, there's plenty of inductive evidence for homeopathy. Like who wouldn't use homeopathy? Like, let's be honest right now.
Yep.
Okay.
They're gonna think you're serious.
Oh, so
and I'm just gonna leave it there.
yeah, yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Mono.
Okay.
You guys can find him on YouTube. Shoot me your YouTube link, and I'll make sure to post it, so that people can find you if they're curious to watch some of those videos that you mentioned.
Yeah, let's hope in the meantime Russia didn't invade Ukraine, but actually, did it already happen?
They signed a treaty with the separatists or something like that, so they've halted it or something like that.
Oh, they've halted it? Oh, that's actually good news. I thought.
Yeah, war was imminent.
I thought the Peace Corps. I thought the Peace Corps were kind of a meme from the Russian government saying, "Oh, we're sending a peace task in whatever that region is named." I don't remember.
I mean, I think it was a meme, but it sounds like they signed a treaty with the separatists. I'm not super familiar on it though, so don't get my news from me. Somebody just said in my chat. And now somebody's saying that they're sending more soldiers to Ukraine, so I don't know. I'm just gonna have to look it up after because who knows what my chat's saying.
Yeah, I actually have a take on this. That I'm unsure how productive it is having all these streamers talk about this really complex geopolitical issue of which nobody is 100% informed of what the government's actually talking about, what is being offered in these treaties. Like, I don't know, how can anybody predict? I would feel really uncomfortable saying something outside the moral sphere of what's going to happen in the Ukraine, in this Russia war, or this Russia expansion. Like I have no idea what Putin is gunning for, and what even is he trying to get out of it? Is he really trying to get just some other territories of Ukraine out of it, or I have no idea what's going on behind the scenes in the talks between the governments. And not only I don't have this information, nobody has. So I don't know how valuable it is to speculate on what's going on. Like,
yeah, it's tricky.
Yeah,
it's tricky with something like this where I honestly am not deeply familiar with like Ukraine historic. Like I have a very surface level understanding of it, but to like say that I would be like a political analyzer on it is not the case. So
yeah. Well, great. So yeah, thanks a lot, and see you around. And hopefully, I'm not too cringe, but I accept
don't think
my
you're
labeling.
Too cringe. I don't think they were implying that you were cringe.
No, I don't think so. I've actually, yeah. So bye. Bye.
Bye. Have a good one. Thanks, Mono.
Yeah. Thank you too.
Okay, now you guys can just see all of my messages because I X'd out of it too quickly. That's okay. I'll just transition it to my face. I want to look at some of the things you guys sent me. You guys love mono. Basically, I knew that you were going to love mono. I know that you guys probably should just connect in and of yourself. I think mono was great. I think that there is definitely, I really appreciate that he was open to the conversation about like academics failing lay people by like not knowing how to engage with them well, right? Because like the cheese and the thing being stolen, I understood at a statistical level like what he was describing, but at a face validity level, it sounds really terrible and dumb. And the problem is that rhetoric is a lot about what is at face validity appealing, right? Like what part of our like old brain likes it. So I'm gonna pull up. A bunch of you were wondering about the like Hassan stuff. I'm super curious about that, so I'm gonna pull that up so we can hear a really bad take on the Ukraine situation, and then maybe we can get a little bit more informed tonight before I head off. Okay, here we go. Oh, you guys aren't looking at my webpage yet. Let's give you a browser to look at. All right. There we go. There we go. Get my face on there too. All right, let's see.
He's throwing Ukraine, but like you feeling bad about the Crimean annexation does not change the reality of the Crimean annexation being a completely justifiable fucking act by the Russian government, okay? So that's it. That's fine. And Hitler invaded countries based on Germanic ties at first? Yeah, dude. Talk to me when he's fucking throwing Ukrainians in a fucking... What are you talking about? Talk to me when he's throwing Ukrainians.
What do you mean talk to you when he's throwing it? You don't want to wait until then.
Okay? Hitler wasn't...
I'm not even saying that like that, like whether the critique is right or not, I don't even know enough about the situation to know. But that is a terrible way to defend against that critique. Like terrible. Be like, well, I don't give a fuck. Talk to me when he's actually like genociding people. And it's like, you don't want to be on the wrong side of history on this one. Not this publicly.
It's fucking bad because he decided to invade Austria. He was bad because he was fucking killing Jews. Okay? That was the problem. He wasn't like, oh yeah, we're going to fucking annex territory with like Germanic people in it. That wasn't the main problem with Hitler, I think. That was like maybe eighth down the line. But like...
Oh man. Rhetoric, man. That was quite the take. Does anybody have some actual good resources we can get now on the situation? Like I even hesitate to like Google these things because what if I just get dumb shit that comes up? I'd really like you here to talk to Lauren Southern sometime. I actually reached out to her. I haven't heard back though, so I don't think I'm big time enough yet. So, which is super fair. Nobody knew it was happening at the time. Exactly, Erd. Exactly. Watch Vaush's stream. All right, Headless. I'm going to trust you on this one. Okay, 22 minutes ago. Fresh off the press. Okay, orders troops to eastern Ukraine. All right, what does this say? A long-feared Russian invasion, go away. Do I have ad blocker on here yet? No, I don't. I should set that up. Long-feared Russian invasion of Ukraine appeared to be imminent Monday, if not already underway, ordering forces into separatist regions of eastern Ukraine. So the annexed areas, have they voted to be independent? And Ukraine is not recognizing it yet? I'm not totally sure. Because I didn't refresh. 10. Oh, okay. Oh, it's how dare you? It's 23 minutes ago. Okay. The White House issued an executive order to prohibit the U.S. investment and trade in the separatist regions. Additional measures, likely sanctions, were announced Tuesday, or to be announced tomorrow. Those sanctions are independent of what Washington has prepared in the event of a Russian invasion, according to senior administrator. Blah blah blah. The developments came amid a spike in skirmishes in the eastern regions that Western powers believe Russia could use as a pretext for an attack on the Western-looking democracy that has defied Moscow's attempt to pull it back into its orbit. Interesting. Putin justified, it's very interesting language too. Putin justified his action in a far-reaching pre-recorded speech blaming NATO for the current crisis and calling the US-led alliance an existential threat to Russia. Sweeping through more than a century of history, he painted today's Ukraine as a modern construct that is inextricably linked to Russia. He charged that Ukraine had inherited Russia's historic lands after the Soviet collapse and was used by the West to contain Russia. Are Ukrainian lands highly fertile? Is there a lot of resource benefits that can come out of this country? Separatist movements were already engaged in conflict with Ukraine. Yeah, that's my understanding. They have a separatist movement within the Ukraine. However, Russia has been providing them funding, and to an extent, the support is from Russian misinformation. Okay, yeah. So is Ukraine, is it kind of like a breadbasket? Vaush is tracking vehicle movement and aircraft movement through real-time satellite data. Interesting. Well, just so you know, that's what Vaush is doing. We can jump over there, I guess, if we want. Is Vaush still on, is he on YouTube now exclusively? I don't actually know. I haven't followed up on Vaush. Vaush. I keep saying his name is Vaush. Russia wants Ukraine for access to the ocean. Oh, to the Mediterranean for trade hubs in here. What are the Ukrainian exports? Steel, coal, fuel, petroleum products, machinery. Of the exports go to Soviet republics. Oh, this is Ukraine exports specifically. China, Poland. Really, Poland. Interesting. And then Russia. They speak Russian, digest its entertainment, have Russian culture. So here, you're shilling Vaush, right? Yeah. Here's the thing with any situation like this, is it kind of reminds me, really brilliant stories where you follow a character along and you think that they're the hero. And then by the time you're halfway or 2/3 of the way through the story, you realize that no one's the hero and no one's a good guy and everyone's kind of a bad guy. And who's a good guy and a bad guy really determines on the perspective that you're having. A lot of these situations seem very much like that, where it's not really clear who the good and bad guy is. Now, Putin has a bit of a history of being a particularly bad guy, but that's also coming from a Canadian who's going to be most informed by North American rhetoric. And there's a lot of things that go on behind the scenes that none of us are aware of. There's a lot of sus shit with Putin, particularly with him staying in power for so long and stuff like that. The questionable level of actual democracy that's going on. But it's so tough because it's am I just saying that we're the good guys because, am I wanting to say that we're the good guys because of my bias or because we're actually the good guys? And Putin is a bad guy, but here's the thing, you can have a really bad guy be a pretty good leader. And it doesn't mean all of his actions are going to be immoral. And like I said, I'm actually on the side that probably he is, but I'm just saying to what extent is that my Western Canadian bias? Probably some of it, particularly somebody like me who's not super well informed. It seems like a lot of the stuff I've been exposed to with Putin doesn't put him in a super, what is his approving rating? And is it true? Well, let's look first. Putin's average rating was 2020. Would this get into whether or not it's actually true, though? Yeah, domestic is what I care about first. Fell 62%. January. How long has he been in power for? First, second, third, and fourth inaugurations. That's just, I don't know their system. Is that legal within their system to basically indefinitely be in power? Because I know in most democratic countries there's a limit on how long you can be in office for precisely this reason. In general, yes, but this situation seems pretty simple as Putin is pretty clearly the bad guy in this situation. It does. I would agree. At face validity, I totally agree with you. It just seems like he's a bad guy. He's been like inflaming separatists for a really long time to have like cause a lot of draw to basically justify him moving into Ukraine because there's quite likely something within the Ukraine region that he highly values, right? He says that it's like historical land. So he feels like entitled to it, right? So I agree. That he seems bad. He changed it a couple years ago so he could remain president. That's really shitty. I'm just saying, like, when it comes to, like, really complex, particularly, like, Middle Eastern situations like this, I try to, like, basically suspend. So I guess what I want to do with you guys is, like, I'll give you my thoughts and pieces on, like, what I think, but more so I just, like, want to research with you and figure out, like, what the fuck is going on. Because there's just, like, so much. Why should Russia recognize the rebel-held regions? If neighbors come and say to you, this room will be ours, would you care about their opinion or not? It's your flat, and it will always be your flat, said a painter in the Ukrainian capital. Let them recognize whatever they want, but in my view, it can also provoke a war, because normal people will fight for their country. True. Bristled at the move. Until now, Ukraine and the West have accused Russia of supporting separatists, but Moscow has denied that, saying Russians who fought there were volunteers. At an earlier meeting of Putin's Secretary Council, a stream of top officials argued for recognizing the region's independence. At one point, one slipped up and said he favored including them as part of Russia's territory. Oh, yikes. That's not a good look. Recognizing the separatist region's independence is likely to be popular in Russia, where many share Putin's worldview. Russian state media released images of people in Donetsk launching fireworks, waving large Russian flags, and playing Russia's national anthem. In fairness, Russia's national anthem is a banger. So it's hard to say whether they were playing that because they were patriotic or because it's a good dubstep song. Just kidding. Why should Russia recognize blah, blah, blah? Okay, with an estimated 150,000 troops massed on the three sides of Ukraine, U.S. has warned that Moscow has already decided to invade. Biden and Putin tentatively agreed to a meeting brokered by the French president, Macron. Russia moves and the meeting will be off, but the prospect of a face-to-face summit resuscitated hopes in diplomacy. Sorry, guys, I'm not trying to ignore you. Yeah, the truth isn't always obvious, and it isn't always. The main thing is, like, you really don't want to be on, like, the bad side of history, right? You don't want to be the person who is like, it's totally fine, and it's totally fine and it's within his right because it's like annexed territory that's filled with people that like want to be part of your country, and it's just like maybe, but like there is a valid critique to say that's like the same justification given historically for a genocide. Now, does that mean that Putin is going to engage in a genocide? Like, no, it doesn't mean that. But like historical precedence also matters, right? And that's why people get nervous, is because like history informs the present. We should learn from it to some extent. By Erd. Over 14,000 people have been killed since conflict erupted in the eastern industrial heartland of Ukraine. Let's just change my name. Some residents of the main rebel-held city of Donetsk described sporadic shelling by Ukrainian forces, but they added that it wasn't on the same scale as earlier. Separatist authorities said Monday that at least 4 civilians were killed by Ukrainian shelling over the past 24 hours. Others were wounded. Ukraine's military said 2 Ukrainian soldiers were killed over the last weekend. Another serviceman was wounded Monday. Yikes. Sanctions against Russian officials as a result. Russia invasion of Ukraine. Putin's approval rating reached 87%. Putin is ranked the world's most popular politician. 89%? What is this? A Russian independent. Oh, independent in quotation marks from Wikipedia is never a good sign. Yeah, anything with an 89% approval rating is very sus to me. Not gonna lie. That is really, really high. In 2016, the approval rating was 81%. Observers see Putin's high approval ratings as a consequence of significant improvements in living standards. Despite high approval for Putin, confidence in the Russian economy is low, dropping to levels in 2016 that rivaled the recent lows in 2009 at the height of the global economic crisis. Just 14% of Russians in 2016 said their national economy was getting better. Interesting. An opinion poll by Moscow-based Levada Center indicated 67% held Putin personally responsible for high-level corruption. That is at odds with the 87% approval rating. I guess it was, 2016 and 2016. That's weird. Ukrainian region has officially been recognized by Putin as no longer part of Ukraine, and he has signed a contract to militarily defend the separatists in the region if any form of conflict takes place. Are always so bad when they fake approval ratings, but 89% is a way better number than, say, 96 or 99 like they use. Yeah, but like you could argue that he's not using that because everyone knows. It's like the same thing of like if you like bot view your like videos on Twitch or stuff like that. Like there's just kind of a look that it has, and it's pretty obvious, right? So now when people bot view, they like have adapted to like have like bot views that trickle in, so it doesn't look as like artificial and stuff like that. So it's like it's possible that they're like still, especially when like it's literally like Wikipedia says it's an independent research polling thing, you know, like it's just like doesn't look good. He's going to use this as an excuse to begin invasion. Yeah, that's like the main fear. International, I don't really care. Ukraine news. Putin orders forces to maintain peace. $16 ago. Okay, so maintain peace. What does that mean? It means he's moved in as independent, but it remained unclear whether troops would enter Ukraine. The UN Secretary Council will hold emergency meetings. US, Canada, and other Western nations have promised to encompass economic sanctions on Russia, and Ukraine's president has said Ukraine is not afraid of anyone or anything and ruled out making any territorial concessions. Macron will come and defend the separatists. We will retake Labrador. Yeah. Interesting. I mean, this is not an area that I personally am deeply versed on. I'll probably spend more time like reading about it. But I was curious if you guys had seen something else.
There's only
I'm
one
going to
type
switch
of
our
eel.
topic a little bit to something that's more in my wheelhouse. I suppose it's I don't want to have it viewed as like drama farming because that's not my intention with it, but I think it's very interesting and I wanted to talk to you guys about it and kind of get what some of your thoughts are. Let me just see if I can pull it up. It's a tweet that I saw today. So we're totally switching topics, by the way. I am jumping from Ukraine into the Dr. K stuff. I wanted to get into that a little bit today. I've been thinking really hard. So before you kind of like, no, I guess I'll change it before you read it. With the disclaimer of I've been thinking a lot from that drama girl. Hold on, I'm just changing my title. So it is a long arc. This is Twitch. We have our own current affairs. Yeah, I mostly think if you want to learn more about, so I'll give this promo. If you want to learn more about Russia and Ukraine, it sounds like Vosh is currently tracking like through satellite somehow the vehicles around the border and stuff. So if you're interested in the Ukraine stuff, that's super valid. I'm going to get off of it mostly because who the fuck cares what I think about it? I'm not informed on this. And what I'm doing is just like going through some of the stuff, but I can't give you like a rundown on it because I'm not deeply versed on the Ukrainian-Russian history. You guys sound like you might actually be more informed than me. I just encourage you guys. I wanted to touch onto this because I've been thinking for a long time about how I wanted to respond, if I wanted to respond to Mr. Girl's video. Then Dr. K came out with an ethics video. Mr. Girl needs to move on from Dr. K. I agree. Phoenix, yes, this comes from a study on like basically like happiness cutoff. There's a bunch of people who do this study, so it's basically seems to be the amount that keeps you at like middle income. So it is going to jump and vary based on country and region. For example, 75K is totally different. I agree. There's actually not a ton of evidence though that like living in LA beyond like certain things are big markers for happiness either. It seems that people can be happy in either state. But usually the income you need is to keep you at basically like very middle class. So I think in Canada right now it's like 70 to 80 grand a year. That's where that comes from. So the Mr. Girl thing, or you can follow Infrared for a different take on Russia. Interesting. Yeah. So for those of you who don't know, Slush made another video a long time ago, a couple years ago, right after Byron passed away, talking about Dr. K and his concerns with it. Now, the video was not super tasteful, in my opinion. There was a lot of like doom music and weird cutscenes, but he was able to like make connections with some of Byron's family and friends and stuff like that. Kind of did a talk piece on it. And didn't really do much. I don't think he did much more with it. It sounds like, so he released this just recently on Mr. Girl. I have no evidence for or against, but I just wanted to like bring our attention to it because I wanted to basically like, a lot of people have been asking me when I'm going to like talk about Mr. Girl's video and everything. Basically, I think what I've decided, especially when it comes to like this type of drama, is that I think that the characters involved with it should be left to involve themselves with it as much as possible. Like it should be resolved within the people that are actually involved, right? So Mr. Girl, who's levying the claims, Dr. K, and it sounds like Slush was somewhat involved. So I want to like not put my hat in it because I don't actually want this like drama to be going on for longer. Because fundamentally, I think I'm pretty opposed to what Mr. Girl is doing at this point. I think it is becoming a witch hunt. I think it is really not a good idea. I think that there's very legitimate criticisms to make of Dr. K. I've made them. I'm willing to stand by all of them for the most part. But there's a lot of accusations being made that I think are completely out of reach. It feels to me that this is like more of an emotionally fueled thing than something based like purely on logic and reason. And I think there is objectively a lot of people at risk to be harmed by this, particularly Byron's family and friends who have to like basically relive this again and again. I think it's a really bad idea, and it isn't obvious to me whether Mr. Girl is taking enough care with it, and I think he's aware of that, but I think at this point, thanks for the cheer, guys. That scared the literal crap out of me. Yeah, so I've been trying to not make too much comment on this because I think it's important to weigh in because I was in one of the first conversations with Mr. Girl, but I don't want to add more drama to the situation and continue it going on longer, mostly because a lot of it is centered around Byron and his family. So I'll let you know what Slush said, though, because I thought it was very interesting and it came out today. So apparently Mr. Girl is lying to his stream about me and saying that I told Reckful's family and friend not to talk with him. I don't know if this is true. Just figure you guys would be interested in seeing this. Here's what Slush said really happened. Mr. Girl reached out for info when he started making his video. I just hope that you take into consideration with whatever you do. He said, my first and only consideration is the truth. This is a major red flag for me, and at the point, I stopped providing him with my assistance. As a courtesy, I relayed this exact interaction to the people I interviewed for my interview because I felt they had a right to know. I did not advise them on whether or not they should speak with him. I just told them what I had said and how he had responded. As a courtesy, I relayed this exact interaction to the people I interviewed for my video because I felt they had a right to know. I did not advise them on whether or not they should speak. That's the same. That is the same thing. Okay. And he told me that I am complicit in a cover-up and that if another one of Dr. K's patients kills himself, it is on me. I eventually told him to never message me again because I was disgusted by his behavior. How is the truth a red flag, though? The truth is a red flag when you say you need to take in consideration with whatever you do, right? You need to think about the impacts that this could have to people. And if you say, I don't care about the impacts it could have, I only care about the truth, a lot of times people who say that are basically willing to, like, harm others to any extent necessary to like get at the truth. I don't know, obviously, if this is true. This is just Slush's claims. We'll have to see what Mr. Girl says in response to this. I'm probably not going to cover it. I will give my personal experience with Mr. Girl. My personal experience with Mr. Girl, in talking, he wanted me to do that experiment with him where I sent it to a couple of profs and stuff to see their thoughts on it. I did send it to a couple of people. Only one of them did get back to me. I asked for their consent to pass on the results of the things. It wasn't super astounding. It was more or less kind of what my positions were on things, a little bit different, but overall kind of the same analysis. Yes, there are obviously some ethical breaches. Therapy is actually a very confusing thing. It's not clear what is always therapy, and there definitely needs to be more like ethical regulations about what is and isn't therapy in a much more clear and kind of like didactic way. Which is what this whole Dr. K situation arises. So there, I kind of like went into all of that. For the most part, Mr. Girl has been really respectful of me. He's been very explicit that anything I do or don't want put out there, he won't put out there. He's been very respectful about that, which is why I don't know entirely what to think about this. Have I watched Mr. Girl's Talk with Destiny? I did watch a fair bit of it. I think I'm just worried. I'm worried that Max is like destroying his mental health for this, and I'm worried that it's showing. I was really unimpressed when I went on Chud's stream for a little bit. If you heard the other day where I was talking with Mr. Girl, just giving him my feedback, I gave him the caveat that I was concussed at the time because I was. And I just asked, do you want my opinion? And he said, sure, I'd like your feedback. I started to give it. He started immediately fighting me. And even went so far as to be pretty bad faith with me. I was really unimpressed with Mr. Girl. He called me a politician. He called me kind of limp-wristed. He said I was doing like a lot of heavy lifting for Dr. K. And it's just frustrating because it's not true. And I think that Max knows that. But I feel like the only reason he said these things is because he's like so emotionally invested and so angry that he's kind. That I think, like honestly, some of his cognitions might be getting a little bit distorted. He's in really deep, and I was really concerned with how he responded to me, in large part because he knew that I was literally brain injured in that moment, and I didn't want to debate. It seemed like he had no ability to like hold any space for me. I don't like want to speculate why he's invested. I don't want to speculate even like necessarily about his like character overall. I'm like still trying to make up my mind, but I am really concerned that this is like bringing out, whether this was there before or it's bringing something out, it's like bringing something out in Max that I really don't respect, which is too bad. And it's making me lose my like respect and like passion for like what he was doing before, because I think he was like doing some really interesting things before, and that's really sad to me, because I actually really valued what Max was doing before, and I'm concerned that he's harming it. I also will say from my personal experience, I have had more than a dozen professionals reach out to me just from streaming alone to say, hey, I wanted you to know kind of what I was thinking, what my thoughts were, but I am not at all willing to come on stream because essentially like I don't want to get witch hunted in this. I think the fact that I'm having so many professionals approach me and basically voice concerns of like, like most professionals are already nervous to come on stream because of the specific liability risk that it's posed. I'm really concerned because it seems like this is proving that they have concerns to have, and it is going to make it worse. And we need psychologists who are trained coming on stream and properly educating people. Now, I'm not saying that they need to do the style of Dr. K therapy, not therapy that he does on his thing. I am not a big fan of it. I understand the appeal to it, but I totally also see some major ethical issues with it. I've already said I personally would never engage in therapy like that with anyone. Normalizing things that shouldn't be normalized. I don't think I'm following you, Dan. Sorry if I saw you said that a while ago and I didn't respond. I don't know if you've seen his second talk with Stardust, but I think he goes deeper into his issues there. That's fair. And I do hope that like this can resolve with like as minimal people hurt. I genuinely hear Max's desire of like he doesn't want to hurt anyone. He doesn't want to like see Dr. K like actually physically hurt. He genuinely believes that he like wants to protect the public. My issue is that it seems to me like there's like growing evidence to me that he's doing more harm to the field of psychology than good, which is quite at odds, where it seems like the round consensus is that Dr. K is doing more good for the field of psychology. what is the consensus of the professionals you're talking to? I mean, I'm going to be honest. The people who approach me are going to be biased probably towards my perspectives. So like, I'll give that full caveat of being like, the people who've approached me have almost exclusively agreed with my positions on things. And they've been varying levels of extremely angry at Mr. Grohl for characterizing our field in such a way and kind of like being like somewhat dogmatically confident about the interpretation of certain ethics and certain like principles within psychology that a lot of people within the field feel he has no right and no authority to be making such like confident claims in. Do I want to change my stream title? I feel like I did, didn't I? Dr. K, Mr. Girl Slush. Isn't that right? That's what we're talking about. Yeah, I saw you, DJ. I'll just have to read it first before I read it on stream. I would make a bet there's a 0% chance of it happening. Yeah, it's very unlikely that he's going to lose his license. And the fact that Max is so convinced about him losing his license is concerning to me, because it indicates, like, I think just like how deep he is into it. Professionals. So I've had multiple psychologists, almost exclusively psychologists, registered psychologists, a couple of counselors, one person who's in, not one person, sorry, two different people who are in psychiatry, like right now, like they're not fully licensed, but they're like doing their like last couple of years in it. Trying to think. I'm not going to obviously give out any of their identifiers. I'm not going to bring them on stream. Even if they're listening now and they're like, I guess I can come on stream. Like, I don't, like, maybe you could, but I don't want to turn this into like this big manifesto against Mr. Girl. That's not what I'm interested in. My concern is that there is more harm being done to the field. I've seen a lot of comments in like his videos and videos around his stuff that are actually more negative towards therapy. They're more dubious of the field of psychology. I've seen a lot of therapists being very... There's a lot of therapists that are really, really frustrated with his representation of ethics. I will say the Dr. K ethics video was underwhelming to me. I appreciate that he addressed the Byron situation, because I think it's something that we're not actually giving enough gravitas to, which is that like, if Mr. Girl wants to continue this like thing with Dr. K, I think he needs to stop bringing Reckful into it, because I do actually think there is like tangible harm that can be pretty easily cited in bringing it up and in again and again and again. Unless basically he gets like explicit consent and like encouragement from the family, more or less. Yeah, but it says only case. That's not true though, right? Like in his video, he's got what's her name? Yvonne or something like that's case. He's got a lot of other cases. There's a lot of other muddy areas. Obviously it's the worst case, but like, I think the reason why he's focusing on it is because like somebody died, but everyone within the field is very explicitly being like, you cannot put Dr. K as culpable for the death. Like you just can't. There's no argument to be made there. It's weak and potentially fallacious, you know? Yeah. I think Mr. People misunderstood what Dr. K was trying to say. Yeah, he brings up also a lot Pokimane. Yeah, he could make the same blurry relationship with Pokimane potentially. That might be a better option to use. She's around. She can defend herself, stuff like that. Kind of hope the families and friends are just ignoring this as much as possible, and I hope Mr. Girl's not been pestering them. I have no idea, obviously. Personally, I also hope that, and I'm not going to make accusations that he is or isn't at this point. I really am not here to like throw around slander. It's pretty obvious that this is having like a mental health toll on Mr. Girl, and it's obvious that he's deeply impassioned by this. I'm just concerned because it feels like anytime he comes up against like any challenging claims against him, he kind of like digs his heels in harder because he's like so convinced of this. But I think, to be honest, like when you're presented with a lot of overwhelming evidence from professionals who like aren't willing to potentially engage, professionals who are coming on your streams and saying that like you're incorrect about your analysis of certain things, I don't know. I just think at some point like you need to be willing to like challenge your own perspective on it, and it doesn't seem like he's willing to. In Mr. Girl's most recent convo with Destiny, he tried to frame it as a professional negligence by Dr. K rather than a hypothetical of Reckful wouldn't have died if not for Dr. K. That's good. And I'm glad that he's not, to understand you, are you saying that he's no longer drawing like a clear line between Dr. K's unethical behavior and Reckfell's suicide. Because that's good. He shouldn't be drawing that line. And if he's like reeling it back and stuff, that's really, really good. I don't think having a lot of passion is helpful when it comes to trying to accomplish things via streaming.
There's only one type of eel.
Thanks for the subs. Very generous. I don't think he ever has. It's hard to say. I've definitely heard like kind of mixed things, but he gets really passionate, right? So he might like say things. I'll give him the benefit. Sometimes we say things in a way we don't really ideally mean to. So I'm yes. I will give you guys. I will basically take it back and say it is good that he is. It seems to be the case that Mr. Brill is not trying to draw a direct line between Reckfell, and like Reckfell's passing and Dr. K. But in that case, it's probably worth dropping that case, especially because there is a lot of risk. Okay. Thanks for the subscription. Some such nonsense. And Anonymous, I don't know who you are, but I appreciate you a lot. He was still saying, okay, so there's kind of some people saying he is and some people saying he isn't. So I'm going to guess it's probably somewhere in between. He's probably fucked up in how he's voiced it a couple of times. I do want to do my best to like give people the benefit of the doubt as much as possible, especially in this. Yeah, my main concern is basically what I said. I am concerned that he is doing more harm for the field of psychology than good, because I think he is potentially going to risk turning people off of therapy overall. He is making a lot of didactic claims about what is and isn't therapy and what is and isn't certain ethics that I don't think he has the authority to claim. He's basically said if the ethics board disagrees with him, basically he knows more and he's going to like continue, which you can say. You're allowed to say. Okay. Thank you for the sub gift, Phoenix Universe. Very kind of you. So absolutely you can decide against an ethics board for sure, because a couple of people were like, well, when I was in like Chud's chat, were like, well, he can decide against an ethics board, and he totally can. He totally can decide against an ethics board. The issue is like, for how long and to what extent, and like the burden of proof to like prove that the ethics board is wrong is really, really high, and I don't know. I don't think that the evidence is there, and this is coming from somebody who's very willing to be like, yeah, there's a lot of ethics that need to probably move and change. It just feels like he's wanting actually a more conservative rollback of ethics, and I would say that would probably do demonstrable bad. There's so much evidence that mental health is vastly underreached. We are not meeting the need, and a lot of psychologists do say that certain ethics are not adapting well to technology, and so there's a lot of ethics that constrain professionals from doing work. That if we could find a new way, so not saying let's not have ethics, let's saying how do we protect the client, but also make sure that our ethics don't also harm potentially the client, right? That's all we're trying to say. And how do we do that? And I think that that's an important conversation to be had. He said that Dr. K was an extended hand that Reckfell needed, but the hand Reckfell got was from the wrong person. Potentially. It's just like such a big claim to make, because it relies on a lot of like post-hack evidence of like, well, he did end up suiciding, but it's like, you don't know if he would have suicided sooner if Dr. K hadn't been in his life. It's possible that if he had a different therapist, they would have formed him sooner, right? Because he ended up suiciding the day before he was supposed to voluntarily commit. So it's possible that he could have had a different therapist who tried to form them right away, and he suicided quicker. It's possible that with a different therapist, he could have had a much healthier long-term relationship and it would have been all better. Like, it's hard to say, but we do know that Reckfell was resistant and all these things. I want to steer us away from the Reckfell conversation too much, though, because this is my whole issue is like, I want to stop bringing Byron into this situation, and I want to talk about ethics, what Dr. K is violating, and what should be the recourse for the field of psychology. That is what I'm interested in. An issue is that he's claiming specific rules are being broken, and that if the board doesn't agree, then the board is wrong. And it would be different if he said that the rule should be changed. Right. And that's my concern, is that like if he said that language sounds like I'm the arbiter of truth. I know more than even all of the entire field's professionals about how to do this, with no evidence. Like, there's just no evidence for this claim, right? There's a lot of implied harm, but there's no evidence for what precisely this harm is. He may not cancel his license, but surely his business model hurts mental health professions more than anything Max could do. I don't know if that's true. Like that's where evidence is needed. We'll have to see. Life coaches are decently effective. The life coach model definitely seems to be an adaptation that's begun in modern, like Western civilizations to deal with the like overwhelming need for mental health interventions, particularly affordable mental health interventions. So like to say like it's obvious that this harm is being done or isn't done, it's just like it's not clear. I've only said conjecturally. I am concerned that more harm is being done to the field of psychology, not to any individuals. Just so that's clear. Sorry, I just have to let my dog in. If it is beyond clear that if we get evidence that what Dr. K is demonstrably harmful to individuals, both the viewer and the interviewee, then yeah, I'm more on that side. It's just like there's just no evidence, and there's a lot of claims being made about like potential harm this way and that. And I only have the anecdotal evidence of like. Yeah, I'm speedy, Konish. I go and come back in incredible time. Have channel points reward for petting the doggo. I feel like Twitch might not like that. I was talking about the field of psychology as well, not individuals. Okay, fair enough. What kind of evidence is adequate though? Like a research study? Yeah, if we could do like some sort of study that looked at basically like what the impact is of certain ethical violations and breaches, right? And the reality is like the evidence just isn't super out there, particularly because Dr. K has invented something new. And I feel like this is probably a caveat needed again. It is beyond evident to me that Dr. K is in ethical murky water and probably might be even ethically intolerable in certain levels. Like I said, I personally would not be comfortable streaming one-on-one conversations, even if they're just emotional in nature. I wouldn't do it with people online because I think the risk is too high to the individual. So I'm not actually for what he's doing. I just don't think that the like witch hunt and the medical license revocation and talking about how it's like abuse and all this stuff are claimed like they feel like leaps that I don't see the evidence to make the jump to. Twitch doesn't mind doggo rewards. Okay, she'd probably appreciate that. But it means any random therapist can start coaching companies who might not be as benevolent as Dr. K. Yeah, so definitely true. Coaching companies definitely need to be regulated way better. The issue is that Dr. K's coaching company seems to have decently effective results, right? Decreases in depressive and anxious symptoms. I know that he does have an internal ethics board that goes through some of this, so there is some validity to that. Oh, did I open a can of worms I didn't want to by getting into the Dr. K stuff? Therapists are allowed to start coaching companies currently. There's no rule against that. True. And it might be that there should be. I don't know. Here's the thing.
These are bits for doggo. Suck it, Twitch.
Okay. I'll pet her. Hey, yeah. Can I give you a little pet? Come here. She's sleeping. She doesn't want to get up. Come on. Come. Hi. All right. I'll give her a pet and a mint because she got up. You had like 100 anonymous subs. Erudite is ballin'. Thanks. I remember in some random Dr. K video, he said he would advise his children to go into the field of entertainment when they got older because of concerns. I'm guessing he wouldn't because of concerns of the future economy. So his wife's decision to help the game is likely has to do with their concern. Oh, that he would tell them to go into entertainment because of concerns of the future economy. Let her sleep. She's already woken up, but she enjoyed the mint. She falls asleep in like basically 0 seconds. Okay. Which clearly hates doggos. So yeah, that's overall my positions on this Dr. K, Mr. Girl stuff. Other than that, I'm probably like, I'm not going to review the videos on stream. I'm just not interested in doing that. I've kind of weighed in on my opinion. I think the individuals involved should resolve it. If the medical board decides to side with Mr. Girl, then he'll be vindicated, and I'll basically be like, all right, fair enough. Essentially, they did feel he was doing therapy and that his ethics breaches were intolerable to such a degree that they took his medical license. I think the likelihood of that happening is extremely low. His wife is an executive and he was a psychiatrist. They weren't hurting for money. Yeah, it's true. They also do a lot of gifting potentially. I've heard kind of mixed things about the company itself. I did get a new mic. Yes. Let's see. Criticism against Dr. K regarding ethics of what he is doing is okay, but I feel like the Mr. Girl brings the criticism too far and is unnecessary. Yeah, he makes a lot of claims about an individual's capacity to consent to something. I feel like he really steals clients' autonomy too hard from them. I don't know if you guys would be interested, but I can show you the Canadian Psychologist Code of Ethics. It's really interesting. It's free online. So in our Code of Ethics in Canada, at least, because this is the one that I'm trained on. So when I got my psychometry training, they trained us on the Canadian Ethics Psychologist for an entire semester. And my ethics professor is both the head of the department at my university, but more importantly than that, is part of a major ethics governing board in my province. So, and actually my undergrad supervisor is also part of the regulatory body for my province's college for Alberta psychologists. So as far as like my personal experience, not a ton, but I've been educated by people who know a fair bit about. Suggestion, react to the new Dr. K video on ethics? No, I already said I will not do that. Wouldn't Jordan Peterson be disqualified under Mr. Girl's standards? Probably. It's basically reaction to Mr. Girl. No, I'm not willing to do that. That could be said of many internet personalities, though. Everything Mr. Girl says and does is too far compared to what the average person would say or do. It does seem extreme. Okay. JP should be disqualified under everyone's standards. I wouldn't say so. He's actually like an extremely strong researcher. He never had any major complaints made against his therapy. There's no reason why Jordan Peterson would be disbarred. Wait, you're in Alberta, so you have no idea what a rat looks like? Actually, I've literally never seen a rat. Ever. Even when there is animal research going on at the university does that, we used mice and fish. So I've literally never seen a rat live. Oh no, that's not true. I saw one in Vancouver last summer. It's really gross. And it scuttled away. Okay, so in the Canadian board, so when I say ethics are muddy and gray, a large reason for why psychological ethics are muddy and gray is that we come across situations that put major ethical domains at conflict with one another. So for example, confidentiality can sometimes be put at conflict with this first one, respect for dignity of personal or responsible caring. So these two can come at conflict with one another. What you'll see is they're talking about the emphasis of weight, okay? So in the Canadian ethics, at least, we basically have 4 major principles, and our rule is when you're in a muddy situation where you have conflicting ethics, you always want to yield to the higher level principle. So if you have like principle 1.8 in conflict with like a 3.2, you would defer to honoring the 1.8. The issue is that liability-wise, we sometimes have to step outside of that because of certain circumstances like confidentiality, which you could argue is still respecting the dignity of persons and peoples would be the big part, right? But if I know that my client is highly suicidal, even if they don't want me to tell anyone, I still have to report it and like call in extra supports for them, especially if I think they're actively. Or a better example would be if my client voices intention to harm somebody, I have to call the police and report that. If my client voices intention or is actively abusing their child, I have to call the Canadian foster care system, basically. Do you think Dr. K is practicing therapy on Twitch, or is it just is not clearly therapy? It could be someone's style of therapy. So here's the thing. Dr. K is a psychiatrist. Okay, so his sessions are going to look wildly different from these. So that might be part of some of the murky water is Dr. K doesn't have a lot of experience with just therapy because all of his sessions, his actual private sessions is psychiatric therapy. So he's going to be doing med checks. He's going to check in on their medications, potentially prescribe them new things, and then maybe also do some talking questions. There's going to be a lot more assessment and analysis than he ever does in these sessions. I would argue basically that he's probably not doing therapy. However, the fact that many clients think he is says to me that he is not making it clear enough that it isn't a replacement for therapy. Yeah. Regarding medical ethics, Dr. K's video is pretty clear. This is the equivalent of for psychologists of what he was presenting in the beginning of the video. Yes, Dr. K's video on ethics and stuff, he does a pretty good job at least of like defining a lot of these things. I know a lot of people afraid to fully open up to therapists because they're afraid of getting thrown in a mental hospital. Yes, so this is a huge issue in ethics right now. I've been hearing from some of my professors and stuff some really big arguments about basically we know that mental hospitals have like moderate efficacy. We know that suicide rates are really, really high just before voluntary entry and just after non-voluntary entry. And legally and liability and ethically wise, like all of them, we are required to report somebody if we think we need to, and we are required to form people. And we can be held liable if we don't form somebody that we think needs to be. And so there's this huge question of being like, should we be liable? Should there just be a whole different process that we recommend for clients? And then what the fuck is it, right? Because you can't have your psychologist going home with your client and being like, well, you can't be alone for the next 72 hours because you're highly suicidal, so I'm going to hang out with you. Like, we don't have that system in place. It would be really great if there was like a government regulated system of like basically emergency caretakers that we could specifically call to be like, hey, this person is suicidal. You're going to basically spend the next 2 days with them at their house, right? And like then we could have like ethics and safety parameters set up so that they can be at home, they cannot be alone. So there's like conversation about like, could we create this? But that would be creating a whole new institution of care. So I think it's a really good, interesting idea, actually. One of my, I don't know if it's one of my coworkers or a professor who said that. It's hard to tell. I talk to them a lot. So anyways, and we don't have the resources. Yeah. How we'd have to create a whole new standardization of training. Who should do this? Should it be like, yeah, there's just a lot of questions. So it's not like something that we're going to solve anytime soon. Has any of the people he has interviewed outside of the air quotes said they believed it was therapy? I have no idea. I would say a lot of people say it looks like therapy. It is decently therapeutic in nature. It definitely looks like some forms of therapy. I'm going to be honest. It does, right? He talks to them. He gets a little bit of information about their background. I would say he pushes a little bit too much. It could be for the drama. It could be for sake of like curiosity. Like he really wants to understand the person, and understand a person, you need to know what their life circumstances were like. I'm not sure which it is. If it's for drama, that's a really bad thing. Probably shouldn't be doing that. If it's for just trying to understand the person and kind of forgetting about the risks of like the publicity, not great still, but yeah, you don't have to mention that you have a plan. That is not a requirement. I've been admitted to psych wards in 6 separate times, so that's how I know what to do. Just to be clear, mods, if you're here, we don't want to be encouraging people for ways to get out of being like formed and stuff like that, because that's really dangerous conversations, right? I'm not going to be encouraging people to be avoiding going to the hospital. I'm talking about the real reality of how it can be really difficult, but the reality is we don't have an alternative. And I imagine that suicide rates would still be much higher if we weren't putting people in the hospital, right? Because then we would have zero intervention at all. I personally have been able to save one person's life by admitting them into the hospital. So, and genuinely that person probably would have bled out if I hadn't called and like gotten them arrested. Like they weren't arrested, well, they were arrested eventually because they were like assaulting staff. But if I hadn't called the ambulance and stuff, they would have died. So just to be clear, that is still the rule of thumb, is you need to call. If somebody can't be safe alone and there's no one that's there, they need to go to a hospital. They need care. I wish that there was a better service. And so we can talk about what the better service should look like in the future for advocacy. But as it is right now, I'm being very clear. If somebody in your life is suicidal and you don't think that they are safe enough to be alone by themselves for the next 24 hours and you can't be there, they do need to go to a hospital. Or they need to negotiate somebody else being there. You have to. Do you have the duty to tell somebody's family or close friends if they are suicidal or have a mental disorder? So no, we don't have a duty to tell anyone. That's actually confidentiality at risk. But this is an issue that we're raising confidentiality is in here, integrity in relationships. So we have an issue with confidentiality. Is it in there? Maybe, let's go down. Hold on. It's possible that confidentiality is in Principle 2. Blah, 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 blah. freedom of consent. This is all under the first principle. So you see consent is in those first principles. So a lot of consent issues take priority. So if you're confused about the list here, if you have two, so say you again have two ethics at odds, maybe this one and one, this one, okay? Yeah, so here we go. Not engage publicly in degrading comments about others, including demeaning jokes based on characteristics of culture, blah, 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 blah. So don't go online and be a racist. Pretty obvious. So that's really high. The problem is that I don't know if there's anyone who's lost their license for this. And there's some pretty racist, like, academics out there. So, that's the issue with, like, a lot of these codes. And so I'd be like, this one's really high. This one is number one, knowledge, insight. This is all about like staying within your scope and stuff like that. It's really high. And it seems like it's higher than something like confidentiality, right? Which is weird, right? But in general, what we say is if it's 1.43, that takes less precedence over 1.42. So if those two are at odds with each other, you're supposed to yield to 1.42, but there's constantly critique and conversation about the order of these things. There's a lot of people who would argue that like confidentiality is way more important than privacy, whereas other people would say privacy is more important, right? Protection for vulnerable groups. A lot of people would argue that this should be more important than freedom of consent. It should maybe be more important than informed consent even. So it's just, this is where the ethics get muddy, is because like if we come across a circumstance where we see these two, like one from here and one from here and another one from like down over here, all at war with each other, and then we get evidence that like the way that this last one that is being honored is the most important one in this case and leading to the most harm. Like this is why ethics boards take so long and like have so much work, is it is not fucking clear. It is very gray. And this comes from somebody, I've spent a lot of hours in this fucking book because of my ethics course. It's a really, really, really good course where we basically just got case study after case study after case study, and we had to learn like a 10-step system for ethical decision making. Okay, so like general caring, right? Promote the well-being and best interests. So that is taking less precedent than over something like privacy, right? Whereas a lot of people would argue actually taking the care of the person's well-being is more important than even confidentiality. Because if I can call their family member and keep them alive and not have to send them to a stressful situation like a mental hospital, especially if they have lots of negative experiences with it, we would argue maybe that's worth it. So this is where these like ethical things get really, really tricky and complicated. And there isn't a correct like yes or no. How long do ethics boards take them? Like years, months? It probably varies so much. So from my understanding, I'll tell you what my prof told us, who worked on like an actual ethics board for this type of stuff. She said almost all of the ethics claims seem to be sent by unhappy clients where there was no ethical breach. They were just mad at their psychologist. Those get dismissed within a week to 2 weeks, 3 weeks. They kind of look through it and are like, there's not a lot of substance to this. It's just an angry client. And broadly, the field actually tries to back its own workers. If it's a really complicated case where they have to subpoena a lot, it could take months or years. Apparently that happens in like, she said from her experience, she would say it happened in like less than 10% of the cases arised, where it was super complicated and they had to subpoena a bunch of stuff. And it like rose to a really high level and led to like a really big, like kind of ethical conversation. I need to speak to your manager. All right. My manager's in the Discord. His name is Nicotine. You can message him and let him know how mad you are. Would they watch the 100 videos Mr. Girl's about to send them? They might. They might in a case that feels really complicated and they're not sure what to make of it. They might. Unlikely, but they might for sure. Because they're going to be thorough, right? Mr. Girl being so creepy is unethical. I don't think he's creepy. Got some dimes. So it's really hard to say. It depends on the complexity of the case and the complexity of the circumstances at hand and how much subpoenaed and like kind of legal stuff they might have to do with it as well. Informed consent is super murky. It's super fucking murky, and we have to talk about it all the time in addictions work because there's a huge question about whether or not people can consent to treatment when they're detoxing, or if you have a homeless individual who really wants to get into your rehab center so that they're not homeless. Here's an issue we genuinely have all the time. We have people who try to enter the center that I used to work at all the time who would say yes to any policy. I could literally be like, okay, you can come, but you have to sell us all of your prized possessions and also sell us your vehicle and then donate all of those proceeds to the center. These people would fucking do it, okay? And we could be like, well, we had informed consent, but the issue is that there's so much pressure for these individuals to get into these centers sometimes when they're at like the really like bottom barrel of their life, like when they've hit rock bottom and they OD'd recently especially, and they're really scared, they'll consent to anything. So my center's policy was we got informed consent when they came in. We did actually basically say that some people were not able to consent and we wouldn't bring them in because we're like, they're willing to basically do too much. So for example, our center had rules about what could and couldn't come in. So for example, kids were welcome on site, but we couldn't have kids over 10 because of obvious other ethical issues like risk for like sexual assault between children increases when you have really young children, because most of the children in the center were like under 5, and if you have a child who's like 15, there is a decently high risk for sexual assault. Can somebody please post the link tree? Sure. If you want, you can type my Discord, and my link tree is in there. That might help. I know it's a bit of a jump, but money and insurance companies really fuck with mental health treatment. They totally do. If we get into profit motive at all, I think it's a really dangerous area to go into because, to be honest, if your psychologist was profit motivated, they would basically charge you for as much as they possibly could for as long as they possibly could. Now, most therapists don't do this, right? The problem is that a lot of therapists will still charge you as much as they possibly can. In fact, some therapists will even try to argue that it is unethical to allow your patient to pay you less than the max that you can charge them, which is super, super weird. So to like talk about profit motivation, we can. My concern with it is actually a bit of a Mr. Curl concern, which is how much should we talk about it with the public? Because if we get into profit motivation, to be honest, the field of psychology is at a profit level, when it's private, kind of murky. Because arguably there's profit motivation. And how do you do that? Like there needs to be this compensation, right? It's such a murky conversation for content and the public. I just don't know if that's true. I think genuinely his intentions were good. It's possible that he's doing harm. We probably need to look more into it. Again, is he doing therapy sessions? It's hard to say. He's certainly not doing psychiatry sessions, right? Because he's not doing anything with medicine. He's not recommending them they take pills or anything like that. And it's possible that when you get Dr. K in a private session, therapy looks totally different, right? A CBT therapist would say that what he does doesn't look like therapy at all, like a really, really staunch CBT therapist, okay? A DBT therapist would say that it probably looks kind of like therapy, but not totally like therapy. A psychodynamic therapist might say it looks just like therapy. So this is why it's so complex. I was like, he can't legally call them therapy, but man, those streams aren't just a talk. Yeah, they're not just in a talk, but here's the thing. Have you ever had a really emotional, meaningful conversation with a friend? And now I get that there's a disparity because there's now this authority behind Dr. K, so that it's not just a friend, it's somebody that you're talking to who has a professional authority and weight behind them. I totally get that. What type of therapy does he do? I'm not really sure. That's the issue. Is like it looks. If I had to stick it in a camp, I'd say probably psychodynamic, but it doesn't really match any modality of therapy perfectly. But no one's therapy perfectly matches a modality of therapy. So that also might just be like a bit of an effect. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm just getting distracted. I'm friends with the doctor and I get their advice all the time, but it's obviously we don't have that relationship where they're my doctor. Yeah, exactly. And this is the issue is like, it's definitely worth, it's definitely worth clarifying what this looks like more. I don't do these conversations publicly with friends. Like I said, I definitely think there's a little bit of content farming that's going on. The issue is that like Mr. Girl has a advice show where he is to some extent farming for trauma for content. So is it okay because Mr. Girl just isn't an authority on it, even though he has the authority of being a really popular streamer? There's definitely like some power disparities there that are also between a doctor. Now, it's not the same power disparities, but it's like maybe it's not the doctor credentials that matter. Maybe it's just the power disparity that matters. And then any big streamer has that power disparity over anyone that comes on. So it's just like, there's just so much into this that we just don't have an answer to. Could getting life advice from a priest be considered therapy by Mr. Girl's definitions? I have no idea. Do priests have ethical guidelines they have to follow? Right? I don't know. My dad's a psychologist. Sometimes therapy is just being a parent. Yep. If I have money, I can pay someone to listen to my problems and have them make me better. If I don't, I can't even get help. Goes for everyone. Right? Which is kind of the issue that I think Dr. K was trying to solve. Have you watched any of the advice confession videos? Just curious. I have not watched them personally. I have been somewhat taking a break from Mr. Girl content just because I've been really worried about him and I haven't been very comfortable with like what his content has been. So I haven't been engaging with it a ton because it makes me uncomfortable, if I'm being honest. Nobody thinks Mr. Girl is a therapist. That's the difference. But there is a lot of motivation to come on to share a bunch of your personal intimate details. So there's for sure more ethical things that he's taking into account for. He's not letting them be public as far as like face, but their voice is still public. And they give enough identifiers that potentially people who know them might know who they are, right? So it's not a full privacy. It's certainly not confidential. There is a power disparity because he's a really popular streamer. And there's a lot of people that simp super hard for Mr. Girl and might be motivated to come on and talk to him about like pretty extreme things because they have a really weird parasocial relationship with him, right? So, yeah, I'm not even saying that he can't have an advice show. I guess my issue is who do we want doing an advice show? A Harvard-trained psychiatrist or a random dude? And now you can say, well, the Harvard-trained psychiatrist has a higher level of duty. I agree. It is why I have levied criticisms at Dr. K's practice. I don't agree with him doing the live streaming stuff. As far as like the one-on-one, I don't actually agree with that, which is why I've said that, just to be super, super clear. Yeah. Is that Mr. Girl isn't a doctor? Well, he isn't a doctor. Mr. Girl isn't a doctor. He doesn't put their face on there. He doesn't do a lot of digging, from what I have heard him say about it. And I'm trying to think if there's anything else that's majorly different. Mr. Girl's show is not a replacement for therapy like Dr. K was for Recful. Right, but the argument with Recful specifically, and this is so I am going to not address Recful comments anymore for respect for his family. I'll say the last thing with Recful to respond to your comment because you're brand new, so you didn't know that I had said that, so I'll give you a bit of grace. After that, chatters, if you see somebody come in and I ignore them, just if you can catch them, be like, hey, she's trying not to talk about Recful anymore, which is why she's not ignoring you. The major difference is that with Recful, he had already had a lot of therapy. He had a lot of money. If he wanted to get a therapist, he could have. He had had a terrible experience with them in the past, and he wasn't willing to go. And a flippant answer of just go get therapy seems like it could have also done more harm than good. So, yeah. It's also a one-time thing. You're right. It also seems to be a one-time thing. I don't know if he has a strict policy about being like, does he check and make sure? Because if he does it a lot, he might start getting repeat callers. But also people could get around that because they could just like change their name on Discord or something and then still try to get in. So I definitely think the advice show is following more ethics that he has outlined as a major problem with Dr. K. So it is consistent. I can definitely appreciate that. I just don't actually know if I want random non-trained people giving advice when we could have trained people coming online and giving advice that's more caveated. One thing I do with advice, so say I've been doing a public session. I do a lot of public teaching on mental health, so I'm very psychoeducational. I teach them about like anxiety. Afterwards, inevitably, somebody is going to come up and ask me a very precise personal question about some event in their life, and they want me to tell them what they should do. Usually what I do is I'll ask them a bunch of questions about what they think that they should do, which you could argue is maybe therapeutic. I don't know. It's kind of what therapists would do too. What do you think? What are your thoughts on this, right? Then overall, I'll kind of give them some broad recommendations, and I'll say, so here's the thing. I can't answer your question precisely because I don't know you. I don't know a lot about your circumstance. And so I just can't answer everything. Here's what I will say. I will give you some general advice, and what you should do is if something feels like a good idea, you can take it and leave everything else. And obviously, if your therapist or a doctor or anyone else has recommended you something that is precisely opposite of what I've said, you should either refer to your doctor and listen to them or get a second professional opinion in a professional setting. And then I'll give them really general advice that is like, I do my best to only give advice that has almost no evidence of being harmful, right? So like basic advice that you could give people is like, well, try to improve on your communication styles. Here's a couple of really good strategies, books, tools that I've used in the past to improve on my communication strategies, okay? Broadly telling people to improve on their communication strategies isn't going to end up in net harm if they follow that advice. Dr. K shouldn't do one-on-one, period. Yeah, I'm not really disagreeing with that, but I'm just saying he won't have his medical license revoked, and I don't think that the witch hunt against him is nearly as valid as people are saying. He went to Tufts for medical school. Where does the training from Harvard come in? Dr. K himself says that he is a Harvard-trained medical professional. He wears his Harvard shirt all the time. Do you think professionals that stream on Twitch should be digging into childhood trauma with all their guests? No, I definitely don't, which is why I said I would never do that. Do I need to say the maybe I should just make my title the caveat. I personally would not do what Dr. K is doing, just to be clear. He started a residency. Oh, okay. Thanks, Bright. Chud Logic accused Dr. K of fake wearing that shirt. Okay. I don't know anything about that, so I'm not going to like weigh in firmly and be like, I know that he was trained at Harvard because I was personally there and I saw him. Like, I don't know 100%. So if there's evidence that comes out that he's not Harvard trained and he's lying about being Harvard trained, he was staff at Harvard. I think he teaches or something. Okay, so maybe he's not a Harvard trained, but he's good enough that Harvard will let him train their people, which is actually more. That is actually more impressive than just being Harvard trained. You're so good at what you do that Harvard wants you to train people so that those people can say that they're Harvard trained. So, yeah. He trained them in Ayurveda. I'm sure he didn't. The last thing I'll say about... Oh, okay. Jordan Peterson taught at Harvard? Yeah, and Jordan Peterson is an extremely prestigious psychologist. I don't know if Basney's still here, but there's a very interesting thing that I didn't know about until Basney told me about it, that is called an H-score, which is a way of basically measuring how impactful people are in their field. And essentially they assign you an H-score based on a whole bunch of stuff. I'm sure Basney is still here, so I'm sure that they will link it. But basically, Jordan Peterson has a score of 51. 60 is considered a Nobel laureate level of impact on your field. So people saying like Jordan Peterson is dumb and doesn't know anything and he's just a joke in psychology is just not true. He's actually like decently respected within psychology. He's got like lots of citations, lots of Harvard like graduates who've come under him. He was at like he was tenured at one of the more prestigious programs for psychology in Canada. So he's a clinical psychologist. So yeah, he's just wrong. Well, yeah, I mean, that's fair, right? Like, that's why, like, if you listen to actors, they're experts on acting. Doesn't mean actors are experts on like the politics of Ukraine. That's why I was like going into Ukraine. And then I was like, is it really worth you guys listening to my thoughts on the Ukraine? Not really. You should probably listen to somebody who's much more informed on Ukraine than I am. So like, yeah, Jordan Peterson, I would agree. He's a little bit reductive when it comes to politics. I'm fine to make that claim, but that doesn't mean that we toss him out as a psychologist. Does this concern you that all medical professionals that have come forward to talk about Dr. K have had negative things to say about his streams? And that his only defenders at the moment are students and non-professionals. No, not at all. I've had tons of people in my DMs say that they absolutely are in defense of Dr. K. Most professionals will not come out publicly about anything, especially once an ethics claim has been made, because most professionals, like I said, are just going to defer to what the ethics board had said. Professionals in general don't want to engage that often with social media. They kind of usually, on average, rather like stay in their institution and kind of do their research, and they don't want to deal with social media. There have been a ton of them in my DMs, though, and privately, people that I've reached out to who are not at all feeling like nearly the level of appalling. So I'm not really concerned about that. Oh, he's at 55 now, Bastony. I wonder why. The only people who are going to be willing to go on record about this are more likely going to be people who are opposed to it. So it's for sure selection bias. That's why documentaries in general, I'm always very hesitant on, because documentaries are often selective. They'll be like, this group that we're very opposed to refused to comment on it. And I'm like, yeah, no shit. They don't want to be a part of a narrative that's like trashing something. Yeah. I don't think that Jordan Peterson has become extremely religious. Yeah, I don't know. Jordan Peterson now, because the article is dated. Okay, thanks, Bastony. Guys, shout out to Bastony. VIP. That makes me feel really weird about trusting Mr. Girl when he says that he's only had professionals DM him with negative opinions. That's fair. I'm willing to believe that I have selection bias as well. That the only professionals DMing me. The issue is I have reached out to a couple of professionals who basically, for the most part, weren't really willing to comment back. I participated in the experiment that Mr. Girl asked me to, and we talked about it, and it was public where he asked me about the experiment. I sent him back the few that I got back that weren't strongly in support of what Mr. Girl had said. There was one person. They weren't super, they basically like outlined what I said. There's obviously some ethical breaks. Some of them might be intolerable. We should probably deal with it. Therapy is not a clear thing. There's a lot of different opinions on what therapy is. It is possible that he's doing therapy. We should probably leave that to the board. I had two of my profs that I reached out to basically respond back and say they're not really willing to answer all the questions because there was a lot of questions that Mr. Girl had sent me to send. And they weren't really interested in weighing in on like social media stuff, but overall, they basically were like, ethics are like a difficult thing to navigate. And it's best, I think what my one prof said literally, ethics are a difficult thing to navigate and it's best that we leave it to the ethics board. And I'm like, okay. I think it's fine as lay people to talk about it. I'm not like of the view of like, you have to only listen to the ethics board and you can't disagree with what the ethics board said. Of course you can still talk about it. But I think when it comes to like deciding if he's violated ethics to an intolerable level to lose his license, only the ethics board can decide that. Okay. Sorry, I'm reading an email that somebody said I could read on stream. I'm just going to read it to make sure. Okay. How's the pupper? Fast asleep, guys. She's right out. My honey dewdrop voice just puts her right out. Yes, because the ethics really aren't black and white. It's usually always very gray. Regular person reading principles will probably assume it's black and white. Yes. Yes. Because of this whole issue of the this hierarchy. Another thing when it comes to ethical decisions, so say, because there's almost never just one breach or like two breaches of ethics, right? Usually there's a whole bunch of them. So what you do in like an ethics, I wonder if I can actually pull up a case study for you guys that I did to walk you through actual psychological ethical decision making. Let's see if I can pull it up. I can't guarantee it, but I will check my schooling and see if it's there. La 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 la. Hold on. You guys can't see anything because I'm pulling it up on another screen. Is there like a video that I should throw in for you guys to watch while we're waiting? You go to explore, see if there's anything trending. Fuck sports, don't give a shit. Trudeau was right? That's trending in #1? All right, you guys can watch that.
Shovel most of my driveways where I park, but there is heroes with no cape. The city guy that comes around and usually pile up mountains of snow came around today, and he saw me shoveling, and he, to be honest with you, it make my day. It make my day to the point where I'm so grateful to be around. He scooped my 2 driveways. He saw me working, and he came around with the big machine and took his time to shovel my driveways.
Okay. So I don't have my old ethics case studies anymore. I apologize. I wish I did. Sometimes in the CPA, they'll actually give some. Let's see if I can find one. Canadian Psychological Code of Ethics case example. See if you can find a good example. I used to have a textbook that went through all of this, but I borrowed it from somebody, so I don't have it. Nope. This is the companion manual, which is where it's in, but
There's only one type of eel.
thanks, guys.
Okay.
I appreciate that. Let's see if it's in this book. Hold on. I still have it. Okay, let's see. I think there are case examples in here. The companion manual to Psychology Code of Ethics. So not only did I have to learn this entire bitch, but there's an entire set of just vignettes and companion things that just like break down even more all the ethics you could ever need to know. Look at this, right? Because I'm not the authority on it necessarily. I've got a lot of practical experience. I'm in the field. Oh, Simric, thank you for the gift. Sorry I didn't check in when you gifted. I just said thank you and screamed it, but I appreciate it. Is paying forward the gift they got from IO Failure. Thanks. It's a special event when Trudeau is right. I don't know if he is right about this. I do not like this stuff. Dr. K is not good, I feel, in the sense that he is helping change the stigma on mental health. All right, let's focus in on ethics for a little bit. Okay. So, let's give you guys a vignette. Let's find one. Where are you? Okay, so these are the vignettes we have to work through. I found a bunch of them. So I'm going to read you guys some, and then you guys can decide what the answers are. And I'm going to scroll up and down. I'm going to actually post the link to this compendium if you'd like to use it for your answers. But I'm going to give you an example of situations where ethics are gray, and it's difficult to figure out what the right or wrong is. So, let's see if I can find one that's somewhat close at least. Okay. Okay, these are all teaching. Oh yeah, teaching training. Let's not do the teaching training. Let's do practice, because that's more interesting, a little bit more spicy. Research training, research, boring, boring, boring. Applied. Let's do applied. Nobody cares about research ethics. Boring. Okay. You are a psychologist living in a jurisdiction in which it is mandatory for professionals to report child abuse. You are engaged in family therapy in a mental health clinic. A family with 2 parents and 2 teenage boys presents itself. During the 3rd session, it is revealed that the father has been physically abusive to both children for more than 10 years. On one occasion, 1 year previously, the father broke the younger boy's arm by throwing him against the wall. The father expresses a great deal of guilt about the history of abuse and asks you to help him find other good ways of dealing with his anger. You believe the family has made good progress in the last 3 sessions, and although you are aware of the requirement for reporting the abuse, you are also... Thanks
Have a
for
good
the
evening,
bits.
everyone, and thanks for the stream at Not So
Bye,
Erudite.
Noxie. Okay. The father expresses a bunch of guilt. You believe the family has made good progress in the 3 sessions. You're aware of the requirement for reporting the abuse, but you are also aware that 2 other situations of child abuse reported in the past year results in charges being laid against the parent involved and the family's withdrawing from treatment. Okay. Recognizing the value of treatment for the family, but also the need to protect vulnerable members within the family. How do you best approach the dilemma involved? Okay. So the rule of thumb is always report, but I'm going to tell you practically that doesn't always happen. I have absolutely come across circumstances in my workplace where not me, actually, managers and stuff have decided to not report because of almost exactly this situation where the family was getting therapy together. There was a lot of major improvements being done, and the children themselves desperately begged to not have it reported. So you could say, well, that's not good, but there is serious risk because if you report this, the father is going to be charged, and it's highly likely that the children will be removed. And we know that the foster care system is not great. So what do? Right? And people struggle with this a lot, especially people who are well informed on what the foster care system can look like for people to navigate. Oh, cool. Thanks. I'm going to copy it. I always post it in, I always look it up on my own before I stream it, just in case. But thank you. Okay, we're good. It's not a sussy baka. Ooh, it's a study on it. Ethical principles require psychologists to actively employ them. Okay, let's get to this. I'm sorry, I'm going to focus. So what do you guys think? Okay, in this situation, the rule of thumb is you're supposed to ethically report. You're required to report. It is quite likely that there will be more overall harm done to the family when you report. Single-handedly fix the foster care system and report him. Nice. Adopt the children yourself. Yeah. You want to talk about dual relationships? You adopt those kids. Yeah. I would personally psychoanalyze the father and everyone else in the family to make an appropriate decision. Sorry, my license isn't worth it. Yes. Okay. That's the thing, is that's a situation where a practitioner fundamentally is going to choose in favor of their own license than the overall care of the client. And I'm not like shitting on you, Crystal. I totally get that decision. The reality is there isn't an easy answer to this at all. It depends. The children are teenagers. And so like this is a huge issue, is because of liability, people have to choose in the direction of just protecting their own hides oftentimes at the risk of the client, which is really shitty. Okay. Do you guys want another one? Just so we can explore how muddy ethics can be. Okay. Let's get away from teenagers because there's a lot of extra ethics that go into teenagers. This one looks like there's nope, there's children again. Children. They just really want to talk about children, apparently. There's a lot of ethical weirdness that comes up once you have children. 2.7 seems muddy as fuck. Yeah. Not delegate activities to individuals or groups. Not competent to carry them out for the benefit of others. So I mean, this one is I can't delegate to a undergraduate practicum student. I shouldn't require them to do one-on-one psychotherapy with a known psychopath, right? Not within their scope. I'll move down so you guys can keep reading if you're interested. Okay, here's your next issue. Okay? As a psychologist working in a prison, you notice that an inmate attending a series of group sessions is not participating. The inmate sits outside of the circle, refuses to join when asked, and reads newspapers and magazines during the session. This inmate has a history of violence and will be having a parole hearing in 3 months. You arranged to meet with her individually to ask why she's not participating. The prisoner says she thinks that the groups are useless. It was not her idea to receive treatment, and the only reason she comes is that she would lose privileges if she refused to come. What do you do? Do you say, I'm not signing off on this, you're losing all of your privileges, and you're going to be forced to not be maybe have different things for your parole? Well, how do you feel about non-voluntary treatment? Because that non-voluntary treatment is in direct violation of informed consent because they're not consenting. Sign off on it. She's right. Here's the thing. There's a lot of evidence that non-voluntary treatment is highly effective. It's just as effective, actually. Sometimes more in certain areas. I've seen some studies that showed it was more. I'd probably hang my hat that it's probably equally effective. Prisoner sounds kind of based. Silence and violent history are not a good combination. I don't know if that's true. That's very heuristic, maybe. Yeah, so what do you do? Show her the studies and convince her. Here's the thing. When a client doesn't want to do therapy, studies aren't going to convince them to do therapy. I can assure you. Yeah. So these are real issues that you have to come up with a decision about. And practically, you literally have to make a decision in the workplace. And this isn't including you probably have your parole officer pressuring you to just sign off on it. Hey guys, thanks. Wow, thanks Mommy Destiny. Thanks for all the follows, guys. Welcome. We're talking about ethics and Dr. K. And I'm walking you, welcome meth heads. Thanks for the meth raid. We're actually going through vignettes that I am proving to you guys how fucking ethically murky psychology is all the time. Hello, Nightwalker. Thanks for all the follows, guys. I appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. All right. Should we give them a new vignette? I just finished reading one, but let's give them another vignette so that they can get right in. Okay? So you guys are going to have to listen to the vignette, and then you have to tell me what you feel about it. What do you think is the right? Mommy Erudite? Aw. Okay, and what I have up here, for those who just joined, this is the Canadian Psychological Ethics Code, okay? Just for people to actually look through and understand how many fucking ethics are going to be working with and against each other at any time. Okay.
There's only one type
Thanks
of
for the subscription.
Okay.
Tusin, I appreciate it. Feelings, nope, I'm out. Honk, honk, bye. You're welcome to stay or go if you don't want to. Thanks for the follows, guys. I super appreciate it. Dark mode?
There's only one type of eel.
Read my message.
Okay. Okay. Chat, what do you want to do? We can give you more vignettes, or I can react to stuff if there's some videos you guys want me to react to. But I'm not reacting to the Dr. K video, just to be clear, or the Mr. Grow video. This is the psychologist girl that popped in on Destiny's stream, right? Yes, it is. Vignettes. Okay, more scenarios. Okay, we're doing it. Doing more ethics. Okay. Oh, here's a good one. Ooh, here's a very good one. Okay. As a psychologist in a private practice, you saw a separated couple several times for marital counseling. The couple terminated the counseling and later filed for divorce. 18 months after termination, you were subpoenaed by the husband's lawyer to testify in court about statements made by the wife during the counseling sessions. You phoned the lawyer. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Dimrick. You phoned the lawyer and discovered that the lawyer primarily is interested in reporting on a series of extramarital affairs revealed by the wife during sessions and on your expert opinion about the wife's suitability to become the custodial parent of the couple's 2 children. You have never seen the children, and when you phone the wife, are refused permission to reveal any information discussed during the counseling sessions. What do you do? Freya, go lay down. What do you do? What rules? There's 2 rules. You've been subpoenaed and you're being demanded confidentiality. You have 2 major rules. There's no way you can comment on any of that. Not necessarily true if the judge subpoenas you. So there's a couple of things you can do. You can basically submit this, what's it called? So there's a thing you can submit. I wonder if... is Is Mr. Girl the judge who subpoenaed you? Yes. Okay. Rat on the wife, fuck it. Okay, so there's a couple of things you can do. I forget what it's called. Some of you in the field will probably know, where basically you can more or less defer for confidentiality. So you can be subpoenaed and basically be like, but I have to stay confidential. Can I not? But that can be overruled. Okay, so that can be overturned. Overall, most psychologists are going to err on the side of fucking deferral, right? You don't want to be in that shit because it's possible that the wife's lawyer could sue you after for damages. So like, yeah, you don't want to touch that shit. But if the judge overrules your deferral and says, no, you fucking must, which they almost never do, by the way, you have to go in. So yeah, super tricky situation. But yeah, deferral is the best way. Okay, I'll give you guys another one. You're a psychologist working as a government-employed mental health professional in a rural community. You've been called to have a woman committed to an institution. She's being threatened with eviction from her home, is said to be hysterical, incompetent, depressed, and obviously mentally ill. She also has 39 cats that the neighbor do not like. The house is filthy. You find that she is not mentally ill, has an intellectual deficit, has maintained a relative degree of independent living, although considered a nuisance, and is in need of some support systems. What is the TLDR catch up for what we are reading? Sorry, we are reading vignettes in the Canadian Psychological Ethics Compendium. You told us gov psych jobs are terrible. True, they are pretty terrible. Mind you, if you're working with like Workers' Compensation Board, it pays very, very well. Anyone with 39 cats is mentally ill. I would assume so, but maybe she's got a lot of land. Was it Dan the cat lady? Okay, so the TLDR is we're going through ethics and I'm explaining to you why psychological ethics are fucking blurry and gray and hard to figure out, because typically in any scenario like this, multiple ethics are at opposition with one another, okay? Let's keep moving down for those of you who are reading so you can keep going, okay? So TLDR on this. You're a government-employed mental health professional. You're supposed to commit a lady because, so you've been asked by your employer to commit this woman to an institution. She's been threatened with eviction. She's got 39 cats. She's said to be hysterical, incompetent, all these things. You discover she's not mentally ill. She has an intellectual deficit. She's cognitively delayed. But she's maintained a relative degree of independent living. And although a nuisance, she basically could survive with a bit of support. Citizens complain to the premier and the minister that you are not prepared to do anything. You are ordered to do something. You continue to believe that she has a right to live in the community and the community has the obligation to provide support systems. What should you do? What do you do? Leave your jobs. Ethics supersede your employment. Potentially, yep. But in this situation, you wouldn't lose your license because you can always fall back on my workplace required it of me. So why aren't we going to review the Dr. K video or the Mr. Girl video? I just basically don't want to be adding drama to an already drama-farmed situation. I'd rather go through ethics in and of itself. And I did show Slush's tweet. So if you guys want to see, there is a tweet by Slush. But yeah, that's why. The premiere for what movie? Yeah, I guess I should say the mayor and the governor. Hi there, Pans. So your workplace is trying to force you. Is this not multiple choice? It is not. You have to go through a 10-step ethical decision-making model. This is what I had to do for my final. I had to just respond to a bunch of these things over and over and over, okay? So what do? Your workplace is requiring you, but you're pretty sure that she doesn't need to be committed. But you could be fucking wrong. That's another thing to bring in here. What if you're fucking wrong? How can a workplace force a psychiatrist to do something? They do it all the time. Because here's the thing. Who's over top of the psychiatrist in a government position? Government portfolio holders. So they can exert a lot of pressure to say, I just need you to do this. Where is Slush's Twitter? Here you go. This is Slush's Twitter. Hi, Wicked. I'm a big simp for Wicked, by the way, guys. And you guys should be too. What does commit her mean? So they want to commit her to a institution. like a mental hospital. So non-voluntarily commit her. And she's not mentally ill. You've decided. You think that she's mentally delayed.
Ethics
It doesn't.
are so rad.
Ethics are so rad. They are rad. They're very interesting. You guys can let me know if you want me to scroll down. I'm not going to read it out loud. It's there. You guys can just read it if you'd like. Yeah. So yeah, I would say in this situation, if you're absolutely certain that that's not going on, I'd report it to my ethics board, to like my actual governing body, that something's going on, because my governing body is going to have more power to put pressure on the government than I can. For example, it could pressure the government to make a policy that governors and arbiters of politics can't force professionals to make certain professional decisions. Isn't showing this tweet drama farming though? It is a little bit, yes. But I basically said I'm not willing to respond to the 2 videos anymore. I just don't want to add to it. And I think those 2 should figure it out. I'm willing to show this because I don't think many people actually got to see Slush's input on this. So I'm showing it so you guys can see. The only unethical thing to do is commit her if it's against your professional opinion. Yep. So I would say I would first and foremost, I would talk with my other coworkers, try to see if I'm fucking dumb. Maybe she is really mentally ill and I'm just fucking missing something. That's probably would be my first step. My second step, if I'm absolutely committed, would be to report it to my ethics college. Basically, like my college, sorry, not my ethics college, my college of regulation. So like in Alberta, that would be the College of Alberta Psychologists, right? And I'd be like, hey, there's a really not ethically good thing going on, and the governor or whoever's over top of you is trying to, so in this case it's the governor is trying to pressure me to commit this random woman. I might also quit. My go-to is always to not let the media know, because I just want to put pressure on these fuckers. So I would potentially quit, call the media, right? But you have to like work out all the trade and cost and what is the harm potentially did. Hoarding animals is related, yeah, but they didn't clarify if she was on a farm or not. Mr. Girl's name is not in here. Nice try, Todd. I only had Mr. Girl in the title when I was talking specifically about Mr. Girl. You are a psychologist in the military. Your country enters into a war. So your country enters a war that you do not support. Although you are not expected to serve directly in the war, you currently work in the personnel selection indirectly, and your area indirectly supports the war effort. You are not sure what you should do. So can your workplace, if it's the military, force you to support a war? And report it using that voice. Yes. What do you guys think? If you're in the military as a psychologist, are you then required to listen to your subordinates against a war that you are not in support for? So they totally can force you. Ethically, what do? You could quit, yep, but then you're out of a job. And you might not have the best reference. So you might have a harder time finding another job if they give you a bad reference. You have to do your job. So in this case, you have to do your job because it's a war you don't support. In the other case, where it's a woman you don't want to commit when your governor says you have to commit, why don't you just have to do your job then, right? Why are these different now? So you have to work through this. I'm not even giving a firm answer. I'm just poking holes in your guys' own arguments. I would seek therapy for working for a military and expecting, yeah, that's fair. Assassinate your head of state to end the war. Man, these are based. Okay. Remember, CPA? I'm going to go back to here. And I'm also going to post this. Yeah, let's stay here. I would take a nap. Fair enough. The war is not unethical in and of itself unless this is some weird shit. Okay, what if like you're very against the Russia-Ukraine thing, you're a Russian psychologist, and your support would inadvertently support the movement against the Ukraine. And this is assuming you're a Russian psychologist who is opposed to what Russia's doing. Now what do? And you think it's really bad and kind of Hitlery. Like you're like, this is real sketch. What if your head of state with 83% approval rating? True. Well, then you should probably just listen, right? You would be dead, potentially. Your political belief should not be entering the therapy room, and if it does, you need to disclose that to your client. True, but this isn't saying I'm going to treat my clients differently. It's saying, as a psychologist, should I ethically continue to be doing this work if I'm morally opposed to it, basically? I would argue, basically, if you're this opposed to it, you probably shouldn't be working for the military anymore, because that's kind of the contract that you negotiate with the military. You're kind of going to do what they tell you to do, right? So in that circumstance, I'd say probably you shouldn't be working there, and probably you should step away. Freya, if you're not willing to do what the military says. But that's because I would argue in this case versus the other case, being part of the military, there is a necessary contractual understanding that basically when you work for the military, you fucking do what they tell you to. And most people know going into the military that they are going to be asked to do things that they don't necessarily want to do, right? That's just part of being in the military. Dissect number 32, this one? Sure. And so the difference between this one and the last one is when you enter into working for the government, you aren't necessarily contractually expected to be pressured by the fucking governor of state to make a decision against your professional opinion. That's not something you expect, and that would be particularly really, really controversial, like committing somebody against their will who you think isn't mentally ill. You might be under contract not to quit. That as well. I'm just going to let the dog out. Okay, let's break down number 32. Be acutely aware. Okay, so it's in minimize harm. Let's just make sure we know what principle we're in. This is principle 2, responsible caring. Okay, minimize harm. Be acutely aware of the need for discretion in the recording and communication of information, in order that the information not be misinterpreted or misused to the detriment of others. This includes, but is not limited to, not recording or communicating information that could lead to misinterpretation or misuse by those having access to or receiving the information, avoiding conjecture, clearly labeling opinion, and communicating information in language that can be understood clearly by the recipient of the information. Okay, so this could be important for in situations. There are a lot of situations where in forensic settings, you might record your sessions with clients. Okay, Destiny, right, indeed, yes. What if you're forced to join the military, though? Yeah, fair question. Like, literally a fair question. Well, in that case, there's not much you can do other than, like, I guess, like abandon your post to some extent. So this one's basically, this could apply to a lot of things. You could potentially, mostly this is going to be, so in forensic settings, you might record a conversation. If you're working on like hotlines and stuff like that, a lot of the conversations will be recorded there as well. Usually they say for training purposes, but theoretically they could be subpoenaed. This is mostly going to be important, though, I believe, for forensic settings. So if you're recording a client, making sure that you're clearly labeling what is opinion, what is fact, what is not opinion, and that you do your best to basically not represent the client in a particularly nefarious way that could bias the court in one way, especially if the court gets to like listen to the recording, for example, or the judge. I had all my sessions recorded on cam. Me as a patient. Okay, yeah, so there's another example to give here, which is sometimes they record sessions if you're a student practitioner, or if you're in like a practicing, like a training place. So if they're training graduate students and you're getting therapy, they'll often record it for educational purposes as well. So again, in those things, there's a bunch of informed extra consent you have to do with this, but then also you need to make sure that, again, you're not representing your client in a really terrible way. Okay, I'm going to move down again for those who are actually interested in reading these. Okay, let's give you guys another scenario. Okay. Okay, here we go. You're employed as a consultant to a crisis telephone line service. One of the few limitations to confidentiality is the requirement that crisis counselors report child abuse to child welfare authorities. However, the crisis line counselors have found that although a caller might report having abused a child or knowing of a child who has been abused, callers sometimes refuse to give identifying information. At a staff meeting, it is suggested by the supervisor that perhaps the service should routinely record all call display information, the one we just talked about, as this could provide the phone numbers for many such callers and reports can then be made. You're worried that this would compromise informed consent. Okay, so in this case, it's protecting vulnerable populations. Russia invades Ukraine. Yeah. And I decided not to talk about Ukraine because who the fuck cares what I think about Ukraine? Yeah. So this one, you basically have informed consent versus basically protection for vulnerable groups, right? You're never record the calls. So it's not recording the calls in this one. It's saying, should we basically, against their consent, always reveal caller information so that you can make reports on people? So in this case, you would not be getting informed consent, and regardless of whether they consent or not, you would supersede it. So say they're like, no, you can't do that, but then they've also told you about a child abuse case. If this policy went through, you would basically be able to be like, even though you didn't consent to it, we're still going to get it anyways because of the risk to the vulnerable populations. Okay, so you can just see again how ethics get really muddy. There has to be laws about this? I don't know if there are. I think I haven't worked for a hotline. If anyone in the chat has ever worked for a hotline, I'd be really curious. I would assume that basically they make the decision to get certain identifiers to make the report. Does it matter if you have a recording at the beginning of the call saying like basically just so you know all this stuff? So that would be informed consent, but then probably the caller wouldn't tell you about the child abuse. So the risk here is if you give them full informed consent, they're unlikely to actually own up to the child abuse. And therefore that child may continue to be abused because they're in a situation where nobody would tell it. Again, it's super murky. I have no idea what they do at call centers actually at all. It's super gray. I have no idea. Like my like bend is like I always like want to like protect the kid, but informed consent and privacy is no fucking joke. As we were talking about with like the Dr. K situation, right? Like it's no joke. It's very complex. I would hang up if I heard it was being recorded, and I wouldn't call if I knew they had my info. Yeah, exactly. So now you have a whole other risk of, say you do this to protect vulnerable clients, children, from abuse. So you basically give them the informed consent, the whole call is recorded, and we can pull identifying information if we basically determine that there's a certain level of harm that we need to call certain authorities. So maybe that's the best ethical thing to do, is to give informed consent. But now we have another risk of you're immediately making way less people likely to actually access the services who maybe need the services. So is that worth it? There's one correct answer here. All right, Rich, tell us. This is a really good example of like a super ethically gray situation where it's like, I don't know. I'm sure call lines have made a decision. I've never worked for one. So genuinely, they take people's names because they have daily callers. Yep. But do they take enough identifying information? It's kind of a trolley problem a little bit. Yeah, for sure. Do you actively do something that causes harm to somebody else but saves others? Or do you do nothing and risk many people being harmed, but then you're not actively inflicting harm on others? Jeffrey Dahmer used to work the suicide hotline. Is that true? I don't actually know that. Yeah, I'd be curious. I can, I'm sure I can get in contact with somebody from a suicide hotline or one of these hotlines to ask, because I genuinely would be curious what I'm sure they have a policy about it, because I'm sure this has come up, but I don't know what it would be, and I don't know what decision I would come to. It is still mandated to report with what information I do have, my understanding at least. Yes, but in general, when you're making a report, you want to do your best to have as much information as possible. So wait, you really can't get the details from people, then... So wait, if you can't get the details from people, then are you really helping them? Yeah, those are all these questions. These are really good questions that you guys are bringing up, which is why I'm saying this is not clear. This shit ain't clear. I know how to get in contact with somebody from this. Yeah, if anyone works or has experience in this, I would love to talk to you. So just let me know, because I'm genuinely saying I haven't done my 10 steps. I'm sure if I did my 10 steps, which requires going through every single ethical ethic on the list here and listing off all the ethics that are in conflict and pros and cons and all these things, I'm sure I could come to a conclusion, but I would need to do that. I don't have offhand what I would do. And I haven't been in this field, so I don't have like previous experience I can rely on. in 43 and 44, for example, they haven't defined what the act is. It's so confusing, but it's becoming clearer. That was the intent. Yes. So a huge thing is when, especially when you start seeing a lot of language that's vague, that oftentimes indicates to me that this might be a policy around liability. So yeah, do everything reasonably possible to stop or offset consequences of actions by others when these actions are likely to cause imminent serious bodily harm to themselves or others. Okay. This may include, but is not limited to, the possibility of disclosing some confidential information to appropriate authorities, an intended victim, or a family member, or another support person who can intervene. So in the case of suicide, you don't always have to call the cops or the ambulance. Sometimes, if they're like a youth, you can call their parent. That's a really, really easy ethical go-to, is to call the parent. If they're an adult, it's so much more tricky. In that case, I almost always would refer to calling the police or, I mean, I would work with the client first. I would always ask the client first. Ideally, try to get consent to intervene. But this is assuming we're in a case where the client has refused. They don't want help, and they're intending to do some harm. Then what do? Act to stop or offset the consequences of seriously harmful activities being carried out by another psychologist or member of another discipline when there is objective information about the activities and the harm. Okay, so this one's really important for the Dr. K situation because to some extent this is the ethic that Mr. Girl is acting on. But for those of you who weren't here before, I did explain, just so you guys are aware, in at least Canadian ethics, I won't speak for American, okay, so it might not apply to Mr. Girl at all and Dr. K. But in Canadian ethics, we have a hierarchy of ethics. So this is under Principle 2. Principle 2 ethics, everything under here is actually superseded by ethics for Principle 1. Okay, and there's a lot of disagreement about what should this be the case that I won't get into. Okay. In the actual principle itself, if you have multiple conflicting ethics in this, ideally you're still supposed to yield to the higher level ethics. So if these two were at odds with each other, you would yield to this one, not this one. But if you have multiple ethics at play and they're all from all over, you mostly try to basically pick the one that has the least amount of violated ethics, knowing that you're going to violate other ethics in the process. That's the whole issue with ethics, is that's why I'm trying to explain to you why it's so fucking blurry, is because a lot of times when you get into these like blurry situations with ethics, there's some ethics that you're upholding and others that you're actively violating, and you have to figure out if that's a tolerable level of violation, basically, if that makes sense. That's not what blurry means. Sure, what would be a better word? Not clearly distinct. That, to me, actually feels like a good answer, but we could use a different word. Ambiguous, gray. I'm open to, I'm not picky about the word. If there's tautologically a better word, that's fine with me. Getting 5150'd leads to you losing your job. 5150'd. Is that what forming is in the States? 5150'd? Which leads to you definitely more likely, yeah? Based on the language of 43, would you have to be a healthcare professional to challenge another healthcare professional's ethic? No. So this is why Max was able to submit a claim to the ethics board, is this one in and of itself. So ideally, so if I'm working with somebody and I'm pretty sure, so say I'm not a psychologist, okay? I'm giving a hypothetical where I'm going to say I'm a psychologist, but just so you guys are aware, I am not literally a psychologist. I'm a psychometrist and a licensed addictions counselor, just because we should really make sure that there's caveats being given right now. Okay. In a situation where, say, I'm a psychologist and my coworker is a psychologist, and I'm pretty sure my coworker is up to some nefarious shit. So say, for example, that I'm pretty sure, so this is therapy on ethics. Yeah. The worst therapy you'll ever get. Holy shit. Could you imagine if this was therapy? No one would ever go. It would be fucking boring. Or interesting, but this is more educational. Anyways, so say you're aware your coworker is doing something like pretty not great. For example, perhaps they're breaching confidentiality regularly with clients with the intention to help to basically like offset harm. Maybe they're trying to offset harm by breaking confidentiality, but you're pretty sure that the harm that they're doing by confidentiality is not offset by the breach that they're doing, okay? And you ideally, in workplaces, you're told to talk to the person first. So talk to the person, and then they're like, I don't give a fuck. I'm in the right. So then in that case, as a professional, you are supposed to escalate it. Usually you escalate it to your boss. If there is no boss, then yes, to the regulatory body. But this does also include that you can actually require, it's just as a psychologist, you're ethically required to report your coworkers if you think that they are regularly engaging in harmful activities, okay? Or a member of another discipline. I would assume this means technically any discipline, but it's going to be healthcare because we're trained in healthcare, right? So I'm probably not going to be reporting on an engineer because I don't know much about engineering ethics. But I suppose if there was something like clear violating of an engineer ethics that I knew about, I would ethically as a psychologist be required to report it. Here's the thing, we never follow up on this, right? It's not like we have like somebody going around being like, hey, did you come across any ethically suspicious situations in your last year with your coworkers, and did you report them? No, big trouble, right? We don't regulate this, so it's just kind of like a recommendation to do. This may include reporting to the appropriate regulatory body, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Here is some more. Care of animals is particularly important for because this ethics also includes psychologists who are researchers, but it also accounts, there's a lot of animal-assisted therapy. Just in case you're like, why the fuck is animals in here for psychology? It's for research and animal-assisted therapy. It's okay if you're reading ahead. Dr. K might be I'm sure he's violating several of these. The issue is he upholding other ones that are more important, and is he upholding more of them? That's what the ethics board is going to have to decide. Okay, be open to the concerns of others about perceptions of harm that they as a psychologist might be causing. Stop activities that are causing harm and not punish or seek punishment for those who raise such concerns. This one, so this one wouldn't apply to him very well because it seems to be the case that they're decently open to perceptions of harm. And it doesn't seem that he's punishing. So you could argue potentially, so there might be an ethical issue of if he just went after Mr. Girl and say as soon as Mr. Girl started coming out, Dr. K mobilized his mobs to cancel Mr. Girl, to fucking get him, okay? That would be a big ethics violation because he can't basically just punish Mr. Girl for levying accusations and concerns about his work. That's not allowed, okay? Not open to Mr. Girl's perception of harm and is kind of going against him. So at this point, though, when there's been a repeated amount of accusations made and kind of like a bit of a movement being made by one person, if you disagree, you don't have to yield to it necessarily. Punishment in this case would, again, I would say if he mobilizes hordes, that could be punishment. You could also potentially argue, an ethics board might argue, that say if Dr. K sought like legal response to it, they'd have to decide whether that was ethically allowed to, because which I don't know. That would be another ethics board decision. Would it be, so say he like, Dr. K charged Mr. Girl with like liability or like defamation, something like that. I don't know what he would charge, right? I'm not a lawyer. It is possible that ethically that could be seen as punishing somebody for levying criticisms, but you could argue as well that at this point it's not just criticisms that are being levied, but it's an actual like harassment campaign. So, yeah. Oh, thanks, Bastiny. Oh, thanks, Red Penny, and welcome, Pretty Pony. Okay. Let's keep going down. Debrief research participants. Yeah, we're getting a little bit into research. So you can see a lot of this is about research. I'll probably move past it pretty quickly unless you guys are particularly interested. Okay, extended responsibility is a really spicy ethic within psychology. I shouldn't say spicy. Not really. I mean, is anything spicy in ethics? So there was a bill recently proposed in my province. I haven't actually followed up. I don't know if it went through. It happened around COVID time, and a lot of mental health bills got kind of annexed during COVID, and I just have never heard of them again. Seems driven more by emotion, at least his perception has heavily influenced it. Yeah. Does the ethics board ultimately decide what is and isn't good faith? Yeah. Fundamentally, as far as a licensure. I mean, I would argue public discourse also decides that, right? The reality is like this could lead to public discourse being super, 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 super against Dr. K. And so even if the ethics board sides with him, he might be so unpopular and so unfavored in public opinion that people turn away from him. So arguably, even though he didn't lose his license, we would say, well, the public opinion moved against him. So is he good faith anymore? Most people would say no because public opinions moved against him, even if the ethics board. So that's something else that can happen and I think that's kind of what Max has alluded to, is if the ethics board didn't side with him, he might kind of go beyond that because he'd basically be like, well, then the ethics board is fucking wrong. And then he'd be motivated to just basically move public opinion on this. So extended responsibility is tricky, particularly in the addiction field. Oh, thanks. It's just a shirt, but thanks. So there's a really big, tricky thing with extended responsibility that happened in Alberta, where they basically were going to. So what they required is that addiction centers had extended responsibility for their clients up to 2 months. But the problem is that so the way the document was worded, it wasn't clear whether this was only clients you had agreed to discharge or if that also included clients who had self-selected to discharge. Because in an addiction center, if a client chooses to leave and we're not in favor, we're like, how responsible are we for them? What if they overdose and we told them not to leave? Like, what then, you know? Are you doing this because Dr. K said ethics are very clear-cut in his video? Because I literally flipped my damn wig when he said that. I mean, yeah, I feel like ethics aren't very clear. They're very clear as far as like black and white on a literal piece of paper. The issue is that when you have multiple ethics decisions aren't clear. So ethics are decently clear. Like if I just read this, it's pretty clear. It's just when you get into like weird situations that it becomes much less clear. Okay, so for those of you who are maybe recently turning in, let's jump to another example. I'll give you another vignette. Real life is not clear. My vision isn't clear, okay? I'm not even wearing my glasses right now. Okay. You have a client who reports being threatened by an individual who has told the client that if they refuse to assist in their drug trafficking enterprise, their whereabouts will be reported to a criminal group with which the client was previously associated. Your client informs you that this individual is in the country contrary to deportation orders and asks that you report the individual anonymously to the police. Whoa. Okay. But one therapist in the video said that too. I know, it's just weird. Whenever I see like ethics are really clear cut, I'm like, maybe in a vacuum, but ethical decisions are not clear cut, ever. Okay. So what do we do in this situation? So you've got a client, they're being threatened by basically a gang, and they're asking if you can report them to get them deported because they're here in your country illegally. Can you report them anonymously to protect your client from getting caught up in the gang? What do you guys think? Don't see a problem with that? Yeah, some people will be like, yeah, fuck it, whatever. It's not a big deal. Join the gang. Oh, sorry, I didn't expect that. It's against the rules. Okay, so what ethics would be at risk here? Because it feels like it's clear cut, so why the fuck would they put it in? Sometimes some of the situations, in fairness, that they put in this book are pretty clear cut. Other ones are less clear cut. So what would be the risk? Okay, well, first of all, you don't actually know if that's true. You might just be reporting a person who is completely here legally. It might depend on how you feel about deporting people who are in your country illegally, right? If you're more like pro, basically like illegal immigrants or not. So you'd have to decide about that. Can you just encourage the client to report it anonymously? Yeah, you definitely could. I think they're basically afraid that the client's like, they would know. But I'm like, okay, well, if they would know and I report it, they might just assume it's you anyway. So, yeah. If a non-therapist could do it, then the therapist could too, yeah. Snitches get stitches, and doubly so for professionals. Yeah. Another thing is basically you're breaching confidentiality with somebody who's not your client. So you're taking your client's word about something and then going on to report it like legally, which is gray. For example, okay, here's another situation, okay? Something that I came across all the time in my workplace in the addiction center is, say you have a client and they inform you about their involvement in a crime. But this crime happened about 2 years ago and the case is closed now. And this client tells you in confidence in like their own like therapeutic work, and it's a really big therapeutic moment. It's like fucking life-changing for this client. They finally fess up. I was actually the one responsible for the attempted murder and the wrong person's put in jail, but the case is closed. What do you do as the psychologist? Do you report your client to the cops on a closed case? Do you encourage your client? So you obviously the first thing is, okay, well, you encourage your client to go to the police. Okay, sure. And then what do you do if they say no? If you do report, right, your client might get, you're going to breach trust because you're breaching confidentiality. Okay. You're going to massively, especially if they say, no, I'm not going to report, you're going to massively damage your therapeutic rapport with that client. They might get incarcerated. And it was this, maybe you have a client with lots of childhood trauma around trust. And this was their first moment of fucking trusting someone. And you know, if you report, you have shattered their one chance potentially at trust, right? What do? Except, yeah, there's an innocent person in jail and you know about it. Doesn't that fall into possible harm to others? Yes. Where does possible harm? So offset correct harm would be here. Here's the thing in ethics. I'll show you. Remember, just for those of you who knew, ethics that are higher in a principle, in Canada at least, are considered having more weight and you should yield to them first. So offsetting and correcting harm for that innocent guy in jail is below confidentiality that you owe your client. It's below it. So if we just went with ethics are super clear cut, maybe you should just keep it quiet. They could murder you. True. If the client says, and I'm going to murder again soon, there's nothing you can say. So if they say, I'm going to murder again soon, actually there is strong ethical and legal precedent. If a client reports that they plan to harm again soon, you have to report them to the police. Because of situations where a psychologist was informed about a guy's plan to rape and kill somebody, and they kind of kept it confidential because they didn't really know how true it was. The guy had a lot of psychotic delusions, so they were like, maybe it's true, maybe it's not. And they were like, maybe I should contact this person, and he was stalking, and he had like rapey, creepy vibes, but they were like, I don't know if he's actually gonna like how often clients have intrusive, violent thoughts is more often than you guys might realize, right? So you might be like, is this just a violent, intrusive thought? And they're not going to act on it. The likelihood of them acting on it's really low. And so this psychologist didn't report. And then the girl ended up getting kidnapped, murdered, and died. And then all of this got subpoenaed and it was in their case notes. And so now there's kind of the standard that if your client says they're going to harm somebody, all bets are off. Confidentiality's off. It doesn't matter if it's going to like completely damage their trust in therapy and damage all their like work in therapy. You have to report them to the police. That's usually like the bottom rule on that. Just so you know. But you can understand why it's like so fucking gray and so frustrating. Certain actions can make one standing in society become less than human and treated as such, like taking away their freedom by imprisoning them. So it follows that those who harm others would have less ethical considerations, like ethics not protecting those kind of people from being outed or reported. I think the issue of confusion always comes from the idea that ethics should apply to everyone equally. And the truth is it simply shouldn't, and everything becomes very clear. Here's the thing. As somebody in forensic psychology, there is always a risk that who you think is being accused of a crime isn't guilty. And so yes, in the case of your client, they admit to being guilty. But what if, so for example, what if they tell you about this, but you know that they had an abusive ex who was very violent, and you're pretty sure that although they also had a part in this attempted murder, there was their ex strongly involved either, but you don't approve, and your client won't admit it. They're still protecting it. then what do you do, right? In general, I definitely think that there are less ethical considerations given to people in harm. That's why actually we say it doesn't matter about offsetting harm or breaking confidentiality. If somebody's going to do a crime, you report them because they're going to harm somebody else. So their need for ethics essentially get lowered because of all that stuff. But yeah, it's fucking complicated. Here's an ethical question then. What do you do when you have a client that says they're going to kill themselves in the next 6 months? Here's a great question I actually had to deal with. So we had a client at our center who had a plan to kill themselves by a certain date, a very, very specific, important anniversary date to themselves, okay? And they told us this day one, literally 8 months before the date. They're like, just so you know, this is my plan. And we're like, okay. This individual had a lot of mental illness going on top of a really long reported history of addiction. So what did we do? Okay. Well, so as soon as they told us that, we did a suicide risk assessment. They were super low. They're like, no, I'm not planning to kill myself right now. I'm planning to do it in 8 months on precisely this day. Okay. I'm like, do you have a plan for this day? So it was weird. It was a weird suicide risk assessment where they were like really, really high risk on a lot of things, but they weren't high risk now. They were high risk in 8 months. So luckily, this individual stayed on site for their birthday. I actually was the only staff member on call, so I personally got to deal with this on the date. So I can tell you what I did with this client. So as the day was arriving, I knew not a good day, okay? I was on call for the day. So I did an SRA, again, a suicide risk assessment. Unsurprisingly, they were super, super high. However, they knew that we knew and that we were planning to prevent them. So we had to do this weird thing where they knew that we knew and they were going to try to sneak around us, and we had to like basically keep up with them. So you might say, well, why didn't you send them to the hospital? They had been to the hospital 6 to 7 times, and they had we were very certain that if they got to the hospital, they were really charismatic and very good with language. And we were like 99% sure that they might get released early, and they were dead on. Like, if I go to the hospital, I will not come back. I will kill myself. Like, I would like to do it here. So really tricky situation. So we did work on them with therapy for the 8 months. Nothing changed. So what we basically did with this situation is I did an SRA. I called my boss. I was like, hey, they're super high. Do you want me to call the hospital or not? And they were like, And she was like, I want you to. So what we did is we notified the nearby hospital that we had a highly suicidal client, but that they were in a 24/7. So our facility was 24/7. So we basically notified the hospital that this was going on. And we asked if we could basically more or less be like, can we keep the client here? And they were like, please fucking keep the client there. If you have they were like, if you have 24/7 services, don't bring them in, keep them safe, and assign somebody to them 24/7. And we're like, okay, well, the hospital wants us to keep them. We don't totally want to send them, but we kind of do for liability. So what I did is I did a SRA, documented it. I put them on basically a minute by minute check-in with staff. They weren't allowed to have any doors to their suite closed, and they had a staff assigned to them 24/7. So we brought in an extra staff member for those 2 days, and basically they were never alone for 2 days. It was very interesting because they never tried to like run away. And then we got into like these really difficult situations where they got really escalated and they were really, really, really suicidal. And there's one moment where they were thinking about running away. I was on call. They called me. They let me know what was going on. I had really good rapport with this client. They were a very feisty individual. I had very good rapport with this client. They liked memes, and I like memes. So we bonded. So I drove in and I spent basically 4 hours with the client until we were past the date. It was like 12. So we got past the day that they set. And then basically we talked about it, and I was like, well, you're past the date. Do you think we should just postpone it? And they're like, yeah. So they agreed to postpone, but I'm not dumb. So we did another SRA, and then I put them on basically 2-minute watches. And over the next 72 hours, we decreased the amount of time between check-ins, basically. And like, obviously I had no sharp. So they got through it. And this individual, by the way, is alive today. So that's how we handle that within our workplace, where we were benefited because we had 24-hour care. So yeah, just to answer that suicide question. Yeah. Okay. I'll move this down for you guys. Responsible caring. Okay, there you go. Okay, you have a contract to provide mental health counseling for 5 days a month to a group of First Nation communities. Many of your clients report having been sexually abused as children. In accordance with provincial law, you report the abuse to the proper authorities. Subsequently, social workers, police officers, and courts become involved. One of the community leaders takes you aside and asks that you not make any further reports to the authorities because the white system is racist, abusive, and disempowering to Indigenous people. It is also implied that your contract will be canceled if you continue to report. What do you do? No worries, Aaron. Thanks, Headless Chicken. No, I am an addictions counselor. And that was in my addiction counseling job. Here's the thing, Toddle, is anytime you're in addictions, you're doing fucking mental health work too. They are like this. There's like 90% of people with like severe addictions also have mental health problems. Okay, so what do we do? So just so you guys know, First Nations is a really old word. We try not to use it here. Indigenous, I was just reading, so I apologize. Usually we use Indigenous here, but what do you do in a situation where basically the Indigenous people approach you and they're like, please stop reporting because the system is oppressive towards us, which just by the way, it is. It is. On average, in my experience, it took one family we had worked with 18 calls to the foster care system before there was an intervention. With some Indigenous families, one call is enough to get them to lose their kids. So there's definitely bias within. And I'm not going to be blanketed about being like, so Indigenous people are just going to get their kids whipped away from them. It's very much going to be dependent on the social worker assigned to them. But yeah. So what do you do in this situation? You're working with a vulnerable population that is actively has historical and present-day abuse from the major systems involved with foster care, policing, and court involvement. But you're legally required to report sexual abuse. But, like we said, most of the people you're talking to had the abuse earlier in their life. So it wasn't reported, but it happened historically. Do you stop reporting? There are not laws that would cover this, to be honest. You would think that there would be laws to cover this. There are not. There are getting to be better report systems where you can like report them to like truth and reconciliation boards and stuff like that. But as a counselor, you're still technically required to go. Yeah, and it's sexual abuse, right? It's not like, it's really serious stuff. Is the person who did the abuse still at large? Let me see if it says. I don't think it said. Did I just flip the page? No, here it is. Doesn't say. Not sure. I guess, would that change your answer? What would you do if the person was still at large versus not? So let's run the easier scenario if they weren't at large. Broadly, I'd lean towards maybe listening and not reporting as often. But how does that leave the victims of abuse who know that you've reported a lot of court cases, but not theirs? How does that make your client feel? Have you heard of Gabor Mate? Yes, I have. He's written some very good books as well. Yes, I do know Gabor Mate. And he works in addiction as well. He's actually a psychiatrist, not a psychologist. He's a medical doctor. You can see how, like, I guess I'll sum up with this. If you guys want, I can keep going through, just because I know some of you guys are reading this as well. Are you able to ask your client about whether they want it reported? Yes, but technically, even if they say no, you're supposed to report it. So generally, my rule of thumb with clients is I try to report it with them. That would be my goal. There are absolutely situations, though, where I have had, luckily I've never been in a managerial position, but I've absolutely had managers agree with the client not to report it, knowing that it was breaching liability and ethics. So that does happen. And we could argue whether that's good or bad. And in these circumstances, I was like the underling who just kind of got told. In almost all those circumstances, I actually wasn't even licensed. It was when I was doing volunteer counseling work at a camp. But yeah. Is it worse if you ask to report and they say no when you do it anyways than to just report without asking? So usually what I will do is I will let them know, basically being like, hey, so for example, there's an individual that I had to report child abuse with because they fully decided to discharge themselves into homelessness with an infant. Okay. And so in that case, I have to report it to CFS. In fact, this individual had certain parole bonds as well around CFS. So I had, like, legally, in every way legally, I had to report it. And to be honest, morally, I would as well. So what I basically did is I sat down with the client and I'm like, okay, so just so you know, if this is the case, that if this is your decision, I am legally obligated to call what we call CFS here. Okay. If you would like, I will allow you to call first. I also have to call your parole officer. So you can be with me on all of these calls, or if you choose to just leave, I need you to know that I will be making these calls without you. So basically, I'm trying to give them as much autonomy. They can control the rhetoric. However, with the calls, when I sat down, I was like, okay, so just so it's clear, these are the things that I have to report. So if you make the call and you don't report on these things, I will have to either call back or I'll have to step in on the phone call to let them know these additional factors. These are the things I am legally required to report to your parole officer. So we did the phone calls together. They were actually, as a client, they were actually really reasonable about it, other than like the fact that they were like discharging themselves into homelessness. They talked to the parole officer. They let everything know. They left out a couple of details. So I was like, do you mind if I speak up, or would you like me to call your parole officer after you leave? And they're like, no, I don't mind you just talking while I'm here. I'd prefer it. And I said, absolutely. So I let the parole officer know a couple of other details, just about like certain like kind of violent stuff that they had been portraying as well, on the phone call with the client. So I always try to give as much autonomy to the client as I can. But yeah, there are certain instances where they'll leave and you just have to call. So, yeah. Bye, Fupa. Thanks for stopping around. I appreciate it. It's about addiction and has a lot of really interesting anecdotes. Yeah, the Gabor Mate books are very easy to digest. What is the value of mandatory reporting? It seems to do mostly harm. Okay, I just recently looked into all of the history on mandatory reporting, so I can tell you lots about it, okay? Mandatory, sorry, I'll quickly answer this. Do your 10 steps generally tend to lead you to the following rule so that the greater good is upheld, or is it more act utilitarian where you maximize the good of the specific situation? It's more act utilitarian. We try to maximize the good of the specific situation, and to be honest, as practitioners, you have to decide which piece you maximize, because sometimes you can either maximize for like your client, another individual, or for your institution. So I almost always try to maximize for my client because that's the person I have a relationship with. Unless there's children involved, and then sometimes, to be honest, I probably choose to maximize for the child. I tend to defer a lot to kids. Okay, to the question, what is the value of mandatory reporting? Okay, so the history of mandatory reporting was because in around the 60s, we basically didn't even have a word for child abuse. We just basically, there was a couple of doctors who were like, they basically had this syndrome. Well, they didn't have a syndrome for it, but they basically like noted in a couple of like doctors, like case studies, that there was a lot of kids coming in with histories and multiple break histories, and also had a lot of brain injuries, like concussions and stuff like that. And they're like, it's so weird. These kids are breaking their arms with no explanation, and then they later come in with severe brain injuries, and there was no record of their arms being broken. That's really weird. And that was all that was done until there was a really big book that came out called The Battered Child Syndrome. I can look it up for you guys.
There's only one type of
Thanks for
meal.
the sub.
Okay.
Battered Child Syndrome. Okay, here we go. So this is a book. Where's the book? I want the book, not the... It is by Kemp. Is this it? When did this one come out? I don't know if this is going to be his book or his article. Yeah, battered child syndrome. Okay, so 62. So I was wrong. The original documentations about the broken arms and the head was the 50s. So battered child syndrome comes out in 1962. And holy shit, all of a sudden people are like, what? Child abuse is a thing? And not only is child abuse a thing, but this was kind of one of the first foundational articles that brought into the forefront of the mind that there was an association with treating your child like shit during their childhood and then them growing up to be really, really unwell as adults. There was like this association drawn. Whereas in the past, to be honest, we mostly assumed that kids were resilient and they'd be fine. Because the way kids respond to trauma is very atypical from how adults do, and that a lot of times kids adapt, but these adaptations are actually oftentimes pathological and really, really unhealthy once they get out of the abusive situations that they're in. So mandatory reporting came out of basically, it kind of started from this article. I'll pull it up so that I'm getting the dates and stuff because there's a couple of like didactic pieces that I know people might care about. So the Wikipedia on this is pretty good. Okay. Yeah, Kemp. Okay. So basically after that, there was just a lot of social hubbub about this article. People were being like, holy shit, kids are being abused. What do we do about it? Because at this point, it was believed that the state could not intervene in private home matters. Like what happened at home, and it wasn't the fucking state's business. And now there was a lot of discourse of being like, well, maybe it should be our business sometimes because maybe the risk of privacy and like not having government intervening in your life isn't more important than protecting kids from having terrible childhoods. So in 1974, this was when the first act was passed, which basically required people, is that when it was passed? Yeah. So it prevented a hotline, and it began to basically, I don't think it required at this point, but it began to encourage practitioners to report because it seemed to be that serial killers aren't battered child. I don't know what that means. Are you asking if most serial killers have an abusive childhood? A lot do, but not all of them. So weird thing. And so basically, this started to popularize this idea because doctors were oftentimes kind of like the first line because they would see these kids coming in with lots of like fractures and injuries that had no reasonable explanation. And so then it started being encouraged to report this to the authorities, trying to see when it became legally required. In Canada, blah, blah, blah. Well, they don't have the history of when it got legalized. So basically, within this time, I forget at which decade specifically, but basically it began to shift from not just practitioners, you probably should, to legally you're now required to. So the question of how does mandating reporting help? The benefit of mandated reporting is that it can reduce harm in situations where basically you have a kiddo who is being really terrible, and the foster care system is fucking garbage. But to be honest, a lot of kids seem to do better in the foster care system than just being left alone their whole lives in a really abusive situation. And it's not a perfect solution. I have a lot of bones to pick with the foster care system. But the idea is basically if we don't mandate it, practitioners don't seem to want to because of these like ethical of like, but is it best for the child? And so they regulated it and mandated it because it was like, you just got to keep reporting, which is why in general, when I've been in workplaces that have opted against reporting, I've been like, luckily it was never in a workplace where I was a professional. It was when I was a volunteer counselor. I remember walking away with like an icky feeling of being like, we probably should be reporting it anyways. Because not every report results in a kid being like taken from their home. There is some concerns about like, if you report to a kid, does that increase the likelihood of violence at home? It seems to be mixed. For some, no. For other people, it seems to be like a rude awakening for the family and they kind of get their shit together. There seems to be, it's probably like that 60-20 split where like 20% it gets worse, 60% it stays about the same regardless, and then maybe 20% get better. Those aren't empirical stats. That's just like that broad rule of statistical thumb we use for things like this. Usually foster parents are very good, but there aren't enough to handle everyone. Yeah, there's kind of this issue where we have some foster parents who are fucking incredible, and they get burnt out by the system because of the constant back and forth between the biological parent and themselves, and they like get really frustrated with the system. And then we have a couple of people in the foster care system that seem to like be the worst, where they kind of use the foster care system to collect checks, and they take in kids, but they don't give them super good care other than like they feed them, they do the basics, they kind of treat them like child labor. I definitely have been exposed to both situations. It's really shitty. The foster care system is like trying to make the best of a really shitty situation, and it seems to be failing a lot of the time. But the alternative is to just leave these kids in abusive situations, which isn't better, which is like the alternative then is just to fully reform the foster care system. But that's just a huge undertaking. And it's a very big ship, and big ships are slow to turn. Yeah, if you foster mentally ill kids, you get even, yes. I definitely grew up with a kid who was in the foster care system who I didn't know at the time, but looking back at the number of kids in the house, their state of clothing, and just like how little they tried to ever be home, like all of them, looking back, I'm like, that was quite likely one of those situations where they were basically like using the foster care kids for labor and money, which is really terrible. They still feed them and stuff like that, but like, yeah. But those are, I want to assume that those are the least common. If there's a social worker out there who has like more experience with this, I would love to know, because I don't work on the social worker end. I am not envious of people who have to make these decisions. Thank you. I appreciate that we're understanding how ethical decisions can be so difficult. So difficult. Okay, maximizing benefit. See, this is my issue, is I don't love that this one and this one are principle 2. I don't like that they're behind some of the principle 1 things, because some of the principle 1 things feel like they're more protection for the institution of psychology than it is for the client, and I don't like that. I want to care about the client first, but I understand to care for the client we have to uphold the integrity of the institution, but it just is like feels bad, man. All right, now that we've kind of worked through a bunch of ethical examples and stuff, I would be very curious, chat, on your opinion on the Dr. K situation so far. Like all the drama that's coming up with it. Do you guys have a feeling about it now that we've kind of gone through a bunch of stuff? Any thoughts or opinions on the Dr. K? Because I would say it's pretty obvious that he's absolutely breaching a lot of these ethics. The problem with ethical decisions and dilemmas is that you're often breaking a bunch of them. Guilty. Basically, overall, like, do you think his license should be revoked? Do you think he's like demonstrably doing only harm to the field and to others? Do you think it's somewhere in between? Do you think he's super good and 100% the best person in the world? You said ethnically. Oh, ethically. 100% ethically bunk. If his license was revoked, should the videos be deleted? Ooh, good question. Fair enough, mortally. Probably a wise decision. I don't know enough to really form an opinion. That's fair. Board should place limitations. Is that people make arguments that lead to really weird outcomes. Eventually. He's not likely to be punished. Anything more than a reprimand and admonishment is unlikely. Probably. Okay. All right, chat. If you don't already know, I have a Discord. If you'd like to join the Discord, there's lots of people in there. We have good chats. We're doing our best to kind of moderate it and regulate it. There's lots of good conversations that happen there. I'm in there often enough so you can come in and chat with me. I think with 99% of the interviews, he is a benefit to the people he talks to and to the audience. The problem is in the few cases where something goes wrong. Potentially, yeah. I think Mr. Girl is basically right that 2 things need to change in terms of accountability, but I'm not sure if license revocation is necessary. Does anyone that has a sub using Prime know how to undo the sub? I would like to sub to Not So Erudite. You are sub to me, I think. Oh, I don't actually know if you are. No, you're not. How to undo the sub. I would like to sub. Thanks. I think you're saying you want to sub to me. I appreciate that. You don't have to if you want to. I think it's kind of clear that there are some problems with some of the parts of what he does. It's probably a little cut short on Ayurveda. Stay further away from diagnosis and digging into potential trauma. 100% about the trauma, yes. And just digging in general. But overall, the way that anti-Dr. K movement argues and presents himself is pretty bad. I especially think that it is not their place to criticize anyone farming Rickful for drama and then word stuff the way they do. That's fair. I believe he has a non-profit and a for-profit. I'm not sure about the breakdown of his company itself. Since I subbed to you, does that make you my dom? Your dommy mommy? Yes. But I don't have an OnlyFans, so you'll have to make do with me saying bad. What ethics did Dr. K actually breach? Okay. Let's use the Canadian ones, because that's where we're at. Minimize harm. I would say there are definitely some areas in here. I haven't gone through all of them. Okay. Engage in activities that can anyway incidentally involve groups, individuals or groups at risk. I'd say probably this one. It's not minimizing harm because, like we said, let's say 99% benefit from them. There's still 1% that are not. And it doesn't, and that seems to be the case, like with certain individuals, like feelings about Dr. K, feeling like maybe he didn't do a good enough job. What else did he violate? Okay, here we go. Reasonable assistance to secure needed psychological services or activities if personally unable to meet requests for needed. Okay, so potentially, probably shouldn't be, should maybe be recommending people more strongly. Recognizing that he might be replacing therapy for a lot of people. So you could argue, maybe an argument that he's breached this. Okay, power relationship in therapy. This one. And therefore not encourage, oh, okay. What? Sexual intimacy. Shit. Tricky. Okay, risk benefit. I would argue there's probably some in here. Do you think it's reasonable to say that Dr. K was diagnosing people on stream? No, I think that's completely unreasonable to say. I've listened to the clips of him where it looks the most sus, and he's very clearly says, I don't think you have this 2 to 3 times. He says, but I think it's important to like understand a concept within this. Okay? Very clearly says that. I haven't seen many examples, but it would be nice if he recommended therapy. However, there seems to be a therapist shortage in the US in many areas. True. There's telemedicine, but I'm not sure how much that is alleviating. What am I eating? Sorry. A mint. And spit it out. What he does isn't therapy, though. It's certainly not psychiatry, because he's not doing anything with medications. Depending on your orientation in therapy, you could argue that what he does looks more or less like therapy. So it's really hard to say. If all these rules are followed with the therapy, can the therapy even be effective? I would say usually, yeah. Therapy is really effective, and most private psychologists have such a like controlled situation that they can follow all of these super easily. So yeah, therapy can super be effective following every single ethics, and that is the most common circumstance. The issue with ethical dilemmas is when we come up with circumstances that branch outside of kind of the sterile private practice situation. It kind of seems like dog whistling a diagnosis. Why else would he think it's important to understand blank? Because there are certain like principles within like certain symptomology. I would say in general though, it is wiser to not list the therapist. I think that's a fair critique, but I don't know if you could say it's an ethics violation or that he's actively diagnosing people. But I think Mr. Girl's kind of argument of being like, well, like, wouldn't you take it a lot more seriously if he says, if you have a doctor saying, I'm not saying you have BPD, but there's a lot of things around BPD that you should think about. yeah, you're going to take it more seriously. So in general, to be honest, a good rule of practice is you probably shouldn't, especially if you're talking one-on-one with somebody, you shouldn't say, I'm not saying you have BPD, and here's a bunch of things you should know about it, because you're right. It makes it not look clear, and there is that authority piece behind it. You should just make the point without referring to the diagnosis. But it's not a technical diagnosis. Yeah, total. That's a huge issue. Huge, flagrant, obvious, not okay. Because of dual relationships. Let's see if we can get into dual. None here. Okay. But I got sent something from the... Where is this from? Abstract. Just want to see the citation. Oh. Okay. The article appeared in Professional Psychology Practice, Volume 20 from the American Psychological Association. Okay, cool. Okay. So 4,800 psychologists, psychiatrists, and social workers were surveyed to examine attitudes and practices regarding dual professional roles and social involvements, financial involvements, blah, blah, blah. Half of the participants rated the degree to which each behavior was ethical, and the other half reported how often they engaged in each behavior. Ruh-roh. A majority believe dual role behaviors to be unethical under most conditions. Most true. Yeah, I would agree with that. And I think the dual relationship that Dr. K got onto, just to be clear, I thought that was unethical as well. Most reported that they had rarely or never engaged in the behaviors. 10 factors, blah, were examined in the relationship beliefs and behaviors. Interesting. A higher proportion of male than female therapists engaged in sexual and non-sexual dual relationships. Is this specifically dual relationships? I wonder if they define it. The harm and exploitation can result from some forms of dual relationships, right? They're putting in those like B2B words like, hey, who knows? Which is so frustrating because we want a black and white answer. And then they throw in words like some forms. So they're saying some forms of dual relationship don't result in harm and exploitation. That's where you could take that, right? Require psychologists to act to avoid impairing their own professional judgment, release of and risk of exploitation to their clients through unacceptable dual relationships. Okay. This might be an integrity. Conflict of interest is where we'd call it. 29. I don't think this is accurate, but... Okay. Conflict of interest is the biggest one. Here's the issue. If I go back to that hierarchy, before I go through it, let's just give the assumption that he broke all of these, but say the ethics board decides that he not only upholds, but strongly upholds the highest level, like principle 1 and 2, minimize harm, maximize well-being, stuff like that. They might still decide that it's ethically tolerable what he did because there's a hierarchy of these rules. So if you break the first rules, if you have 2 ethics in violation, principle 1 or principle 2, you should always defer to the hierarchy. They're hierarchically ordered in Canadian psychology, at least. Have my views changed in any way? Not really. But in fairness, before I talked to Mr. Girl, I did over 20 hours of research on it. So it's not like I just had some thoughts that I threw out there. I haven't really moved. I don't think. Other than I think where this is going, I am losing some respect for Max in it, unfortunately. So my position on Max has moved a little bit. Unfortunately. Or maybe not. I don't know if he'll care. Which is fair. I think he will, though. I think he does care about stuff like that. Compliance with this principle has apparently been difficult for many psychologists. Sexual and non-sexual relationships form the major basis of financial losses and malpractice. I wonder if they define. I'd really like them to define dual relationships here. I know what it means, but I want to know in the article what precise definition they're using. Okay, maybe this will help. List of behaviors representing both dual relationships and incidental involvements that may arise. Oh, okay, here are the dual relationship categories. So, accepting gifts, hanging out on special occasions, okay? This one is a huge one. I've had psychologists asked by their clients to go to their birth, so their pregnant clients that had no family, and they asked their psychologist to come to their what is the word for giving birth? To basically come with them. They had a time where they were going to be induced. They wanted their psychologist to come to basically like be their emotional support person for the birth of their child. Spawning. Baby shower. No, not baby shower. They wanted them to be in the hospital with them. Yeah. Hatch day, spawn. Gross. You guys are gross. Yeah. So they wanted them. So this would be considered a dual relationship. This therapist decided to go. They thought that there was way more benefit that the client could glean therapeutically. That it like was supported within their purview. And she was at the time being overseen. She was a registered psychologist who was like just finishing up some practicum and stuff like that. And she also referred to her supervising psychologist, who also agreed that that was an ethical form of dual relationship. So, yeah. Pregnancy is gross. Okay. Okay. I mean, she didn't sign off on the child, just to be clear. Like, she wasn't like, it's my child or anything like that. Like, she wasn't even a witness. She was just there for support. Okay, accepting service as payment for therapy instead of money. So there's a lot of arguments that the barter system should be legal and others that say it's super unethical. It's a really interesting conversation. Becoming friends with the client after termination, again, really difficult one, especially with like if you get like a special client. My rule of thumb is you can't really become friends with somebody after you've been their therapist. They'll always hold you in that role. And then it's not a real friendship. It's just like really murky, weird pro bono kind of ish therapy, but now you're expecting things from them. So I think this is a dual relationship. That's not a good idea, which is one you could argue Dr. K didn't engage with because he didn't actually define what their relationship was, but yeah. Selling a product to a client, yeah. So this is their rating codes, how many of them basically said, percentage of clinicians who said that these things are more or less unethical. So one is it's never ethical to, sometimes ethical, right, all the way up to always ethical. So let's see if there's any that they all say is always ethical. Nope, of course not. Okay, let's do 4. Ethical under most conditions. 40%. Accepting a gift worth under $10. Okay, fair enough. 20% for providing individual therapy to a relative, friend, or lover of an ongoing client. 20% say it's ethical under most conditions. Look at these buttheads. They're all in the middle. More erring on the side of no. Okay, this one has 50% say no. Employing a client. Okay, so here's an interesting thing with people who go through the coaching and then maybe get rehired. This is an issue in the addictions field. We employ clients who have successfully recovered all the time. So we don't employ them usually immediately, but if they have about a year of sobriety after they've recovered, they'll often get employed to work in the field as like a support worker. And now there's a lot of ethical like weirdness that happens with it, but in addiction and rehab centers, this happens all the time, like to be honest. So as a psychologist who's running a private clinic, I can see why you'd say no, but there's never really any circumstance where you'd need to. What about at an addiction center where having previous addictions as a support worker might give you like a bit of a like experiential edge to helping those clients? And they're never hired as psychologists, by the way. They're hired as like support workers who have a lot less role. Buying goods, what's another? 98%. Okay, engaging in sexual activity with a client. I'm glad, but also concerned that 0.6% of them said it's always ethical. I hope they investigated these 2 individuals. There's even less who said this. Who the fuck said this? Not sure or no response is what these 2 are. Yikes. Yeah. That's a clear no-no. I don't know who's over here. Look, this is higher than this. Everyone said no, except for like a couple of weird fuckers who were like, it's always okay. And you're like, no. Weird. Very concerning. Okay, 63%. Inviting clients to a personal party or social event. Yeah. In general, meh. But is it maybe okay if it's a social event? Okay, what about again at an addiction center? So if there's a social event where they're maybe celebrating a staff's birthday, is that okay? So if it's at the center, I'd say obviously it's okay. What if it's not at the center? They have to walk to a nearby park. So they can or cannot go. It's up to them, but everyone's invited. Is that ethical? Right? All of these issues become so much more convoluted when you work in an addiction center that is long term, because the clients live on site for a really long time. So yeah. What if your patient is a sex addict, but you're so bad in bed that the patient has less sex if he or she does it with you? I would still say super unethical. Just in general, coitus with clients, not a good choice. There's almost never circumstances where it's a good idea. I can't think of any. How do you tell a family member that they're a psych major for the exact toxic traits of being a personal mess that you described to Destiny? I think that's something that's kind of a bit of a private journey. Like, how do you tell somebody? How do you tell somebody that they're in their degree for the wrong reasons? I mean, it might not be the wrong reasons. Like, maybe they will heal and they'll get extra insight into like mentally unwell people that gives them a lot of extra kind of experiential empathy that they can have with clients that other practitioners might not. I would basically be like, why are you in this? And then maybe encouraging them to get therapy. And then if it seems like their therapist is really not working and sucks a lot because they're exhibiting like the exact same behaviors, encourage them to go to group therapy. Group therapy is really good for stuff like that, because there's a lot of stuff that you just can't know when you're doing individual counseling. That's why I'm really pro group therapy overall, except for like, there's only like a few situations where I don't encourage group therapy, to be honest. Yeah, just so you know, we do not shit talk any other streamer as much as we can on this. Want to avoid that just because, for obvious reasons. What if they're going to end their life in front of you right there if you don't have sex with them? Well, I would intervene. I mean, what are they going to do to end their life right there? To be honest, I'd probably try to physically intervene or call the cops. Still not going to have sex with my client. At that point, you could argue that they're just committing a crime against you. So... when is group therapy not a good idea? So if clients are in the midst of acute psychosis, so they're not in touch with reality, group therapy, not a good time for them. It just really detracts from group therapy from everyone else. If you have somebody who's really high in psychopathy, they should only be in group therapy with other psychopaths, in part because they hate each other and they piss each other off. But also, most group therapy is formed around empathy and interpersonal connection and stuff like that. And psychopaths necessarily can't do that. And there is a fair bit of evidence that training psychopaths in interpersonal connection and empathy makes them better at doing crimes, and they recidivate more. So with psychopaths, we try not to give them standard group therapy. We give them training on basically here are the reasons why it's not in your favor to do crime to other people. That's kind of the interventions that we sometimes have, not exclusively, and being a bit reductive. Other circumstances, so yeah, if somebody's psychopathic, if somebody is highly aggressive and abusive, so they're going to put others at high harm because they're going to be really verbally abusive. Any other circumstances? I'm trying to think. I would be careful about mixing of group therapies. So I wouldn't just have a come all free all group therapy. For example, if I'm having group therapy for trauma, for women specifically, I might not allow men into that group because it might trigger the fuck out of them, right? There's argument that you should allow men in because it would actually provide them exposure. If somebody is in acute PTSD symptoms as well, I would say they're experiencing flashbacks regularly and stuff like that, that's really oftentimes well treated by trauma reprocessing. So putting them into group therapy, I would say, is not the point. What's the difference between therapy and counseling? Not really anything. They're kind of the two labels for the same thing. From an ethical standpoint, when is it okay to date a client? Supposing they are no longer a client and have not been for a lengthy period of time, is it the case that anyone who has ever been a client is permanently unethically engaged with in a non-professional relationship? That is the rule of thumb. It is never okay to date a client. It's never okay to have a sexual engagement. It doesn't matter if it's been 10, 15, 30 years. You should never have an intimate relationship with them because you have set up the baseline of your relationship to have an authority standpoint. And that's pretty hard to overcome in relationships. And overall, we see people abuse those people abuse that ethical relationship more often than people like have some ethical, honorable relationship where they're like dating their client. We see more abuse coming out of that. Do we see a benefit for doing both group and single therapy? Yes, totally. So in the center that I worked at, that's exactly what we did. We did both individual and group therapy. It was really great because you could give your client homework to work on some interpersonal skill that you could tell them to work at the group therapy. It was really nice. And it also gave a lot of direction to the group therapy we were doing. I'm like an adolescent. Fuck authority. That's fair. Maybe talk to somebody about that. Maybe get therapy. I don't know. Would you recommend people in less sexy branches of academia stream on Twitch? Sure. If you want to, I don't know. I think streaming on Twitch is a personal decision. If you want to stream on Twitch, do it. There needs to be more academics on it. You could teach people some cool stuff. Oh, I was not done. I want to keep going through this. Buying goods. Man, always, never ethical. I feel like that is not sound. Particularly if you have terminated services. So could you buy goods from your client after you terminate service? I would say, obviously, just don't allow them, like refuse if they try to give you like really big deals. That would be the main thing. In therapy, sure, because it's going to like make, again, a dual relationship where you're both like the consumer and the therapy provider. But if you fully terminated, potentially, the only issue is if you see them and then they want to come back to therapy later, now you've entered into a dual relationship. So in that case, you might want to like refer them to see somebody else. Yeah. So I can see that, but it's like, what if you're a therapist in a really small town, which means basically you might see 10% of the small town's population. And what if you happen to see a lot of small business owners that you would like to work with like other projects? Can you not work with them then? I would say in those circumstances, probably like go to a bit to your governing board and just work legally on like some sort of consent form to make sure that your services in therapy are very distinct from the services they're offering you as a small business owner. Thanks, Beta Bum. Engineering ethics exam, and I can somewhat relate. For us, it's a lot more cut and dry, though. I imagine. Yeah, bridges don't usually have a lot of emotions to contend with. If your client is the CEO of Walmart, can you ever shop at... Well, yes, because you're not buying it directly from them. I would argue yes. This is going to be more of an issue when you say, like, your client makes cross-knit, is like a small business owner, right? That's going to be more the issue, I think. That's a small town I want to move to. So much mental health awareness to have 10% regularly seeing the one therapist. True, I mean, in fairness. But you never know, like, you never know. I assume that a therapist that helps people getting rid of a smoking addiction could, in theory, smoke as well. I suppose, yeah. Would it be ethical to smoke a cigarette with your client after the session? No, definitely not. You could argue that that is engaging with them, not with a special occasion, but in a social occasion. I wonder if they have that here. Providing therapy to an employee. Yeah, I would agree. Not a good idea. Wow. Look at you guys. There's a lot more that are agreeing with you. 23% say it's ethical under rare conditions. So to the one who asked the question, can I after? I guess I would still say no. But I guess 23% say maybe in rare circumstances. Disclosing details of personal stress to a client. Okay, I'm surprised by this. Okay, 29% said ethical under some conditions. I would say never ethical under any condition. It's not fucking about you. Oh, you know what? Okay, details. Details is the key word here because it is. So here's what some therapists might have thought of. If you get like COVID or you get cancer or something like that where you can't do therapy anymore, or maybe you have your own mental health breakdown, you need to inform your clients of something. I would say the details is the piece. If you're telling them like all the details, being like, yeah, the reason I can't continue therapy is I had a mental breakdown, I'm super sad and depressed, and I want to kill myself and all these things, not okay. The whole point of the relationship is to be helping the client. Yeah. Okay. All right, guys. So, if you're new around here and you've been listening and you enjoy it, give me a follow, give me a shout out. I appreciate it. If you want to subscribe, you're welcome to. I'm not going to push you to, but if you like the content and you want me to move to more full-time content creating, I'd love to. What about to humanize yourself, which allows for better communication? I think you can humanize yourself without disclosing current relevant topics.
There's only one type of eel.
Thanks, Quinn.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Yeah. What I'm probably going to do, guys, is I'm going to pass you off to Wicked Supreme. I'm a big fan. Do you guys want to go to Melina or Wicked Supreme? Preferences? Wicked, Melina. Wicked, Melina. Wicked. Okay. Feel free to join my Discord. Check me out. I'm going to be back on here tomorrow, PrimeCayes panel. We are talking about sexual consent. A little bit of Destiny themed, except we're not allowed to mention Destiny or anything like that. It's going to be me. It's going to be, I think, Anna Vor. It's going to be Katie. It's going to be Merrick. It's always ethical to follow not so erudite. True, unless you're my counselor. And then, I don't know. So yeah, we're going to go to Wicked. When we get over there, you can scream meth heads if you want. Or, if you'd like, you could do me a solid and scream trash goblins, because that's our mantra here. Thanks so much for tuning in, and I hope you guys had fun, and thank you so much. Again, Mommy Destiny, I know you're not here, but I appreciate the raid. Ready, steady, it's tomorrow. Yes, see you guys tomorrow if you want to stop in.